Marvel with Zanpakuto, Chapter 351. In an instant, a black shadow slowly walked out, raising sword to attract thunder. Endless thunder resounded through the sky, dazzling golden light spreading across the entire sky like a myriad of rays of light. Bankai, Golden Lightning Palace. The golden lightning covered the sky, erupting with boundless majesty. A ferocious golden lightning beast stretched out its inky black clouds, its scarlet eyes releasing an extremely overbearing divine intent. Lod himself held sword's blade horizontally in front of his chest, and the ice wings spread out again. The extreme chill drained all the water in the atmosphere, turning it into a lifelike dragon that soared into the sky. After gathering with the golden lightning beast, Hollow instantly tore apart the trembling space in a thousandth of a second and collided head-on with the huge blood-colored light. Rumble. A world-shaking, earth-shattering collision erupted from San Venganza. The golden-blue divine beast let out a world-shaking roar, interweaving with the evil and scorching twin prongs. The shock wave that rose in this instant almost tore the entire earth apart. In the sky 10,000 meters above the collision between the two, the blast wave was even more so, splitting open a sinister and terrifying chasm. The sound of a nuclear explosion caused Johnny and Carter to instantly go deaf, their eyes blinded by the dazzling white light. The lava in the abyss of the canyon gushed out with hellfire, wanting to turn the entire world into a sea of fire. The layers of air waves that rose up in the sky continuously surged with an increasing momentum. The terrifying shockwave spread to the entire projection of hell. The two people on the stage were directly sent flying by the shockwave. After gliding for a few hundred meters on the broken ground, Johnny and Carter suddenly turned pale and gasped in pain. They began to worry. If they were closer to each other in the next confrontation, perhaps they would not need Mephisto to do anything. It would be a problem whether they could survive. Bang! After thousands of collisions, the two finally calmed down. You have some ability, but unfortunately, it is not enough. Mephisto laughed coldly, and stepped out 1,000 meters, holding the two halves of the spear that flew away, and stabbed at Lot again. The time spent was enough. As the consumption of the hell projection became more and more terrifying, the mana stored in his avatar could not last for long, which meant that he had to end this battle quickly and get rid of this man who could be said to be a great threat to him. Die. As the surging waves of air exploded, Mephisto smashed through the layers of space. 8,000 sword style, Zanjutsu, falling cherry. Lod took a step forward and pulled out sword in one go. In a breath's time, he slashed out a continuous stream of sword's light. It was as beautiful as a variety of falling cherry blossoms, pulling out a vast river of sword chi and rushing out. Boom! Mephisto roared, attracting the will of hell. The burning hellfire condensed on the double prongs, tearing apart the endless sword light like a golden mountain and a jade pillar, forcibly stabbing towards Lod. However, Lod seemed to be unaware, ignoring the threat that was about to come. He suddenly bent down. His right hand quietly pressed on the handle of sword, and the thousands of bright lights of sword were all restrained, as if the endless sword intent was hidden in the small sheath of sword. 8,000 sword style, Zanjutsu, yellow spring. After a clear and crisp sound of sword, the pitch-black blade of sword was pulled out from the sheath. This was Zanjutsu, which he had inherited from 8 Anohana Yachiru. The sword technique that had almost shattered the sword god of creation that day had reappeared in the world. No one could resist this sword. Even if the other party was Mephisto, it was impossible for him to block it. With this kind of will and thoughts, Lod poured all of his essence, energy, and spirit into this sword. There was no path of retreat. It was a true straight slash of sword. Carrying an indomitable and unstoppable momentum, Lod slashed this sword. Zanjutsu of the 8,000 sword style was placed above this sword. Clang! In the next moment, the waning moon soared through the sky. After the majestic black spiritual power was condensed into a single point, It gradually spread out and turned into a sky full of black multicolored light. The entire atmosphere and even hell were shaking. The endless sword chi storm was like tens of millions of swords clashing. It burst out with a sharp and ear-piercing explosion sound, carrying an extremely sharp black crescent moon as it flew out. The night was split from where the sword light came from, as if it wanted to split the world in front of it. The sword was like a heavenly river falling down. The sword was like a star pressing down. The sword was like a crescent moon soaring through the sky. What is this thing? Mephisto felt a chill in his heart. His demon eyes were stabbed by the sword energy, and his skin was cut. However, his hand subconsciously held the trident and continued to move forward. Clang! The two forks made of blood instantly collapsed in front of the black crescent moon. Roar dash! Accompanied by Mephisto's terrified and resentful roar, a sinister demon arm suddenly fell off from its original body. Endless bloody light blossomed in the sky, and the foul blood of the demon tumbled down like lava, splashing down like a waterfall onto the red cracked earth. Johnny and Carter were scared silly. They had never seen such a terrible scene. The amount of blood that gushed out from Mephisto's severed arm was so great that it poured down like a river, dyeing the ground tens of thousands of meters red. In the hundreds of millions of years since he was born, other than being seriously injured in the ancient times, he had never suffered such a serious injury even after fighting for the position of Satan. But now, he once again tasted the taste of his own blood. It was a sweet smell. This kind of pain had not been felt for a long time. Ha, ha ha ha. Mephisto was still laughing wildly. The anger in his eyes could no longer be described with words. It was as if he was going to tear Lot apart alive. Very good, very good. You are the first person who has hurt me so deeply since the ancient times. A bone-chilling killing intent rushed over like an endless ocean. Lot frowned slightly and could not help but distance himself from him, keeping sword on guard against Mephisto's movements. Humph, it's too late to run now. Mephisto's half-closed eyes carried a trace of extreme indifference. To be able to make me give up a precious clone at all costs and let the power of my main body descend, you are worthy of being proud of Lord Carl. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the projection of hell condensed again. An ancient and grand will seemed to cross layers of dimensional barriers. It surged like a tide, carrying with it boundless evil and terrifying aura as it suddenly descended into Mephisto's body. Space was completely torn apart like a rag, erupting with a shocking pressure. The flames of hell within tens of thousands of kilometers burned up to a height of 1,000 meters. Johnny and Carter seemed to have lost their minds, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing in a daze. A red demon hand descended. The vast aura was like a mountain as it pressed down. Layers of hollow exploded under the divine power. Boundless evil and brutal energy enveloped the entire projection of hell in a breath. It wasn't just Lod. He seemed to want to wipe out all life within the range of the projection of hell. A light flashed in Lod's eyes, and then he clenched his fists. An ancient rune flashed with a golden light. Chapter 352. Rumble. A giant demon hand covered the sky, pressing down on the sky above the entire projection of hell. It was obvious that Mephisto was already flustered and exasperated. He had failed to make a move several times, and his arm had been cut off instead. Losing face was secondary. In any case, he did not care. The key was that there was not much time left. He could only let his main body's will descend. He would risk being discovered by Ancient One and the angel to kill Lot here. When the huge demon palm pressed down, layers of hollow were squeezed into a pile of debris, and then with a cry of unable to bear the burden, it collapsed layer by layer in an instant, accompanied by the terrible wind pressure and gravity. Johnny and Carter lay on the ground under the heavy pressure, struggling to breathe with all their strength, in order to survive. As I expected. Lod looked up at the huge palm pressing down. Not only did he not show any panic on his face, but he calmly clenched his right hand. The corners of his lips slowly curved up. Although I really want to feel the power that surpasses Big Boss, I should give it to someone else this time. After all, he has already asked me to do it. As he slowly spread out his clenched palm, an ancient rune in the shape of a was shining with a golden light. This was a loan rune. In Northern Europe, the meaning was horse, transmission, harmony. And the only power it had was that it could ignore the barriers between space and dimension and send messages to a certain person. That person was the king of the gods of Northern Europe, Odin. He must be very interested in beating up Mephisto. Asgard. Odin, who was known as the king of the gods, was sitting in the magnificent temple, holding the divine artifact, Gungnir, which could shake the 9 worlds. There was wisdom and majesty in his one eye, and 2 intelligent crows stood on his shoulders. The next moment, the God King, who was educating Thor, could not help but frown slightly. He sensed the call from the rune. And this rune happened to be one of the gifts he had given to that visitor before, allowing him to use it when he met Mephisto. Now that the rune had been activated, it meant that Mephisto had appeared. When he thought of how he had been ruthlessly tricked by Mephisto tens of thousands of years ago, forcing him to give up on his conquest and lock his daughter in the netherworld, his heart burned with endless rage. Now, he finally found a chance. Seeing the God King suddenly become silent, his eyes still flashing with anger, Thor could not help but shiver. He thought that he had made another mistake, and asked carefully, "Father, what's wrong?" "Today's course is over, Thor." Odin's eyes flashed. He slowly got up from the golden seat and said, "I have something to deal with. You go find your mother first." Before Thor could ask, he saw Odin raise the eternal spear to summon the rainbow bridge. In the midst of the colorful light pillar, Odin's figure instantly disappeared from the golden palace, turning into a galaxy rainbow that swept across the horizon. His movements were so fast that it could be seen how anxious he was, afraid that if he went too late, Mephisto would run away. Boom! An extremely gorgeous rainbow descended like a bridge across the horizon. The mighty divine might pressed down for more than 10,000 miles. Endless brilliance flowed down like the Milky Way. An ancient and powerful figure appeared. He held a golden shinso in his hand, stepping on Hollow, who was constantly shaking and rippling as he slowly walked over. For a time, the heavens and earth shook. He stepped on the storm and thunder, his golden armor glowing with divine light. In that seemingly decayed body, an astonishing and terrifying aura erupted. Even the projection space of hell could not withstand the power of that existence, and countless thousand meters of cracks appeared. The newcomer was none other than the God King of Asgard, Odin. Mephisto. Odin's icy cold golden eyes were mixed with surging ghastly killing intent, and his lips and teeth emitted a vast heavenly voice that was like the brilliant might of the heavens, and it resounded like a myriad of thunderclaps that resounded in the sky. "It's you. You old thing, aren't you recuperating in Asgard?" Mephisto's expression suddenly changed. Obviously. This demon king had not expected that Lod would actually have such a move. He was actually able to summon this dying old man from Asgard to the human world. "I'm here to demand the debt you owe." Odin did not want to say a word more to him, so he raised his arm and stabbed forward with all his might, holding Gungnir in his hand. Buzz! The golden spear of eternity flashed past like a stream of light, carrying with it endless lightning. The vast divine might poured down like water and silver, filling the entire space of the projection of hell. The sharp spear, with unstoppable momentum, pierced through Mephisto's huge palm in one go. Ah! Mephisto was caught off guard, and the blood that had been pierced through his palm seemed to fall from the sky like a river. He could not help but cry out in pain. However, Odin obviously did not intend to let him go. The Divine Soul King was filled with his decayed body, and he once again erupted with the power of his peak. The extremely dazzling divine power wrapped around him like flames, and then transitioned into the golden and majestic divine weapon. The boundless light and shadow evolved from the stars flowed down, and in a trance, there seemed to be a huge world tree, space appearing behind him. Spear of Eternity. Odin's single eye radiated a majestic divine light, raising a golden divine weapon, Gungnir. The lightning that was filled with thunder smashed down fiercely, hitting the tip of Gungnir. It was as if he was connected to the entire world. Gungnir, which was bathed in the golden lightning, shot out invisible threads of karma, locking fate and the determined future into Mephisto's heart. Hulala. Odin stretched out his arms in a perfect arc, holding up the divine weapon known as the Spear of Certain Hit, Gungnir, displaying unparalleled power and beauty to the fullest. In the next moment, the Gungnir, which had been injected with divine soul keying, drew a perfect parabola and was thrown out from Odin's hands. When, all of a sudden, the world darkened, and only a ray of light tore through the sky. Then, endless waves suddenly surged in the air, as if the entire projection space of hell was shattering. As they shook each other, they actually converged into a bright galaxy. Rumble. Wherever Gungnir passed, the projection of hell would shatter inch by inch. It was so fast that time and space seemed to stagnate, and Mephisto had no time to react at all. Moreover, the attribute that Gungnir must hit turned into countless threads of karma that locked him down, leaving no room for him to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the Gungnir was right in front of him. The lightning then rushed over, and its power was so great that it seemed as if the heavens and the earth were collapsing. Boundless and resplendent rays of light bloomed, bursting forth with surging air currents that surged like violent waves. The heaven-splitting ray of light pierced through Mephisto's heart, and then, with an unstoppable force, it went a full 10 million kilometers into hell before the rest of its might gradually disappeared, leaving behind a huge, miraculous chasm. Chapter 353. Rumble. An extremely dazzling aurora descended from the sky like a river of stars, surging over in a mighty manner, tearing apart the space of the projection of hell. A moment later, when the storm and thunder gradually stopped, and the dust that filled the sky fell, everyone could clearly see the terrifying effect of the world-annihilating strike. The king of Pantheon was clad in golden armor. Surrounded by lightning and storms, a man stood proudly in the air, his entire body emanating an indescribably terrifying aura. And in front of him, the entire hell space that was projected out was actually forcefully torn apart by the eternal spear that Odin had thrown out. It was so massive that it was comparable to the deepest sea canyon, the Mariana Trench, that was known to all humans. You're asking Mephisto? Although the avatar contained the will of the main body, under the spear thrown by Odin, there was probably nothing left of it. The evidence to prove this point was the projection space of hell that was collapsing and disappearing gradually. Even if Mephisto's life was tough to the extreme, and even the eternal spear could not stab him to death, without the projection space of hell, he could not exert any strength in the world, and he was no longer a threat to Lod. And what shocked him the most was not the death of Mephisto, nor the huge chasm, but the boundary of Big Boss. Even Lod, who had a calm mind, had ripples in his eyes after seeing the eternal spear that God King Odin had thrown with all his strength for the first time. He could not help but take in a cold breath. Was this King Big Boss? Is there a mistake? Your son, Thor, your daughter, Hela, and that edgy potato tied together might not be as strong as you. If not for the power of the spear in the projection space of hell, the American continent under their feet would have been split into 4 and 5. And Odin was already so powerful. How powerful was Sorcerer Supreme, who could make him fear? According to the concept of equal combat power, when Ancient One fought Caecilius, how many Pacific Ocean water did he use to perform the scene of falling from a tall building to death? Thinking about the dusk of the gods of Asgard, if Odin had any other ideas, he would probably be nailed to death by an eternal gun while he was still at home. The corners of Lod's mouth twitched. He finally understood that the two of them were all Hollywood movie emperors, Who put more water than the 5 oceans combined? Made. This pool of muddy water was becoming more and more unfathomable. He really didn't know what other tricks would be waiting for him in the future. Who? After throwing this spear, Odin's aura became much weaker. His eyes were full of exhaustion, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Presumably, the attack just now had consumed too much of the old man's energy. Lod felt a little guilty for a moment. He asked worriedly, "Godly monarch, how is your health?" "It's fine. It's just that I've used up too much energy." Odin waved his hand and drooped his eyelids. He said weakly with a face full of hollow, "I forcibly used God's Soul King. I guess he will fall into a deep sleep when I go back. During this period, Asgard. I hope you can help take care of him." To seek revenge for the smallest grievance, to repay a meal, this was the idea that Lod had followed. He had traveled thousands of miles and even used precious divine power to help him rebuild Mephisto. Although he had his own reasons, the ultimate advantage was that he had taken it, so he had to help. "No problem." Lod nodded and agreed. "During the God King's slumber, I will help take care of Asgard. I guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen." Seeing Lod's clear and bright eyes and sincere tone, a gratified smile appeared on Odin's wrinkled old face. He thought that he had indeed not misjudged the person. Using his remaining lifespan in exchange for a solid and reliable ally for the reconstruction of Asgard, it could be said to be a win-win deal. He was happy, and Lod was even happier. After saying a few words, Odin was panting heavily, and his expression was exhausted. "I should go back to sleep. I'll leave the rest to you." The Divine King, at the end of his reign, every time he made a careless move, he would consume the little life he had left to begin with, so that the final time of death would be a little earlier. This time, in order to kill Mephisto in one blow, Odin even used God's Soul King. The consumption was too great, so much so that he did not even have the thought to stay for a while longer. His exhausted nerves urged him to return to Asgard as soon as possible. "Goodbye, Lod." Odin said goodbye directly, and then raised the eternal spear. "I hope that the next time we meet, you can truly be on your own. Good day, Alfather." Lod smiled and cupped his fists as he watched the Alfather leave. Boom! A huge rainbow wrapped around Odin and swept across the dark sky like it had come, finally disappearing at the end of the night. When Odin's aura completely disappeared, Lod turned his head to look at the ground below, and a fiery light appeared in his eyes. San Venganza. This fragment of heaven that could make the king of all fiends, Mephisto coveted for thousands of years, and even did his best to set up a shocking situation for this, wanting to seize it, finally fell into his hands. However, there was still a problem that was troubling him. According to Mephisto, if he wanted to open the true San Venganza, he would need the souls of 3,000 fallen saints and a sacrifice that was willing to become a key. The sacrifice was easy, but didn't Blackheart Demon still have a head left? The key was the 3,000 fallen saint souls. That was a total of 30 draws. Just thinking about it made Lod feel pain, and he was really reluctant. Just as he was hesitating, in the shadows behind Johnny and Carter, a black shadow suddenly emerged. The smell of the demon. Lod instantly locked onto the black shadow. His eyes shot out like lightning, illuminating the dark night sky. It was Mephisto. No one had expected this result. Lod was shocked. Mephisto really did not die and seemed to be in perfect condition. He suddenly appeared behind Johnny Blaze. Clang! Lod's Zanpakuto suddenly unsheathed and was about to slash at Mephisto, but he saw the latter's lips curl into a sneer. Pucci! A red, ferocious claw pierced through Johnny's chest. Ah! Johnny was caught off guard and was attacked by Mephisto. He screamed in pain and looked back at the demon in disbelief. You actually, did not die. Lord Carl, this time, I have lost. Mephisto's eyes were filled with resentment as he said coldly, "But you can forget about getting what I, Mephisto, can't get." "Mephisto, what are you doing?" Laud frowned, and an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. "Keek." Mephisto let out a gloomy and sharp laugh, "I just want to let you see the true form of the Ghost Rider." Roar dash. Johnny Blaze held his head and let out a scream that did not sound human. The flames around his body shot up into the sky like a tornado. The huge storm, accompanied by the surging heat waves, turned the area within 1,000 meters into a sea of flames. In the midst of the violent flames, there was a pair of giant skeletal wings. As they flapped, they created a shock wave that was like a landslide or tsunami. Boom! Laud, who was the closest to him, put his arms in front of his body. In order to resist this shock wave, he retreated dozens of meters. His feet plowed out two long, scorched black ditches on the gravel ground. When he raised his head again, his face suddenly stiffened. "Wait a minute. Was that blue flame?" Chapter 354. Enjoy yourself, Laud Carl. Mephisto let out an evil smirk, and his body slowly sank into the shadows. He left behind a harsh sentence, "This is a gift I specially prepared for you. I hope you can survive from that guy." "That guy?" Laud's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something, and his face instantly became very ugly. If it was as he had thought, then this matter would be a big one. The next moment, Johnny Blaze, who was wrapped in blue flames, let out an inhuman scream of pain. Roar! The blazing blue flames instantly engulfed the entire San Venanza. The hot waves of flames were mixed with terrifying energy. Compared to before, they were two completely different levels. Laud had no choice but to pull Zanpakuto out and set up layers of ice walls around him to defend. In Johnny's deep and empty eyes, the blue flame seemed to reflect the figure of an angel. A powerful will smashed through layers of hollow and suddenly descended into Johnny Blaze's body, causing the appearance of this Ghost Rider to change. The huge wings extended from his back and his entire body slowly floated in the air. In the blue flames that almost covered the sky, a pair of huge divine wings slowly spread out behind the soaring Johnny Blaze. They were emitting endless majesty and holiness, making him look like an angel that had descended to the world. Damn, he really ran away. When Laud looked again, he found that Mephisto had already escaped. He was immediately furious. This old bastard had actually attracted such a troublesome thing to him. "Thou are guilty." Johnny, who was burning with blue flames, opened his mouth to speak the standard language of heaven. "Who are you?" Laud took a deep breath. It seemed that this trip was not over yet. "My name is Tzadkiel." Johnny looked down at Laud and said word by word, "What a bold demon! How dare you steal my fragment of heaven and receive your judgment?" The red flame was a demon. Blue flames, on the other hand, were angels. Compared to the red flames from before, the blue flames burning around Johnny Blaze had become even more violent and surging, filled with an indescribable sense of holiness. As for why Johnny had become Tzadkiel, that would depend on their true origin of. In ancient times, when humans were first born in the world, they had given birth to a lot of evil and chaos. The entire earth was shrouded in the flames of war, and the greed of humans had also been seen by the god. In the end, they decided to cleanse the sins of the world with a flood. After the flood washed the entire world, God found that the original sin nature of human beings still had not changed. However, because he promised not to punish human beings with cruel means like the flood, he decided to use the vengeful spirit to supervise the evil nature of human beings. For this reason, he created the second batch of vengeful spirits known as the living spirit weapon 6,000 years ago. The second batch of vengeful spirits descended from heaven to earth in the form of a rain of fire. After combining with human hosts, they became the original Ghost Riders. At that time, their duty was to supervise the evil nature of human beings in the world, and they did not avenge the innocent who were killed by evil. If looked at from another perspective, it was like the CIA of the current US. In order to supervise the vengeful spirit in the human world, God specially sent an angel to descend. And this angel was the guardian of Jupiter, who symbolized freedom, kindness, pity, and forgiveness, the great angel, Quetzalcoatl. In the next thousands of years, Quetzalcoatl took over all the vengeful spirits of the earth and hid in the deepest depths to monitor and control the fate of the knights, maintaining the original duty of the evil knight. However, Laud, who had read the manga and knew the plot well, knew that this angel Quetzalcoatl was a little intriguing. Before Lucifer launched the battle of heaven, Quetzalcoatl had joined his rebel camp, but he eventually turned against Lucifer and made Lucifer fail his plan to rebel against heaven, so he was expelled from heaven and fell into hell, so the two of them became enemies. Although he had betrayed Lucifer, however, he still paid the price for his actions. He was demoted by heaven to supervise the vengeful spirit in the human world and was responsible for handling some dirty work for heaven. Naturally, he was not convinced after being punished like this. After all, only he had the lowest status in heaven. Now that he was ostracized, he naturally had the heart to rebel. He hated the duty that heaven had arranged for him and even the entire human race. In the end, he planned to use the power of the vengeful spirit to realize his ambition to conquer heaven and rebuild the entire afterlife. He did not expect that the gift Mephisto spoke of would actually call him out. World-destroying rain of fire. An enormous sword burning with blue flames appeared in Quetzalcoatl's hand, and with a flap of his divine wings, it instantly rained down an endless rain of fire. 1, 10, 100, 10 million. The blue rain of fire that covered the sky cut through the sky, and burst out with a terrible momentum that fell down. Bankai, Diguran Hyaran Meru. As the surging spiritual power swept, a huge pillar of light pierced through the heaven and earth. Under the restriction of the hell projection space, what kind of scene did a captain-level strength cause? The answer was that Dallas City, hundreds of miles away, could clearly see the huge pillar of light, and could even feel the fear deep in the soul. Even the building of steel mixed with soil was shaking under the howling storm. Dragon canister. The ice wings flapped, and Laud turned into a stream of light. A giant dragon condensed from ice rushed up against the cold wind, as if it were going to turn the world upside down. It crashed into the rain of fire. The next moment, the world suddenly became silent, and all things lost their color. Boom! Then, the two collided, and an incomparable pressure erupted. A boundless tide rose in the air. It was a collision between extremely powerful forces. Within a radius of thousands of kilometers, it was filled with surging energy. As the extremely violent energy surged, all the air was expelled, forming a vacuum zone. Countless dust, along with a large piece of land, were violently pushed out by the storm of energy, rushing towards the nearest Dallas City. The rain of fire that fell, along with Quetzalcoatl, was frozen into a huge cross. Kaka. In the next moment, the cross was burned to pieces by the blue flames. Accompanied by an extremely powerful aura, the archangel Quetzalcoatl slowly walked out. His eyes burned with flames of anger, and the giant sword in his hand pointed at Laud. He said coldly, "A small devil lord dares to go against my will. It seems that I have not made a move for a long time, and let the hell forget my name." Chapter 355. Boom! The ripples of a collision surged like a tidal wave, and a roar that sounded like a meteor crashing to the ground resounded through the sky above the city. Everyone was frightened by this loud noise. They all raised their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw blue flames that covered the sky and covered the earth, spreading over like a multicolored light, accompanied by a terrifying storm visible to the naked eye. It was like a scene of heaven and earth being destroyed. Tony Stark, who was preparing to exercise in a high-end hotel, stared at the strange scene in the sky with wide eyes and felt a familiar aura. Was this Laud Carl's spiritual power? In the aftermath of the collision, there was one that spiritual power was very familiar with, but the other divine aura made him extremely unfamiliar. Boom! Another collision, and the air waves spread. An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky above the entire city. Countless people could not withstand the pressure from this collision and had no choice but to crawl on the ground and shiver, praying for God's redemption. Something big has happened. Tony instantly recalled that Lod had once advised him to leave this place. However, when he saw the scene of the fight, he hesitated again. Should he go over and take a look? If he was caught up in it, with his three-legged skills, he would be killed on the spot. Just as Tony was hesitating, the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. From the distant horizon, a huge stream of light wrapped in blue flames tore through the sky at an incredible speed, heading in the direction of Dallas City. Not good. Tony's eyes widened, and all the hair on his body stood on end. Run! Run! There was only one thought left in his mind: he had to run. Tony directly summoned the Iron Man armor, dragged Happy and Lewis, and smashed the outer layer of the hotel. After running for a few miles, he breathed a sigh of relief, and looked back at the original place, sweating profusely. Boom! After a loud explosion, the blue flames and the flowing light collapsed the entire hotel and created a huge crater in the ground. A ton of gravel and air waves spread out from the center. The tall buildings and the earth within hundreds of miles trembled. After the dust and smoke dispersed, Tony saw that it was Lord Carl who had fallen. Lod slowly got up from the pit, and blood dripped down from the deep sword mark on his chest. However, Quetzalcoatl was worthy of being the great angel who was ordered to monitor the vengeful spirit. His strength was definitely not comparable to that of Gabriel, who had descended before. In addition, there was also the troublesome blue flame, which made him feel a little tricky for a moment. Crash! Space shook violently like a curtain, and Quetzalcoatl flapped his wings and flew across the sky. In the next instant, Quetzalcoatl appeared in the sky above Dallas. That pair of indifferent and cold eyes, as if they were solid, seemed to pass through layers of space and land on Lod, who was in the pit, as if he did not care at all. Welcome to your trial, dirty Lord of Hell. However, Quetzalcoatl did not give him any chance to catch his breath. He raised his sword, which was burning with blue flames, and said, "You dare to touch my heaven? This is the price." Quetzalcoatl, right. The divine light in Lod's eyes faded, and he raised sword to the sky and said coldly, although this move was prepared for Mephisto, since he did not use it, "I can only ask you to taste it." This cloud of rain that shrouded the city was actually a big hidden card that he had deliberately created several days ago when he came from heaven with the Hyaran Meru. After several days of accumulation in the world, the current power of spiritual power and the thunder in the clouds had completely surpassed the full power of Big Boss. It could even destroy a city in an instant and turn it into a sinkhole. This move was left for Mephisto. However, who would have thought that Odin would actually be so powerful? Before he could reveal this trump card, he had already dealt with Mephisto. Originally, he thought that everything was over. When Lod still felt that this move was useless, he did not expect Quetzalcoatl to actually run out. When thunder resounded between heaven and earth, and boundless killing intent filled the world. Countless people trembled and crawled on the ground. The flowers, plants, and trees all hung their heads down and dried up. The atmosphere seemed to be trembling and wailing. It was as if all vitality had been taken away. Under this killing intent, it was like spring snow melting. As sword pointed to the sky, the wind and clouds swept through the world in a flash, and Hollow howled in anger for hundreds of miles. The wind gradually rose up from the ground, rising up like a tornado. Above the dark clouds rolling in the sky, there were countless golden lightning bolts looming. They were like an abyss that swallowed the spirit particles in the surroundings, and then pulled out thick tornadoes that fell. The thunder and lightning intertwined in the sky, forming an ancient giant beast. So, it's him. Tony's pupils suddenly shrank, and he finally came to his senses. This thundercloud that shrouded the sky above Dallas was not a natural phenomenon at all, but a special phenomenon created by this man in front of him. No wonder the Weather Bureau had predicted that it would be a sunny day, but there was suddenly a rain cloud above the city. Nemu, freeze the space. Lod's eyes were filled with coldness. The range is, the entire Dallas city. A strange power enveloped the entire Dallas city, freezing time and space in a certain segment, leaving him completely free of worries. In the next moment, sword descended. 8,000 sword style, Zanjutsu, God of Thunder. Rumble. In the sky, the giant golden beast formed by lightning jumped out of the clouds. In a thousandth of a second, the thunder beast turned into a mighty torrent and rushed down, condensing into an extremely sharp sword light that swept across the sky, cutting everything that was tangible and intangible into two pieces. This power. Tzadkiel was slightly shocked. Even at this moment, he felt an extremely cold killing intent. And above the rolling thunder clouds, there was a power that could kill an angel. It could not be underestimated. Although it was just a small lord of hell, the power that Lod displayed was enough to make this great angel wary. However, with the thought, in the shining lightning sky, he waved the giant sword burning with blue flames. Like the morning light, it cut through the endless dark clouds and suddenly chopped down. Boom! Thousands of wind dragons pulled, and the thunder beasts collided with the giant sword. After the initial collision, the two completely different energies violently expanded in all directions. The compressed air around them formed a high-pressure air wave, which emitted a heaven-shaking and earth-moving dragon roar. It spread wildly, causing Hollow to be in a haze for a moment. The entire Dallas city shook violently, and the earth was torn apart in pieces. Tony, Steve, and the others looked up. At the end of their line of sight, a mushroom cloud suddenly exploded in the air. The air around Hollow seemed to have turned into a sea, and the boiling air waves spread at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. The momentum was so great that it was like a natural disaster. If this collision did not have the space freeze technology, the entire city would be reduced to a dead zone, and thousands of people would die in an instant. Even so, Dallas City, which was thousands of miles away, was still baptized by destruction. The thunder swept across the hurricane, and the explosive energy ripples swept across, flattening the buildings and a sword mark that had not been healed for a long time, spreading hundreds of miles in the sky. Clang! The sword light tore the earth apart and cut straight to the end of the sky. The earth silently split open a bottomless gully that spread from the foot of Lod to the end of the entire city. Chapter 356. How terrifying was this? This land area was 997 square kilometers, with a population of 6.7 million residents. It was the third largest city in all of Texas. Under the aftermath of the collision between the two, it was as if it had been hit by a nuclear bomb, turning into ruins with a scene of devastation. A ravine as large as a rift valley in the east had long collapsed the city, splitting it in half from the east to the west. The immeasurable dust and sand were blown up 10,000 meters into the sky by the storm, blocking all the light that was projected down. It was like a scene from hell after a nuclear explosion. Tony pushed aside the stone slab that was pressing down on him and crawled out from the collapsed ruins. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and could not calm down for a long time. He could see that the high temperature emitted by the lightning and flames made the entire ground look like a sanded crystal. Even every breath he took was accompanied by the intense pain of his lungs being burned by the high temperature air. Was this the end of the world? Tony widened his eyes and looked at the scene that was like hell. He could not help but have this thought. This was an entire city. Such terrifying destructive power was actually caused by two people. The destructive power of the strongest weapon of humanity, the nuclear bomb, could probably be roughly the same. No. If one did not calculate the destructive power of nuclear radiation, just based on the energy impact produced by the explosion, it might not even be a tenth of the impact this time. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if some kind of monster was about to break out of the ground. Huge cracks spread across the ground like a spider web. F***ck, is it not over yet? Tony staggered and almost fell. He looked in front of him in disbelief. Boom! The monstrous blue flames transformed into huge waves of flames that were thousands of meters tall. They roared as they gushed out from the huge gully on the ground. In the next moment, in the endless flames that almost covered the sky, the blue light gradually outlined a pair of wings that were filled with divine aura. They exuded boundless might. In the middle of the two divine wings, one could vaguely see a skeleton holding a huge blue flame sword. His pupils were filled with endless majesty and solemnity, just like the description in the Bible, the angel who sent down the divine decree for God. Obviously, the battle was far from over. Not bad, it hurts a little. A hint of mockery flashed through the eyes of the lofty Tzadkiel. He opened his mouth and let out a loud, ear-splitting heavenly sound, echoing in the sky above the broken city. Unfortunately, I am one of the 7 great seraph of heaven, and I am the Lord of Justice. With your ability, you are still no match for me. So what if you are a seraph? Lod took a deep breath and then pressed his right hand on the hilt of sword. His eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. He said coldly, "Do you know what was the result of the previous seraph who bragged in front of me? You have seen other seraphs." Tzadkiel was slightly stunned. Then, he was silent for a moment and asked, "What was the result?" "Of course I did. It was a bird woman called Gabriel." Lod revealed a set of white teeth and a cold killing intent surged in his pupils. He said, "The result was, I plucked all of her feathers." Impossible. Tzadkiel was shocked. He did not believe his words. He said coldly, "How could the angel of judgment, Gabriel, be defeated by someone like you? You will know if it is true or not if you experience it yourself." As Lod smiled, he lowered his body and spat out a scorching white breath. Spiritual power's body erupted like a volcano. What arrogant words! Killing intent appeared in Tzadkiel's eyes. His voice was like the sound of metal striking metal, shaking hollow in all directions. "Despicable Lord of Hell, today I will let you know the consequences of daring to challenge God." Boom! The two auras collided in the air, bursting forth with cold killing intent, surging like a huge wave, turning into a majestic pressure that filled the sky and earth, as if the entire sky collapsed. Under this heavy pressure, Tony's forehead was covered in sweat. He used all his strength to resist, so that he would not kneel on the ground. But even so, under the pressure coming from all directions, all the muscles and bones in Tony's body seemed to be crying out hysterically, as if they would collapse at any time. Just as Tony was bleeding from his 7 orifices and his body was about to be unable to withstand it, the vast aura that filled the world suddenly disappeared and replaced the pitch-black spiritual power that soared into the sky. Like a pair of wings spread out by a demon, it blocked out all the light in the sky and countless droplets of spiritual droplets rained down. The next moment, Lod suddenly disappeared from where he was. His speed was so fast that there were even after images. He pulled out tens of thousands of roaring wind dragons and slashed at the angel in the sky. "Stupid fellow, you actually chose to attack from the front." Tzadkiel's eyes rippled. His lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his arm and waved the giant sword condensed from flames. It left a black crack in the air in hollow. He hacked at Lod with great force. Dang! At the moment when the two swords collided, an incomparably bright flame burst out. The two powerful forces collided, causing violent ripples to spread out, causing the nearby space to cry out in pain, as if countless cracks had appeared on the shattered mirror. As the huge flame sword pressed down, hollow collapsed in the air. When he saw that Quetzalcoatl was holding the sword with one hand and seemed to be able to suppress it with ease, it was obvious that he still had energy left to use, but on the other hand, Lod was using all his strength to barely stop the giant flame sword. He actually blocked it? Keel could not help but feel a little surprised. He asked in a half-puzzled and half-mocking tone, "But I am very curious. If you only have this little ability, how did you defeat Gabriel?" "Don't worry." Lod raised his head and looked at Quetzalcoatl. Suddenly, spiritual power, who was as black as ink, gushed out from his body. The real show has only just begun. Crash. The next moment, the pitch-black spiritual power that filled the sky exploded. A pitch-black figure slowly walked out from the torrential rain like a waterfall. At the same time, rolling thunder resounded through the sky. Above the gray sky, the dark sky was covered by endless thunder. Dazzling golden light shuttled through the clouds, interweaving into a huge golden canopy. Bankai, Minajiki. Lod held the dark and slender Zanpakuto in his hand and suddenly burst out with a strong momentum. The churning pitch-black spiritual power turned into viscous blood at this moment, constantly dripping down from the slender pitch-black sword's blade. Endless blood was like a vast ocean, gathering around this man. It was different. Quetzalcoatl narrowed his eyes, keenly aware of the change in Lod. Not only had his aura become even more terrifying, even the energy fluctuations emitted from his body had increased by more than 10 times in an instant. This was the first time he had seen such a strange situation even in his tens of thousands of years of life. But this was far from over. Lod was very clear in his heart that it was not enough to defeat Quetzalcoatl. Shunko. The powerful energy of Keto collided in the body, wrapping around the body surface in a highly compressed form, turning into a burst of white lightning. Then, with the golden lightning palace that gathered the power of thunder, all the energy was forcibly absorbed into the spirit body. Chapter 357. Not enough, far from enough. Lod's eyes shone with a golden light as he bathed in the vast golden lightning. The 6 ancient tomo rumbled and emitted a thunderous sound, attracting all the lightning within the golden canopy, as if the ancient thunder god had reincarnated. However, he was still not satisfied with this. Being in a domain where everything was gone allowed him to be even more unrestrained and freely use this violent power. Again. Lod roared towards the sky, his blood-red sword pointed straight at the sky. Rumble. In a split second, the heavens and earth shook. The entire golden canopy turned into a torrential flood. It flowed down from the sky and continuously merged into Lod's body. Spiritual power was like a volcano erupting. The airflow in the sky that was thousands of miles away was instantly pushed out, forming a huge vacuum zone. The space around him was even more overwhelmed. It completely shattered inch by inch. Wave after wave of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye rippled out and instantly spread out for an unknown distance, tearing apart all tangible and intangible existences along the way. Bang! Lod only took a step forward, and Hollow, who was thousands of meters away, instantly shattered inch by inch. Deafening gales carried lightning, and amidst the rising and falling roars, they actually pulled out tens of thousands of rolling wind dragons. They followed behind that blood-red figure, and they seemed to want to overturn the entire heavens and the earth as they charged over. When the blood-stained sword dragged in the sky, drawing out a sword scar that stretched for 1,000 miles. The boundless sea of blood that covered the sky was followed by a monstrous wave of blood that surged into the sky, and wherever sword passed by, a blood-red line was pulled out, and it carried an incomparably sharp aura as it slashed towards Quetzalcoatl's head. What a terrifying sword! Quetzalcoatl was shocked. When he came back to his senses, he found that the blood-colored sword was already in front of him. He had not yet touched sword, but the sharp sword intent contained in it had already cut open the surface of his body. In a moment of desperation, Quetzalcoatl could only raise his sword to meet the attack. Dang! The two swords collided again. However, This time, the situation had changed dramatically. The power that erupted from the seemingly slender black sword blade instantly increased by dozens of times. The flames in Tzadkiel's pupils suddenly shrank. Along with the terrifying power coming from the giant flaming sword, there was also an extremely strange vibration force. Not only was half of his body numb and trembling, but even his weapon was almost sent flying. Lod would not let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity. He turned his body and raised his leg, ruthlessly smashing it into Tzadkiel's chest. With the support of the Thunder God battle form, this kick actually produced a sound explosion. The terrifying power instantly made Tzadkiel let out a muffled groan, and then turned into a blue stream of light that flew backwards at several times the speed of sound. The speed of the kick was so fast that it left a charred mark in the air. Boom! The black clouds churned wildly like pythons, falling down golden lightning and accurately striking Tzadkiel's head. Ah! Countless bolts of lightning descended like a storm. Boom! 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 A series of miserable screams rang out. He only cared about guarding against the lightning in the sky. He had not expected that there would be lightning in the sky. In an instant, he had been bombarded by dozens of lightning bolts. It would have been fine if he had been himself, but the skeleton that had possessed him could not withstand it. The bones were charred black in many places under the impact of the lightning. There were even slight cracks on them. Enough! Tzadkiel was enraged. He brandished his sword and slashed out a sword aura of raging flames, forcefully crushing the thunder clouds in the sky. However, before he could even catch his breath, his pupils reflected a bloody color that filled the sky. It was like a multicolored light from the horizon, surging over with a dense killing intent. It was as if millions of steel swords had pierced through his body. Tzadkiel faintly felt that something was wrong. He raised the flaming sword with both hands. In the name of the angel Tzadkiel, I carry out the great God's will to cleanse all the sins of the world, the sword of justice. 8,000 Sword Style, Zanjutsu, Yellow Springs. The fierce killing intent soared into the sky, and ripples rippled in the air. Clang! There was a crisp sound of sword, and the slender and dark sword was suddenly unsheathed. As sword's momentum, which was constantly being accumulated, was suddenly released, the entire atmosphere and even the space was shaking. The vast and boundless sword intent pierced through the sky, as if the entire earth was under his feet. The boundless sword light fell like a river of stars. After the violent spiritual power was condensed into a single point by sword, there was a faint golden lightning intertwined within it. The two fused together and turned into a crescent moon hanging in the sky. The boundless sword intent rushed out with a bang, as if it were going to split the heaven and earth apart. At this moment, heaven and earth lost their color, and all things lost their voices. It was as if all the vitality in the world had been plundered. The land within 10,000 miles gradually withered, and flowers and trees were drained of their lives. The sword light swept through the sky of 100 miles and slashed down. Rumble! In the boundless sword light, not a single part of the city was complete. All tangible and intangible matter was turned into dust and debris after the sword light swept by. However, Tzadkiel saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated, but his chest was still cut by sword. A streak of blood spread across his chest. If he did not retreat in time, he would have been cut in half. You want to kill me with this little ability? Rage burned in his eyes. I want to see how many more times you can use this move. Ah! How many times? A hint of ridicule flashed through Lod's eyes. Sword pointed at Keel in the distance and said, "Unfortunately, I let you down. I can use this kind of move countless times. You. This is impossible." However, Tzadkiel was about to say that he was bragging, but he swallowed his words and turned into a look of disbelief. Another black shadow slowly walked out from behind Lod. Spiritual power, who was in the middle of soared into the sky. Rumble. An immeasurable amount of golden lightning was surging in the sky like a flood. Lod stepped on the boundless sea of blood, and the 6 Megatama thunder drums behind him rumbled. His entire body was bathed in dazzling thunder, and he erupted with a terrifying aura that seemed material. Boom! A light sound like the sound of a bell rang out, and endless thunder fell from the sky. In the palm of Lod's raised hand, it gathered into a dazzling golden lightning spear, emitting a world-destroying aura that was like the brilliant might of the heavens. God of Thunder! Golden lightning streaked across the sky, striking straight at Quetzalcoatl's chest. Rumble! A huge mushroom cloud rose up, accompanied by surging waves of air. The extremely tyrannical spiritual power roared like a violent storm, emitting an unbearable explosive sound. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to have lost its original brilliance, leaving only the dazzling golden light. Pu. Quetzalcoatl rushed out of the explosion range, glaring at Lot and screaming, "I will kill you, damn Lord of Hell!" At this moment, this high and mighty seraph had already become incomparably miserable. Only one blue wing remained, and even half of his body had been shattered, and his breath had fallen to the extreme. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Not dead yet. Lod raised his eyebrows, and the corners of his lips curled into a strange arc. Then let me see how many more times you can hold on. Could it be? Quetzalcoatl's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, as if he had thought of something incredible. Congratulations, you guessed right. Lod looked at him indifferently, and then the pitch-black sword slashed. The familiar black shadow appeared once again. Minajiki. 4 realms of ice. 8,000 sword style, Zanjutsu, Yellow Spring. God of Thunder. Minajiki. 4 realms of ice. 8,000 sword style, Zanjutsu, Yellow Spring. The great move that had been stored for 30. Chapter 358. Again, and again. It was like a storm, an attack that never stopped. The majestic spiritual power was constantly washing away the earth that had already collapsed and shattered. If someone was still awake at this moment, they would probably be scared silly on the spot when they saw this space, because this place seemed to have turned into a purgatory on earth, and the surface of the earth was forcibly flattened dozens of meters. The terrifying high temperature filled the air, mixed with the pungent smell of sulfur and lava. Most of the ground was melted by the high temperature and turned into flowing lava. A small part of the ground was frozen in ice, and some of the ground was directly penetrated into the abyss thousands of meters deep, followed by huge crisscrossed ravines. And the high and mighty seraph, Quetzalcoatl, was lying in the sinkhole, on the verge of death. The blue flame burning in his pupils was swaying like a candle in the wind, as if it could be extinguished at any time. The body made of white bones was on the verge of shattering, leaving only the upper body sticking together. It was true that he was a seraph. However, the seraph was unable to exert its full strength in the human world. Originally, it thought that it would be easy to deal with a Lord of Hell like Lod with the help of the Ghost Rider. However, it never occurred to him that it would actually fail miserably in such an easy task. However, Quetzalcoatl would never imagine that he would one day suffer such humiliation in the human world. And the person who tortured him was a weak Lord of Hell. He had originally thought that it was a relaxing and pleasant experience, but who would have thought that the other party would actually pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? That man seemed to not know exhaustion, throwing out his big moves as if he did not want money. Once, it was very easy. 2 times, it was slightly difficult. 3 times, he could grit his teeth and persevere. But 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, and even 10 times, Quetzalcoatl was about to curse in his heart. Who could casually throw out a big move? If this was in the game, perhaps Quetzalcoatl would have reported Lod for cheating. Unfortunately, reality was not a game. There was no way to report the title. Damn it! Tzadkiel used his remaining hand to prop himself up. Bang! However, just as Tzadkiel raised his head came into contact with the ground. Lod stepped on Tzadkiel's skull with one foot and gently placed the blood-red sword on the latter's neck. He said coldly, "It seems that the so-called seraph is only so powerful. Damn Lord of Hell! I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." Tzadkiel was furious. As a noble seraph, he was actually trampled on by Lord of Hell. What a shame! Kill me! Lod sneered as he raised his foot and stomped down heavily. Bang! Tzadkiel's head was stomped several inches into the ground. Compared to the pain that his body was experiencing, what made him unable to accept was that his dignity was being trampled on. He let out an angry roar. He tried his best to struggle free, but it was as if there were several mountains pressing down on him, pushing him deep into the ground. There was no way for him to break free. "I will remember you, Lord of Hell." An angry flame shot out of Keel's eyes as he shouted resentfully, "When my main body breaks free and returns to the world, it will be the day that you, this damned insect, die. Sure, I'll wait." Lod did not care about his threat at all and mocked, "But you might have to line up when the time comes. After all, there are many people who want to settle scores with me. For example, Gabriel, Mephisto, and Lucifer. They are all ahead of you." As the saying goes, there was no need to worry when there were more lice. In any case, he had offended more than one person. "State your name, Lord of Hell." Tzadkiel said hatefully, "The next time we meet, I will let you taste the most terrifying torture." "Next time?" Lod chuckled and said, "I'm afraid there won't be a next time, Tzadkiel." "What do you mean by this?" An ominous feeling welled up in Tzadkiel's heart. Looking at Lod's malicious eyes, he suddenly couldn't help but shiver. As the winner of the battle, I can't return empty-handed, right? With a warm smile on his face, Lod grabbed Tzadkiel's head with one hand and dragged him out of the buried soil. "I happen to have a small favor to ask of you." Tzadkiel was unable to resist. He was dragged out of the mud pit like a dead dog. Then, he was lifted into the air. He looked at Lod uneasily and asked, "Wait, what do you want to do?" "The first question." Lod grabbed Tzadkiel's head and looked straight into his angry eyes. He asked, "Apart from sacrificing the souls of the fallen saints, is there any other way to open the Holy Land?" Tzadkiel finally understood what he meant. He actually wanted to take away his Holy Land. He immediately glared at him and growled, "Stop dreaming. Damn Lord of Hell, don't even think about getting the Holy Land." The archangels had secretly hid the fallen fragments during the Battle of Heaven. For this reason, he did not even hesitate to be demoted to the human world. How could he hand it over to someone else so easily? This answer was not unexpected to Lod. In fact, this was the normal situation. After all, the importance of this fragment could be seen from the attitudes of Tzadkiel and Mephisto. If he could get it so easily, he would probably doubt whether it was true or false. "It doesn't matter." Lod revealed his white teeth and smiled coldly. "Since you won't tell me, then I can only use my own method." Tzadkiel was stunned for a moment. He asked, "What method?" "Of course it's a soul of the same value." Lod looked at Tzadkiel with a meaningful look in his eyes. The soul of a seraph should be enough to replace the soul of 3,000 saints, right? It had to be said that this idea was very bold. Although there was only a small portion of the souls that were residing in Johnny's body, it was still a noble soul of an seraph. It was more than enough to replace the souls of 3,000 fallen saints. "You dare? I am a seraph." Tzadkiel's expression changed drastically. Only now did he understand that this man in front of him was actually plotting against him. "Do you dare or not? Why don't you give it a try and you will know." The smile on Lod's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by indifference and coldness. A huge suction force suddenly burst out from his palm. Ah! Tzadkiel was horrified. The blue flames were swaying wildly as if they were resisting the terrifying suction force. Still dare to resist? Lod frowned, snorted coldly, and increased the strength in his hand. Chi La. Under the protection of the special field formed by spiritual power, a soul that was burning with faint blue flames was forcefully pulled out of Johnny Blaze's body. Taking advantage of the fact that Tzadkiel was powerless to resist, Lod directly stuffed his soul into the contract of San Venganza. Roar! In his resentful roar, the remnant soul of Tzadkiel became the key to opening the Holy Land in the contract. Ding! Acquired, Broken Heaven, San Venganza. Chapter 359. Hell. Mephisto's angry roar echoed in the sky above the entire hell. Countless demons were filled with fear, trembling as they crawled on the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Mephisto was about to explode from anger. The anger in his eyes seemed to be tangible. The surging hellfire was burning and howling, burning the thousands of demons around him to ashes. He had not expected that even the seraph, Tzadkiel, would not be able to stop that damned lord of the inferno. He had actually allowed him to snatch San Venganza away, thus disrupting his original plan. With a rough estimate of his losses, Mephisto drew in a cold breath of pain. After this trip, he had almost lost his underwear. First, it was the Black Demon. The authority of the son of the Inferno that he had abandoned could not be inherited. As a result, even with his own authority, a portion of the will of the Inferno had been reduced. Although it was not too much, it was enough to make him feel pain in his flesh. Next was Johnny Blaze. In order to allow Tzadkiel to descend into the world, he had to release the vengeful spirit in Johnny's body. This was equivalent to losing control of the Ghost Rider. Lastly, there was San Venganza. He had been busy for thousands of years, and he had paid a huge price for it, spending countless efforts to conceal it from the eyes of the other angels. Just as he was about to enjoy the fruits of his labor, he did not expect to kill his way out and make a wedding dress for someone else in the end. It was snatched away by a lord of hell who appeared out of nowhere. How infuriating! Mephisto gritted his teeth in hatred. He was the only one who had ever lied to others. He never thought that he would actually be tricked by someone today. It could really be said that he had been beating wild geese all day long, but he had been pecked in the eyes by a goose. Now that he thought about it carefully, if he had not been too greedy and wanted to refine that damned fellow into a key, he was afraid that the outcome would not have been like this. The more Mephisto thought about it, the angrier he became. Soon, a person appeared in his mind. Thus, he suddenly got up from the throne and walked towards Hashwalth with clenched teeth. His eyes were burning with boundless anger. He said hatefully, "Look at my memory. I almost forgot about you. Damn human. The cause of everything was this man. If not for that day when he sensed the familiar yet unknown aura of hell from him, he wouldn't have been able to lure Lord Karl here, let alone what happened next. From your expression, you should have failed, right?" Hashwalth, who was nailed to the rock wall, was expressionless. He looked at Mephisto, who had an angry expression on his face, and said, "So, are you here to vent your anger on me? You still don't know, right? Your master has already abandoned you." Mephisto's eyes rolled around, and he opened his mouth with his sharp teeth. He wanted Hashwalth to experience the feeling of being abandoned, and then suffer from endless despair. In the end, he degenerated into a demon, and with anger and resentment, he went to avenge the man who had abandoned him. That's right, that's it. Only such a tragic drama could satisfy him to a great extent. Mephisto shook his head and pretended to sigh regretfully. "You think you are very loyal, but you don't know that you are an abandoned puppy. Your master doesn't care about your life at all. How pitiful." Mephisto laughed sinisterly, in his heart. Your value is not even comparable to a useless contract. Poor fellow, do you feel the despair of being abandoned now? To his surprise, after listening to his speech, Hashwalth, who was nailed to the wall, did not show any resentment, but looked at him with a sarcastic look, as if he was watching a clown's performance. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "I will quietly watch you perform." Mephisto's expression changed, and his eyes were as gloomy as water. "What is that look in your eyes?" He. Hashwalth narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his lips curved up. He smiled and said, "I am watching an angry clown performance. As expected, it is very funny." Human. This sentence was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire, making Mephisto even more angry. His voice was like the cold wind in the 12th lunar month, and his eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. "Don't forget, this is my hell, and you are my toy. I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder." Hashwalth showed a look of realization, and then he said, "I was too busy watching you make a joke. I almost forgot the important thing. Before I left, let me give you a gift." "Leave." Mephisto suddenly laughed in anger, and roared in a low voice, "Open your eyes and look clearly. This is my, Mephisto's, hell. Without my permission, who can leave here? I can come and go as I please. What can you do to me?" The eyes under Hashwalth's glasses flashed with arrogance and contempt, as if in his eyes, this infernal king was as small as grass on the side of the road. "I want to see if your strength is as powerful as your mouth." The killing intent in Mephisto's eyes surged, and then he raised his ferocious claws that were as red as hot iron, and his 5 fingers suddenly closed against Hashwalth. Boom! A violent ripple suddenly appeared in the air around Hollow, and 5 fingers in the shape of a strange collapse appeared. The space continued to shrink and collapse at Hashwalth's position, as if it was going to crush him into a pool of flesh. But what happened next made this king of all fiends, Mephisto, almost shocked to the point that his jaw dropped. Rumble! Accompanied by a loud roar that resounded through the sky, endless golden lightning reflected into Mephisto's pupils. Bathed in golden thunder, Hashwalth was surrounded by a spiritual pressure full of destructive aura. 6-sided jade-shaped thunder drums hummed, and a golden thunder spear condensed in his hand. This scene was too familiar. The seraph was defeated by this move, wasn't it? But why was it that the same move was used by another person? Could it be? Mephisto's pupils suddenly contracted. In the next moment, he finally understood and said in shock, "So it's you. I finally understand. Lord Carl, this is your soul avatar. Congratulations, you guessed right." Hashwalth smiled and said, "But unfortunately, there is no reward for you." "Lord Carl, what do you want to do?" Mephisto was shocked and angry, and an ominous feeling lingered in his heart. Hashwalth smiled but did not speak. He stretched his arms to the limit. His right hand held the shining thunder spear. The muscles all over his body were taut like tree roots. It was like the Heracles in the legends of Olympus, filled with incomparable power and beauty. The next moment, the shining thunder spear swept across the sky, setting off endless violent winds. A huge golden light was like a meteorite, dragging a blazing golden tail flame that was 1,000 meters long. It tore through the sky above the bloody and dead hell, carrying thousands of wind dragons that surged above the sea of clouds. In the end, it fell into the gathering place of countless demons in the distance. Boom! The entire hell suddenly lost its color, and a dazzling golden light soared into the sky. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the scarlet-red continent that was like a soldering iron collapsed inch by inch. Hollow space collapsed like a mirror, and the violent gales burst forth with the clanging of swords' blade. The heaven-overflowing hellfire transformed into a pillar of fire that shot into the sky. Accompanied by surging golden lightning, it tore a crack that was 1,000 meters in diameter in the sky, and about 100,000 demons instantly died under this attack. "Goodbye, Old Mo. Hashwalth clapped his hands in satisfaction. This wave of wool was in place. It was time to leave. If he waited until Mephisto reacted, it would be difficult to leave. Buzz. Hashwalth summoned the dimension portal, and then jumped in, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Lord Carl. Mephisto rushed out of the thunder and saw a miserable scene of hell. His anger could not stop spreading, and his furious voice echoed like thunder in hell, "I swear I will kill you." Chapter 360. Human World. When Lord Spiritual will returned to his body from hell, he could not help but burst out laughing. Taking advantage of the backup plan he had left before, he sent his will to Hashwalth, and then took the opportunity to grab the wool of Mephisto. How could this feel good? The only pity was that he could not see Mephisto's expression. However, judging from the angry roar before he left, Mephisto must have been angered to death by him. Hundreds of thousands of low-level demons had died at once. Although it was not a serious injury, this action was no different from slapping his face. After all, a big shot from hell like Mephisto was very concerned about his face. This time, not only did Mephisto lose San Venganza, but he was also ruthlessly slapped by Lod, and his face was almost swollen. Although he was angry, Mephisto was still very calm and did not come to the human world to settle scores with him. Obviously, Mephisto knew that even if he came over, he would not be able to do anything to Lod. There was a high chance that he would be killed or even humiliated again. In order to prevent the above embarrassing scenes from happening, Mephisto had no choice but to be furious in hell, wondering what method he should use to secretly take revenge on him. Why not be fair and square? Mephisto wanted to do the same, but he was suppressed by the rules in the world and was no match for Lod, so he could only use this method. The matter regarding Mephistopheles was temporarily suppressed, because there was something more important waiting for him. This is San Venganza. Lod's heart immediately burned with passion. He looked at the shining ball of light in his palm. I don't need to waste my efforts. I finally got it. This was what Mephistopheles and Tzadkiel both coveted: heavenly fragment, San Venganza. Heavenly fragment, San Venganza. During the Second Battle of Heaven, Lucifer led more than half of the angels to rebel, causing the complete heaven to fall into the world after it was broken, and one of the fragments stolen by Tzadkiel. Evaluation: able to grow by devouring other fragments of heaven. The upper limit is unknown. Smart people know what to do with it. Note: once the host uses this fragment, it may attract the hatred of heaven. Please deal with it carefully. Attract the hatred of heaven? After Lod noticed the system prompt, he pondered in his heart. Ever since he beat Gabriel and Tzadkiel, his relationship with heaven seemed to have always been hatred. Among the seven seraph, he alone provoked two, and Michael's current attitude was unknown. He had not seen the other four, and their relationship could not be said to be very good. Moreover, even if the heavens did not like him, could they still descend to the mortal world to kill him? Stop messing around. As long as the ancient covenant was still there, no matter how arrogant the two great forces of heaven and hell were, they would never make a scene in the mortal world, unless the non-dimensional people of the Viking Mountain Emperor and other laws were dead. Right now, there were still several years before Ancient One left, so he still had enough time to grow. Lod shook his head, shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind. Then, he chanted the system in his heart: calculate all the gains this time and then display them in a list. Ding. This harvest is as follows: host please browse. Lower soul * 500.000. Medium soul * 3002. Special soul * 1, Black Heart Demon. Darkness Divine Book, Remnant Page, * 1. Heaven Fragment, San Venganza. The so-called burst of wealth was probably nothing more than this. Sure enough. In the future, if he wanted to recruit Mephisto, he would have to work so hard to complete the mission. How could he earn as quickly as killing a big dog? If not for the time and conditions not permitting, if he threw a few more shots of the air control thunder god, the number of souls would have to be over 1,000,000. Unfortunately, Mephisto was too stingy. He couldn't resist it even though it was only a few tens of thousands of demons. Lod sighed regretfully. Then, he raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, "Why are there still 0? Where did those 2 intermediate souls come from?" "Ding, wind demon and water demon souls." "Ah, this." Lod could not help but laugh. He had actually forgotten the 2 of them. Once a person had money, their mentality would immediately change, and they would no longer be interested in the souls of these 2 people. Ding. Ding detected a large number of inferior souls. "May I ask if the host wants to exchange them for superior souls?" The exchange ratio is, 100 medium soul equals 1 superior soul, 1000 inferior soul equals 1 medium soul. "Exchange, immediately." Lod's eyes burst out with a bright light. He did not even care about the removal of the space freeze and impatiently shouted, "Keep the souls of the city and then exchange them all for superior souls." Exchange successful. Acquired, high-grade soul, 34. 34 high-grade souls. This could be said to be Lod's most generous wave of income so far. It was enough for him to squander 30 lottery draws, and it was the most mysterious high-grade prize pool. Ding. In view that the host has opened the superior prize pool, the medium and lower prize pool is officially closed, and all the prizes are added to the small store with the new function, Kisukura Hera. Please check and buy it yourself. As expected. After hearing the system prompt, Lod did not show an expression of surprise. He just curled his lips and scolded the dog system. When he opened the medium prize pool, he found that the option of the lower prize pool had turned gray. Obviously, the reason why the system did this was that it did not want him to exploit loopholes as a brush. After all, even if it was an inferior prize pool, if luck and number of times were enough, one could still obtain a top-grade reward. It was just like the all-in-one skill back then, as well as the soul distribution, touch healing skill. Therefore, the system's actions were understandable. On one hand, it was to restrict him from digging holes, on the other hand, it was to prevent him from being lazy, urging him to continuously climb up, and until he reached the peak, he could not slack off in the slightest. Take advantage of this time, hurry up and shoot. Lod rubbed his hands together, his eyes burning with passion. He had already gone back to his room and decided to try drawing water here. However, before the system could open the interface, a bone-piercing chill surged like a tide, directly enveloping his entire body. When boundless killing intent, like millions of swords piercing through his body. Lod suddenly raised his head and looked towards the source of the killing intent. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle. Rumble. The sky was torn apart by the vast power of the gods, and a huge crack that was thousands of meters long appeared. In the deep and dark broken space, a huge palm formed from blue flame slowly stretched out, falling down with a momentum that almost covered the sky. The terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky, as if he was in the deep sea 10,000 meters below. The terrifying pressure that came from all directions made Lod feel as if he had become an extravagant hope even if he moved his finger. His breathing became extremely sluggish, and all he could see was the huge palm that kept falling down. Tzadkil. Lod recognized the owner of this palm. It was the Seraph Tzadkil. He had not expected that he would actually ignore the ancient covenant. Chapter 361. Rumble. The incomparably loud sound of a bell echoed throughout the world. The clouds in the sky stirred like a whirlpool. A giant palm that was burning with blue flames stretched out, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It descended from the sky with an unparalleled terrifying momentum. Lod raised his head with difficulty. The giant palm was less than 100 meters away from him. At this moment, one could even clearly see palm prints crisscrossed like ravines, all over the huge blue palm. There was no way to escape in all directions. The heavy atmosphere pressure suddenly increased the gravity by several times. Not to mention using Ho-Ho to escape here, even moving his fingers was an extravagant hope. Moreover, even the surrounding space was forcibly locked by the vast power, completely cutting off the way to escape through the realm gate. When Gons, May was keenly aware of the danger, and the dark and slender sword trembled violently. Even in the face of a crisis of certain death, it still emitted a surging battle intent, and the will of arrogance that wanted to cut off everything passed through sword to Lot as its master. Unsheathe me, and then, cut him to pieces. Gons, May's voice sounded in his heart, and time seemed to stop at this moment. The beautiful woman stepped on her slender jade feet and slowly walked out from the raging storm. Her silky black hair hung down her waist, and her eyes, which were as bright as the morning stars, revealed a strong fighting desire like a burning flame. Don't be afraid. Don't retreat. Face death, face the fear, face your heart. I will always be by your side, whether alive or dead, until the end of time. Even if the world is destroyed, it will not be able to separate us. The beautiful woman's flawless arms from behind tightly embraced Lod, and then she whispered in his ear. Who? As the breeze blew past, the time that had stopped suddenly returned to normal. Kill. Lod's eyes revealed an arrogant expression as he exhaled a scorching white breath. He clenched the trembling pitch-black sword blade tightly, and the accumulated sword energy bloomed in his sheath. Facing the giant palm that descended from the sky, the pitch-black sword blade transformed into a shocking rainbow as it slashed out. Clang! A clear and bright sword's voice resounded above the 9 heavens. For a time, the sea of clouds churned, and the wind and thunder surged. In an instant, countless cracks appeared in the sky that was tens of thousands of miles long. An extremely pitch-black sword's light suddenly bloomed, instantly taking away the color of the entire world. Even if the sun, moon, and stars shone together, they were unable to illuminate the extreme depth and darkness. The world was like an ocean, and it was severed in half by sword. The space within 10,000 li of hollow split apart one after another, and a terrifying sound of thousands of lightning exploding erupted. His gaze followed the pitch-black sword's light, and the pitch-black sword chi left behind a chasm that did not stop for a long time. Meanwhile, Tzadkiel extended his huge palm. It was also at the bottom of sword's body that it shattered and vanished. Boom! A furious roar seemed to come from the crack in the sky. It seemed that Tzadkiel was not in a good state. After passing through layers of space and time, the palm that he had finally struck out with great difficulty was actually cut apart by Lod. You deserve to die. A huge blue eye burst out with blazing killing intent. It turned into a tangible lightning bolt that pierced through hollow space. It stared at Lod through the crack in the sky. The crack around it began to expand gradually, as if it were about to cross over to another world. F***ck. Lod felt suffocated and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The ancient covenant was said that the angel demons could not descend to the human world. Why didn't this group of bastards follow the rules when he interfered? So what was Venerable Ancient One doing? Just as he was thinking, he saw a sudden change. When an invisible force rippled in the air and an orange-yellow magic pattern appeared. Then, the bald figure in the khaki-colored robe appeared. It was her, Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Seeing the familiar figure, Lod's heart trembled slightly, and then he felt a little relieved. He could not help but let out a long breath. Finally, she had arrived. With Venerable Ancient One here, presumably, it was impossible for Tzadkiel to descend forcefully. Tzadkiel, you have crossed the line. Ancient One used one hand to cast magic runes, directly suppressing the enlarged hollow space crack. Then, Her eyes contained endless anger. She said in a low voice, "The ancient covenant is still here. Do you want to go against his will?" As soon as these words came out, Quetzalcoatl was silent and did not dare to tear the space apart. Ancient One's robe fluttered, and the eye of Agamotto on her chest floated up, emitting a soft green light. She said in a threatening tone, "This is not a place you should stay. Go back to where you are, Quetzalcoatl." "Ah!" Quetzalcoatl snorted coldly. His huge eyes revealed a deep fear. "Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, I will remember this. I want to see how long you can protect him. You should get lost." A cold light surged in Ancient One's eyes. She formed a hand seal in front of her chest. "Don't force me to make a move. Otherwise, you will know the consequences." This was the first time that Lot had seen such a domineering Ancient One. With big boss strength, she was able to threaten the dimensional devil god level Quetzalcoatl. It could only be said that she was worthy of being someone who had eternal support. His words were unyielding. "You." Quetzalcoatl was at a loss for words. After a long while, he said hatefully, "Very good, very good. Ancient One. I will remember you." The crack gradually closed, and the giant eye slowly closed. Everything seemed to be coming to an end. But just as Lot and Ancient One relaxed their vigilance, Quetzalcoatl suddenly chanted an obscure unknown language. This is, using the language of Nyo. It was said that only angels could use this special language. When Lot was in Los Angeles, he had heard Michael use this language before, so he quickly recognized it. However, he did not understand why Quetzalcoatl would use this language. Ancient One's expression changed instantly. "Not good, this is a banishment spell. I shall use the justice of the gods as my name, banish my foe." Suddenly, a ray of divine light shot out of Quetzalcoatl's eyes. When the speed of the divine light was extremely fast. Even Ancient One didn't have time to react before it enveloped Lod. Lod tried to attack this divine light but found that it was incomparably tough and couldn't be destroyed. He could only look at Ancient One in shock. "In the name of Mountain Emperor, protect this person." Ancient One hastily formed a seal with both hands and fused the magic runes into the divine light. Then, he hurriedly said, "He cast heaven banishing magic on you. I don't know where you will be immediately sent to. My Mountain Emperor's blessing magic might be able to help you." Banishing magic. The corner of Lod's eyes twitched. Was he going to use his luck? If his luck was bad and he was sent to Mephisto, wouldn't he die on the spot? "I hope my luck isn't too bad." Lod muttered helplessly in his heart before he was swallowed up by the spatial crack. Chapter 362. I will come back. Lod only had time to say this before he was swallowed by Hollow's spatial rift. The banishment magic cast by Quetzalcoatl was originally a punishment used by heaven to punish the sinners. Once the torturers were banished, they would forever be lost in the endless turbulence of space. Nyo language had a powerful law power. It was the residual power of God, so even the time stone could not reverse this result. The only thing she could do was cast the blessing magic of the Mountain Emperor on Lod before she was banished in order to bring him good luck. However, Quetzalcoatl was also very tactful. After projecting the god of banishing light, he immediately left the latitude on Earth and did not give Ancient One a chance to settle the score. Good luck. Ancient One could only helplessly shake her head and sigh. "I hope you can come back safely. This is all I can help you with." She had done everything she could. The rest would depend on Lod's luck. "This space has been fixed." Ancient One put her hands behind her back and slowly swept his eyes around. Looking at the devastated city, he suddenly exclaimed, "It is similar to a mirror dimension, but not completely." As Sorcerer Supreme, she could see the mystery of this space at a glance. Although the actual effect was not as good as the mirror space, to a great extent, it avoided innocent lives and was involved in this kind of apocalyptic battle. The drawback was that it could not protect buildings. Forget it, since we are already here. Ancient One shook her head helplessly. Since she had already seen it, she couldn't just leave it be, right? I'll just help you clean up this mess. It was definitely not possible to directly undo the spatial freeze. After all, the entire city had been destroyed. If those ordinary people saw it, it might cause a huge panic. This did not match the style of Kamartaja's seclusion, so they could only think of ways to repair the destroyed city. Originally, this should have been Laud's job. However, she did not know where the original owner had been banished to, so this difficult task could be handed over to her. Fortunately, with the eye of Agamotto, this job was easy for Ancient One. In the name of Agamotto, recover. Ancient One's hands intertwined in front of her chest. The hanging eyeball-shaped accessory slowly floated up and released a soft green light. The magic power condensed into a dial needle and appeared on her wrist. Ho! As the wrist rotated, it moved the green engraved needle and moved on the circular-shaped watch. The scenery around changed in an instant. The power of time enveloped the entire city. In an instant. As if she had pressed a backward button, the broken earth gradually closed up, and the collapsed tall buildings gradually recovered. Everything was flowing backwards, and the ruined city had returned to the time before it was destroyed. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Ancient One raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Pa! An invisible ripple spread out. It restored the frozen space. Then, Ancient One waved her sleeve and summoned an orange circular portal. It instantly disappeared. A moment later, Tony faintly woke up from the hotel bed and found that Happy and Louis were beside him, looking at him nervously. "Tony, are you okay?" Happy asked worriedly. "We just arrived at your room and found you unconscious on the ground." "What happened?" I don't know. I can't remember it clearly." Tony felt his mind go blank, as if he had forgotten something, but he could not remember what it was, as if a large part of his memory had been missing. At the same time, several of SHIELD's agent found Steve, who was also unconscious in the room, and asked him nervously after waking him up. Steve was stunned for a few seconds and muttered, What happened?" After time went back, everything would return to its original state. Of course, this included the only person who had witnessed the great battle. In the spatial crack, the surroundings were pitch black and deep. It was as if Hollow was in the mouth of an abyss beast that was waiting to swallow him up. Occasionally, there would be faint cracks in space, and they were also emitting terrifying fluctuations. "Is this spatial turbulence?" Laud frowned slightly. He immediately discovered that the cracks in space were actually the entrances to an unknown area. If he accidentally touched it, he would be sucked to somewhere in the next second. Perhaps it was Earth, or perhaps it was an area millions of light years away from Earth. In fact, banishing magic and teleportation magic were very similar in essence. The only difference was that the main purpose of banishing magic was banishing, and it would not protect the transmission, so life or death depended on oneself. Or it was all up to the will of heaven. In this dangerous area, Laud became extremely vigilant. He did not dare to relax at all. With the help of the landing point formed by Reishi, he flashed and moved in the space turbulence, carefully avoiding the shattered space. After approaching Big Boss, even in such an extreme environment like vacuum, Laud did not need to breathe air through his mouth and nose. He only needed to use Reishi to maintain his vital signs. In this hollow space turbulence, the least lacking was Reishi. Through the special ability of Quincy, he could persist here for a long time. Although it was not suffocating to death, Laud was still facing a big problem at the moment, which was that Hollow had no direction in the air turbulence. Forward, infinitely far. Backward, infinitely far. Left, infinitely far. Right, infinitely far. Up, infinitely far. Down, infinitely far. There was only a dense space of turbulence that was like a mirror shattering, leading to one unknown region after another, as if telling Lod to choose an exit. To choose a relatively correct passage in such a massive crack was no less difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. And the most important thing was, in these countless space cracks, not every end had an exit, most of them were dead ends, just like the prison in the broken world. No one knew where they would be thrown to. What to do? Lod looked at the boundless crack and felt a little heavy. He tried to summon the dimension portal here, but unfortunately, there was no response. It was estimated that this place was isolated from the dimension portal. As for the dog system, there was no need to rely on it for help. Not interfering with any of the host's choices, even if it were for a fatal crisis, was the only thing worthy of praise for the dog system. Ah, there is no other choice. After a long silence, Lod sighed faintly. The only choice left for him seemed to be to try his luck. However, the bet this time was his life. Chapter 363. Calm down, observe carefully, and then find the exit. Lod repeated to comfort himself. He took several deep breaths to calm down his chaotic heart, and then carefully observed the cracks in Hollow's space, trying to find a trace of law or any clues about the exit. These cracks that were spread all over Hollow's space turbulence. Some of them were as big as the Grand Canyon and stretched for thousands of miles, while the small ones were not as big as the arms. The difference between the two could be said to be heaven and earth, and there was no difference apart from that. It was obvious that this method would not work. Lod was still a little unwilling. He tried to condense Reishi into an arrow and hit it into the crack with the ability of all things. Then he planned to use Reishi's feedback to sense whether the other end of the crack was safe. But until he lost his sense, Reishi did not send any feedback. This was like a natural prison, cutting off all the paths to escape. Even Lod was inevitably a little discouraged at this moment. He tried all the methods he could think of, but all the results were useless. Let's begin. Lod spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his lungs, and then his eyes stared at the faintly discernible cracks. Next was to verify his bloodline. It was the time to distinguish right from wrong. If he chose the wrong exit, then it could only prove that he was just so, destined to suffer this disaster. Sometimes, luck was also an important part of success. Looking at those powerhouses who could reach the peak, their personalities were cunning, tough, bold, and brave. Other than all worldly possessions, there was only one thing in common, and that was that their luck was very good. To turn misfortune into good luck, to avert disaster, to jump off the cliff with a technique, to go out and pick up teachers. The above and so on, all of them had the help of great luck in the unseen world, allowing them to finally reach the peak. And now, it was his turn. Whether or not he could avert disaster depended on his next choice, deciding the direction of the future. In the end, he chose the biggest crack. If one had to say the reason, it might be because the crack was more pleasing to the eye. Secondly, the inside of the crack was almost stable, and inside the other cracks, Hollow's turbulence was abnormally violent. Lod silently prayed in his heart. Then, he strode into the crack. The next moment, he experienced the feeling of being stuffed into a rolling washing machine and then crazily stirring countless circles. The terrifying suction force coming from all directions seemed to tear him into pieces. The platform created by Reishi instantly collapsed, and his whole person was like a rootless duckweed, gradually disappearing in the violent turbulence of Hollow, disappearing into the deep darkness. It was unknown how long had passed. There was no sound or light in the space inside Hollow's turbulence, not even Reishi. Lod was in this space. He didn't know how long he had been floating in the air. He couldn't determine the direction, nor could he find any exit. As time passed, spiritual power gradually ran out of energy. This place was like a prison, trapping him here. There was nothing he could do, he could only wait to die. Although he did not want to admit it, he did feel despair. After the initial struggle and unwillingness, Laud's mood gradually became calm and silent. It was not that he had given up the hope of survival, but that he had to save all resources and find a way to escape before he died. One day, in the boundless darkness, Laud suddenly felt a familiar deathly aura. It was the aura of hell. In an instant, Laud did not hesitate at all. Ho-Ho turned into a streak of light and rushed towards the source of the aura. He had no choice. If he continued to stay in this boundless darkness, he would die sooner or later due to the exhaustion of his spiritual energy. This was his last hope. As for whose hell it was no longer important to him. Even if it were for Lucifer's hell, it was better than being trapped alive here. Closer, closer. Laud's eyes flashed with excitement. He could clearly feel that the aura of hell was very close, not far ahead. In the end, after exhausting all of spiritual power's strength, Laud slammed his head into the crack, and then he disappeared in an instant. This place was a barren ice field. The bone-chilling cold wind howled, rolling up layers of ice and snow waves. It was like the surging waves of the sea. The entire world was shrouded in gray fog. Looking out, there were many peaks of glaciers and cliffs, like thousands of sharp swords. Thick snow covered the ice plains. One could vaguely see a black river, a huge stone bridge that exuded an ancient aura, standing across the surging black river. There were no signs of life here. Even the weeds with the most tenacious vitality could not survive here, only the boundless ice plains. Cold, deathly silence, was the only theme here. However, in such an extreme environment, there was a figure walking on the ice field, facing the wind and snow, dragging a huge weight. Chi-la! 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 As the figure got closer and closer, it was actually a woman, and she was dragging a huge bullhorn monster. The woman was wearing broken armor full of sword marks, and her long purple hair was dancing in the wind and snow. White feathers were inserted on both sides of her hair, one hand dragging the bullhorn monster, and the other hand holding a long sword dripping with blood, walking forward with firm steps. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The biting cold wind whistled past, blowing up the thick snow, faintly revealing a figure. The silver-armored woman stopped in her tracks. She couldn't help but frown as she sized up the person buried under the snow. The person's black clothes were completely shattered. His entire body was covered in frozen blood, and the breathing at the tip of his nose was extremely weak. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, anyone would probably think of him as a corpse. Rustle. The man's fingers moved slightly, and then he opened his eyes with difficulty. His dry lips curled into a bitter smile. That bastard Tzadkiel had finally did it to him. This person was Laud, who had escaped from the turbulence of space crack. Although he had successfully passed through the crack, spiritual power had exhausted all of his defenses and could only allow the space storm to wreak havoc. Fortunately, this time, his luck was not bad. Although he was severely injured by the spatial storm, he still had a chance to live, allowing him to successfully reach this hell. Next, he only needed to give him a period of time to replenish spiritual power, and then he could use the super speed regeneration to heal his injuries. "You, who are you?" The woman looked at him warily and asked. "A lost person." Laud forced a smile. "May I ask, where is this place?" The woman frowned and a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. "You actually don't know where this is?" Laud had a bitter expression on his face. He said, "I got lost. I accidentally came here." "You are so unlucky." The woman was silent for a moment, and then said lightly, "This is the country of the dead, Helheim." Chapter 364. Helheim. Laud was slightly stunned and didn't respond. Because of his serious injury, his brain was a little confused now, so he couldn't remember where this Helheim was. He just felt that it sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Helheim, also called the underworld. The woman took a deep look at him, and then slowly said, "It seems that you are not an Asgardian. Otherwise, how could you not know the meaning of Helheim?" Helheim. The underworld. Lod was startled, and a flash of lightning flashed through his chaotic brain. He suddenly remembered. It turned out that this was one of the 9 realms of Northern Europe, the underworld, and the master of the kingdom of the dead was the famous goddess of death, Hela, who was suppressed here by Odin tens of thousands of years ago. After knowing where he was, Lod was slightly relieved. The Helheim where Hela was located could be said to be the only one, and he could barely accept the result. At least it was much better than the Demon King of 7 Sins and Mephistopheles. From the looks of it, you don't seem to be worried. The woman's intuition was very sharp. She found that Lod seemed to be relieved. She could not help but ask with some doubts, "This is the kingdom of the dead. No one can leave here. Don't you feel sad?" "Because for me, this is the best situation." Lod thought back to the endless darkness, space. A bitter smile appeared on his face. "At least I can see living people here, much better than the place I was in before. I'm not a living person." There was a hint of sadness in the woman's eyes, but it was soon hidden. She smiled and said, "I suddenly began to wonder where you came from. Believe me, you won't want to go." Lod raised his cracked lips. This was a typical case of not being beaten by society. He would rather die than go back to that damned place. "Well, it sounds really bad." The woman nodded as if she understood. She sensibly did not continue to ask. She stared at Lod with her big black eyes and asked, "I think you need help. If you continue to stay in this place, you will soon become the feces of the nether beast. I am very grateful. I just happen to need help." Lod did not refuse. Firstly, he was too seriously injured to move. Secondly, it was indeed not safe here. It was better to follow this woman than to be frozen here. "No need to thank me." The woman bent down and picked up Lod with one hand, then carried him on her shoulder as if he was a cargo. Lod. This feeling of being carried by someone seemed a little strange. But thinking about it carefully, he was now a wounded person and was not qualified to ask for so much, so he could only endure for the time being. The woman dragged the horned beast weighing thousands of pounds in one hand, and lowered on her shoulders in the other during the snowstorm. In the ice and snow that filled the sky, the two of them advanced dozens of kilometers. In the end, they arrived at a cave under a cliff. The cave was very deep. The bones of all kinds of beasts were scattered inside, and thick fur was spread on the stone bed. It gave people a wonderful feeling of living in the prehistoric era. Obviously, this was her residence. The woman put Lod on the stone bed and turned to deal with the huge horned beast. Lod observed carefully and found that the woman's swordsmanship was quite outstanding. In just a few breaths of time, she cut the 1,000-pound bull-horn beast like a butcher cutting a cow, leaving only a lonely skeleton. Moreover, the silver-sharp sword the woman used was definitely extraordinary. The sword was engraved with complicated patterns, as well as a sword square with a pair of wings. It was paired with a sharp silver blade. The whole sword exuded a gorgeous aura, and there was also a faint fluctuation of magic. Presumably, it should have come from the hands of a god craftsman. "What are you looking at?" The woman noticed Lod's gaze, and her delicate eyebrows slightly frowned. "Your sword should be a divine artifact, right?" Lod asked with a smile. "I don't know. I picked it up." The woman was expressionless. She bent down to pick up the withered tree branches and piled them together. Then, she slowly started a fire. "You saved my life. Mind if you tell me your name?" "My name?" The woman stopped her action of starting a fire. Her long eyelashes moved, and her pitch-black eyes flashed with a strange expression. Brunhild, this is my name. Lost person, what is your name? Brunhild. The corners of Lod's mouth twitched slightly. He had guessed correctly. In a broken place like the Helheim, there was only one possibility for women to wear broken armor full of sword marks and gorgeous divine artifacts. No matter how one thought about it, that was the legendary Valkyrie, a heroic spirit army under Odin's command. It was rumored that the Valkyries swore to serve the gods. All of them were brave and brave. They rode on white Pegasus and wore silver armor. They used the long swords in their hands to cut through the night sky. They were as mysterious and beautiful as the polar light. When the Valkyries descended on the battlefield, they would bring victory to Asgard. Moreover, it was said that every Norwegians had once imagined that Valkyrie was their dream lover. You know me. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, Brunhild turned around and asked. I have only heard of it. Lod quickly shook his head and said, You can call me Lod. In the Marvel history, it was best for Odin to not admit to Hela's actions with the life of the Valkyrie. Otherwise, he could not guarantee that this beautiful Valkyrie would not stab him in the head after knowing about it. Lod. Upon hearing this, Brunhild was slightly startled. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of surprise. She was half surprised and half alert as she said, You are the legendary. Obviously not. Lod was slightly speechless. However, he had already expected this day to come. He explained, I have nothing to do with the Nordic god. It's just that my name is the same. That makes sense. If it really is him, how could he be reduced to letting me save him? Brunhild nodded thoughtfully. She inadvertently pricked a certain person in the heart, but she herself continued to burn without knowing. A cluster of flames rose, bringing warmth and light to the cold cave. Brunhild used her sword to skewer a piece of meat, then placed it on the fire to slowly roast it. Zi la 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 la. The meat was roasted to the point of sizzling oil, emitting waves of fragrance. With the light from the fire, Brunhild's eyes revealed traces of imperceptible sadness under the light of the fire, as if she was recalling some unbearable memories. Where are the others? Lod suddenly asked, There should be a lot of Valkyrie, right? They are all dead. Brunhild's movements became sluggish. After a long silence, she said in a terrifying and calm voice, The Valkyries. I am the only one left. Even their souls cannot rest in peace and become the puppets of the goddess of death. Chapter 365. Sadness was more important than death, and this was the feeling. The companions who had grown up and fought together for thousands of years, under the command of the great Odin, launched an attack on the rebel goddess of death, Hela. In the end, no one in the entire army survived, and she fell into this kingdom of the dead with herself. They thought they could rest in peace, but the result was heartbreaking. They sacrificed their lives to the gods in exchange for supreme glory to fight on the battlefield, just to go to the Valhalla after death. But the truth was, not only were they not brought to the Valhalla, but they were thrown into Helheim. Apart from her, the souls of the 26 Valkyries had fallen into the hands of the goddess of death, Hela. They could not even rest in peace after death, and they were tortured for eternity. This was the most painful memory hidden deep in Brunhild's heart. She hated Hela, and she hated Odin's heartlessness even more. She had abandoned Valkyrie as a prop. The meat is burnt. A voice interrupted her thoughts. When Brunhild returned to her senses, she discovered that the flesh on the sword had already been roasted black. Brunhild lightly sighed. She threw away the charred meat, skewered it, and roasted it on the fire. She said to Lod, If you recover from your injuries, hurry up and leave. Helheim is not a good place. If you are discovered by Hela, you will never be able to leave this place. Lod raised his eyebrows. From what you're saying, you can't leave this place. I am already a dead person. Brunhild's gaze darkened and she mocked herself. A dead person can only stay in the underworld. Where can she go? Did she not want to leave? But the soul of a dead person is bound by the rules of the underworld of Helheim, and can only stay here and suffer forever. You saved my life, and I can grant you a wish. Lod smiled and said, what if I tell you that I can take you out of here? Brunhild's body trembled slightly, and the light in her eyes flashed away. She sighed faintly and said, take care of yourself first. You can only take me away from Helheim. Unless you can defeat the goddess of death, Hela, don't say such big words. The entire Helheim was under the control of the goddess of death, Hela. No one could take away any soul from her, not even the god Odin, let alone a seriously injured person who was about to die. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Lod could not help but smile. People always have dreams. What if I can really do it? There is no what if. You have no idea how scary Hela is. Brunhild glanced at him unhappily. Although she said that she didn't believe him, a trace of hope ignited in her heart. Even though it was so vague, she still couldn't help but fantasize. Lod chuckled and narrowed her eyes. I already said that it was just in case. What can I do if I think about it? If you can really take me away. Brunhild had a hesitant expression. Thinking about it, she was dreaming. Her heart suddenly became free and easy, and Brunhild smiled. I am willing to swear that I will serve you with my life and be your Valkyrie. Lod revealed a meaningful gaze and said, then it is a deal, my Valkyrie. Brunhild. It seems that I am really crazy to believe your nonsense. Brunhild shook her head in amusement, then turned away from Lod and focused on roasting the meat in her hand. Soon, the meat was roasted. The fragrant roasted meat was steaming, and it was filled with rich fragrance and overflowing meat juice, making people want to take a bite. Brunhild turned around and asked, you are injured. Do you want a piece? Lod took the barbecue and asked in surprise, isn't this hell? A dead soul shouldn't need to eat. Of course I need it. Brunhild explained, if you stay in Helheim for a long time without energy, you will soon become a wandering soul that has lost all reason and self-consciousness. Lod's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. Helheim had very little spirit, and he was not enough to supply these souls. That was why he had hunted other creatures to replenish his own situation. After eating and drinking, Brunhild hugged her sword and curled up beside the fire to sleep. As an injured person, Lod naturally occupied the stone bed covered with animal skin. Helheim was shrouded in ice and snow all year round, and there was no distinction between day and night, so he could only rely on physical sense and intuition to judge the time. During these 2 days of rest, Lod also found one thing. That was that Helheim's reishi was extremely rare, and the concentration was even less than 1/10 of the current world. Such a rare reishi concentration directly led to the slow recovery of his injury. Until now, spiritual power had only recovered less than 1/5, far from the peak. It was simply ridiculous. He had never seen such a shabby hell before. The concentration of spirit particles was even inferior to that of the modern world. He really didn't know what was going on with Hela. Brunhild greeted him. I'm going out to hunt. Be careful alone. The last time, the beast meat had already been divided up by the two, leaving behind a pile of white bones. Originally, it was enough for her to eat for a week, but Lod's appetite was relatively large. He ate more at a time than her, and in just 2 days, he had already finished. Thus, Brunhild could only go out to hunt. After speaking, Brunhild walked out of the cave and disappeared into the snowstorm. Lod sighed speechlessly. At this rate, he estimated that it would take at least half a month before he could fully recover to his peak state. In any case, it was boring to stay alone, so he could just go and draw the reward from the settlement. If not for that bastard Tzadkiel interfering in the middle, he would probably have already drawn the reward, so there was no need to wait until now. Lod roughly calculated. In view of the city that had not been repaired and the souls that had been accumulated before, the number of superior souls that he currently possessed was a total of 35. It could be said to be the most large sum of money up to date. The superior prize pool was drawn 10 times by 10 souls, so he could draw a total of 30 times. 30 times. And it was a superior prize pool. What kind of concept was this? Just thinking about it made Lod unable to contain his excitement. Dog system, draw. Ding. Do you want to consume 30 superior souls to draw a prize? Lod rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and said, I'm sure. I want to draw a prize. Who? First, a white fog suddenly drifted over, and then the Soul King Palace appeared in front of his eyes. A brown-haired man wearing a black-framed glasses, with an elegant and easygoing temperament slowly walked over. The corners of his lips held a gentle smile, and his eyes seemed to be deep enough to see through people's hearts. Lod was slightly shocked and recognized the man at a glance. Aizen Saushik. 2D, well-known pretentious prick and arrogant bastard. Not only did he have the wisdom to fool everyone in his palm, but he was also impeccable in terms of strength. All of Death God's skills were at the peak, and even his scientific research skills were at the ultimate boss. Unexpectedly, the person who was stationed at the top prize pool was actually him. Chapter 366. Dog system, sure enough, it can play. Let Aizen guard the reward pool, this operation makes others silly. Like the previous card pool character, this Aizen also has no consciousness, just according to the program set by the system, but fortunately it is a fake Aizen, otherwise if the real person is here, the pressure is too big. It is worthy of the top prize pool. Lod was filled with emotion. Spending money to enjoy was different. Even the lottery space became Soul King Palace. According to the previous rules of the dog system, according to the level of the prize pool, the rewards were different. For example, the lower prize pool only had Shikai Zanpakuto, while the medium prize pool was added to Bankai and special buildings, which was that he did not know what the so-called superior prize pool was different from the previous medium prize pool. I hope I won't be disappointed. Lod calmed down his excitement and raised his hand to break the 3 light balls that Aizen was holding. Boom. 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 At the moment when the light balls broke, the whole Soul King Palace seemed to shake. Then 3 dazzling orange rays of light turned into a huge pillar of light and soared into the sky, setting off endless astral winds and waves that spread out. Lod opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Good guy, I'm going to be stunned by this wave. Is this superior prize pool?" Just from this shocking special effect, it could satisfy certain photosensitive epilepsy patients to a great extent. The vibration lasted for dozens of seconds, and the rear gradually stopped. The reward was not in the form of a list, but in the form of an object, presented in front of Lod. Golden light. Golden light. It was still a golden light. There was a little purple light mixed in it, and only a few, orange light. Looking at the large golden light in front of him, Lod's breathing became rapid. At this moment, he could even hear the heartbeat of his heart. Golden, Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura Kagyoshi, Bankai. Golden, Aizen experimental notes, remnant. Purple, Kido experience speed *10. Golden, 13th Division Barracks, special environment with light spiritual land, can summon ordinary death god by paying the soul. Purple, Ho-Ho experience book *10. Golden, Bakudo, Shij, no Samon, the Gate of 4 Beasts. Purple, Hakuda experience book *10. Golden, Superior, Spiritual Power, *10. Orange, Special Building, Phoenix Palace, one of the 5 major departments of the Soul King Palace, can be mass-produced by paying the soul. Golden, Matsumoto Rangiku Private Photo Album. Purple Arankar Skill, Zero. Golden, Nell's Private Photo Album. Golden, Shrift, Death Dealing. Purple, Arankar Skill, Eero plus LV.1. Purple, Arankar Skill, Super Regeneration plus LV.1. Golden, Shrift Mark Bestowal. Gold, Superior, Spiritual Power Beat *10. Golden, SWA FON. Purple, Ho-Ho Experience Book X10. Golden, T, Sure. Hitsugaya. Purple, Kido Experience Book *10. Purple, Zanjutsu *10. Golden, Shrift, Explode. Golden, Superior, Spiritual Power Beat *10. Orange, Soul King's Nails. Gold, Temporary Soul, First Class. Gold, Special Building, the Forest of Great Hollow. Every once in a while, it will automatically give birth to Great Hollow. By paying the soul acceleration process, it will automatically attract the fallen soul of the modern world and transform it into hollow. Gold, Inu Orium's painting. Gold, had. Number 91, Senjuke, Tente. Thousand Hand Incandescent Heaven Culling Seer, one-time use. Orange, Zanpakuto, Zanka no Tachi. Jinjaka. Shocked, still shocked. If a miracle had color, it must be gold. At first, Lod thought it was an illusion. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and even pinched his thigh. Only after he sucked in a breath of cold air in pain did he confirm that this was not an illusion. There was really so much gold. Huck it. Huck it. Huck it. Lod let out a heavy and rapid breath, as if he was silently expressing his current mood. If he had to use a word to describe his current feelings, it would be awesome. As expected of a high-quality soul prize pool. Although the difficulty of obtaining it could be said to be at the level of a nightmare, after seeing the generous degree of reward, he could not help but silently think that it was worth it. It was worth offending so many people. After a long time, Lod finally calmed down. He then looked at the orange rays of light and asked, "System, isn't the highest reward golden?" Ding. Reward level, white, blue, purple, gold, orange. Orange, level reward is only limited to the high-level prize pool. It is the highest level reward. After listening to the system's explanation, Lod nodded in realization. No wonder he had never seen it before. The highest reward of orange level could only appear in the high-level prize pool. This dog system. I'm afraid it is not designed by Tencent. Lod shook his head and used up all the consumable items according to the previous lottery convention. Spiritual power plus 10,000. Spiritual power plus 10,000. Spiritual power plus 10,000. Kido experience plus 10,000. Kido experience plus 10,000. Kido experience plus 10,000. Zanjutsu experience plus 10,000. Zanjutsu experience plus 10,000. Zanjutsu experience plus 10,000. Ho-Ho experience plus 10,000. Ho-Ho experience plus 10,000. Ho-Ho experience plus 10,000. Hakuda experience plus 10,000. Hakuda experience plus 10,000. Hakuda experience plus 10,000. Upgrade, Zanjutsu, level 6. 7. Upgrade, Ho-Ho, level 5. Level 6. Upgrade, Hakuda, level 5. Level 6. After consuming all the consumables, and with the accumulation of time, he instantly increased the 3 basic levels, and his strength increased a little. Although the degree of improvement was not very big, it was still too much. Next was the highlight. The appearance of the 3 special buildings could be said to have greatly alleviated his urgent need. First, it was the orange level, 0 Division, Phoenix Hall. As the residents of 0 Division, Each member of Zero Division had their own special abilities. In the original work, Phoenix Hall belonged to Etsuneme. He was the man who built all the prototype of Zanpakuto. The most basic and most important special ability of Phoenix Hall was that it could mass-produce the prototype Asachi. Moreover, Lod roughly looked at the price. It could be said that he was quite considerate. He only needed to pay a low-level soul to produce an Asachi. It was rare for the dog system to have a conscience. Next was the 13th division. Although the level was only gold, it was no less important than Phoenix Hall in terms of importance. Other than the faint spirit zone effect attached to it, it only needed to pay a middle-level soul as a price to summon 10 ordinary death god. However, the only drawback was that the summoned death god was only 8th class and could never do Shikai. To a certain extent, the appearance of Phoenix Hall and Division 13 made up for the current situation of Soul Society's lack of manpower. And the last special building, the Forest of the Great Hollow. This was the first time that Lod saw a special building related to Hollow Circle in the reward. In the original work, this was the place where the lower-level Hollow and Jillian lived, but when it came to the system, it became the place where the lower-level Hollow and Jillian were bred. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was no problem. A low-level soul could give birth to a low-level Hollow, and a medium-level soul could give birth to a Jillian. It could be said that the system was very strict in this regard, and it completely blocked his idea of any card bug. Chapter 367. Shrift Mark Bestowal, not bad. Lod looked at his new ability, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise a smile. It's a big step closer to Waiwaka's omnipotence. The process of Shrift Mark Bestowal is very simple. You only need to drip your blood into the wine, and then drink the soul of the blood wine, and you can be engraved with the words with the ability. Once the words are completely formed, he can send more powerful soul force into the body of the person who drank the blood wine. In exchange, he can now engrave his own shrift into the soul of others. This is one of Waiwaka's 4 major abilities. And now he has Flawless Healing and Shrift Mark. There are only 2 abilities missing, Soul Distribution, Sleep State and Soul Recycling, Auswallen, and then he will obtain Waiwaka's Shrift, the Almighty. Click. Lod said softly, but unfortunately, Hashwalth was not around at the moment. Otherwise it's time to try it out and give him the Balance's Shrift. Now I can only wait to go back and try to engrave Shrift. After putting all these rewards into the bag, Lod looked at the last and most important thing, the remaining 2 orange level rewards. Soul King's Nails. Perhaps many people are not familiar with it. In fact, this is the key material to make Gyaku. According to the content of Eisen experimental notes, fusing the special soul with the nail of Soul King can create the prototype of Gyaku, and then after debugging and modification, can create the real Gyaku. If it was a special soul, he still had a black heart demon. As for the specific experimental methods and details, he still needed to discuss it with Kisukura and Nemu after returning to Soul Society. This is a good thing. Lod happily put away the Spirit King's nail and then spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He looked at the last orange level reward. I believe that as long as you have seen Death God, you will not be unfamiliar with it. It belongs to Godei 13 Captain Commander Yamamoto Jonri, Saishiji Kuni, and has the strongest attack power of the flame element Zanpakuto, and the oldest Zanpakuto in the Araraya Jinjaka. Among all Zanpakuto of Soul Society, only 3 have the skills of controlling the weather. After Shikai, the temperature of the flame can reach thousands of degrees, comparable to the temperature of the sun's surface. Just one blow can turn hundreds of kilometers into ashes, turn the sky and the earth into a hot furnace. And Death God, who holds this Zanpakuto, is the Yamamoto Jonri, Saishiji Kuni, who is known as the strongest Death God in the millennium. Soul Society protects the founder of Godei 13, the first captain of 1st Division, the founder and the first principal of Spiritual Arts Academy, and 1,000 years ago, he defeated Waiwak with full knowledge with his own strength. How strong is Yamamoto Janri, Sai Shiji Kuni? Looking at all the villains in Death God's whole article, the first thing you think of is not to defeat him, but to limit him with various means. Aizen, who has the highest level of force, needs to borrow the ability of Ryujinjaka using Wonder Wace Extinguer. He did not dare to confront the old man. Waiwak, who is omniscient and omnipotent, deceived the eyes of Yamamoto Genri Usai old man with a fake body, consumed the little strength he has left, and attacked from behind, which led to Yamamoto Janri, Sai Shiji Kuni dying in the battlefield. Through the above situation, it is enough to prove that Yamamoto Janri, Sai Shiji Kuni and Ryujinjaka, what position they occupy in the whole Death God, it is not too much to call the full version of up-level combat power. Although I didn't get Yamamoto Janri, Sai Shiji Kuni, I am a little sorry. I got SWAFONNT, sure. Hitsugaya, 2 captains, which also made up for his regret to a certain extent. For Soul Society, who lacked high-end combat power, I added 2 captain-level Death God. After a wave of wealth, Lod's mood became much better. Sure enough, what the ancient people said was right, how to solve the worry. Only to be rich. System, open up my personal attributes. Lod crossed his legs and lay on the bed, humming a tune as he called out to the system. Ding personal attributes are as follows. Host, Lod Carl. Bloodline, Death God, Quincy, Hollow. Title, Lord of Hell, Kenpeiku. Spiritual power, 3-seated officer. Shikai, Gons, Mei, Shins. Senbonzakura, Hai, Rinmaru, Tenkan, Gonri, Maru, Nozarashi, Gagatsubari, Minajiki, Ri, Jinjaka. Bankai, Daiguran Hai, Rinmaru, K. Gonri. Reiki. Minajiki, Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. Zanjutsu, Level 7, Sword Pressure. Hakuda, Level 6, Ikotsu, Shunko, Raijin Senkei. Hoho, Level 6, Cicada Shell. Kido, Level 7, able to instant cast Kido below 70. Holification, Underworld God, 1%. Fullbring, unlocked. Shrift, X-axis, the balance, death dealing, explode. Skill, soul distribution, flawless healing, soul distribution, shrift mark, blood vein, blood artery, shadow space, Hieronkyaku, Heilig feel, divine arrow, Rans, Tenge, the arrow, high speed. Regeneration, hair gel, 8000 sword style, Zanjutsu, Gran Reisuro. Soul control, upper soul *5. Items, Jigai, Hell Butterfly, Memory Replacer, H, Hyaku, Shattered Shards 55/10,000, Photo Collection, Scoot Staffel Uniform, Quincy Cross Convicted, Seal Schneider, Tent, Ken, Milan Escudo, Kick, Aizen's Notes, Remnant, Hojikuze, Superhuman Drug, Black Cloak, Espada Limited Costume, Freundskild, Blackheart, Soul State, Heaven Fragment, San Venganza, Soul King's Nails, Bakud. Shij. No Samon, Single Use, Temporary Soul, First Class, Had. Number 91. Senjoke, Tente. Single Use. Special buildings are not included in the props. It's getting longer and longer. For a moment, Lod felt a little emotional. From the beginning, he was poor. It was really not easy for him to develop until now. There were even 2 times where he barely survived. Facing the wrath of the powerful Seraph and the 2 demon kings, if his luck was a little bit worse, he would probably be able to cross over a 3rd time now. Time passed unknowingly. When Lod was still immersed in excitement, heavy footsteps could be heard from the wind and snow outside the cave. Brunhild had returned. It was just that her condition didn't seem too good. The silver armor on her chest had been shattered by some kind of sharp weapon. A huge wound from her left shoulder to her right abdomen could even be seen. The flesh inside was rolled up, and the depth was close to cutting off all of her ribs. Even though Brunhild's injuries were so severe, she still held a dead elk in her right hand and staggered forward in the wind and snow. The bright red blood dyed the pure white snow red, leaving a long trail behind her. Brunhild entered the cave with great difficulty and put down the elk corpse in her hand. "This is the last thing I can do for you. In the future, you can only rely on yourself." Lod's expression changed slightly and asked, "What exactly happened?" However, Brunhild didn't respond to him. She only leaned against the wall and slowly sat on the ground. Her long purple hair fell down her shoulders. At this moment, there was no sign of life on Brunhild's beautiful face. The aura on her nose seemed to disappear, and her pupils gradually dimmed. Chapter 368. Brunhild. Lod's expression changed slightly. He came directly to the dying woman. When he reached out to touch the ferocious wound, he found that there was a trace of familiarity mixed in. It was the power of hell. There was a wisp of black energy left in the flesh and blood that had been split open by a sharp weapon. It was full of dark, deathly, and cold aura, which was very similar to Helheim's aura of hell. Moreover, the remaining black energy was like a maggot attached to the bones, continuously corroding. Brunhild was originally Hollow's weak soul. If he didn't get rid of this energy in time, Brunhild's soul would be corroded in less than 5 minutes, and then she would become a wandering soul without self-consciousness. The power of hell, Helheim, Brunhild, Valkyrie. Combined with the clues above, the answer was obvious. The person who injured Brunhild was the goddess who ruled this kingdom of the dead, the first son of great god Odin, Hela. It was Hela who injured you, right? Lod frowned and asked softly. I know. What can I do? Brunhild lifted her heavy eyelids, and her eyes, which were about to lose focus, revealed a sense of relief. I have to go accompany them. Hildr, Skuld, Alvidr, Hervair, Gyralul, Sigrun, they're all waiting for me. In the battle that had lasted for 10,000 years, all the Valkyrie had died, leaving her alone to survive in this kingdom of the dead. Now, she was finally going home. Brunhild slowly closed her eyes, a tranquil smile on her face. It was as if she had already seen her dead sisters waiting for her return in the Valhalla. It won't be so easy to die. I still owe you my life. Moreover, the agreement between us hasn't been completed yet. However, Lod didn't intend to let her wish come true. Seeing that she was about to obtain Valkyrie, she couldn't let her die. In fact, it wasn't difficult to save Brunhild. The best and most convenient method was to use a high-grade keto to treat her. It could expel the remaining power of hell in her body, and it could also quickly heal her injuries and strength while protecting Brunhild's life. But unfortunately, he didn't even know how to reply, much less raise his level to reply. This was a bit awkward. The reply belonged to Keto. Although the two were similar in essence, there was a difference of heaven and earth. The only way he could heal was all, but the problem was that spiritual power hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't use Bankai. It wasn't enough to heal Brunhild's injuries. Lod only hesitated for half a second before deciding to use another method, soul separation, touch treatment. Giving his soul fragment to others was a great reduction to Death God's strength system. Therefore, after Matt and Jessica, there was no other Quincy that was created by Lod. It was precisely because of this reason. But Brunhild, he had to save her. He had to repay the kindness of Emil and seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This was his life principle. Since Brunhild had saved his life, then he had to repay this kindness. The soul form of each person had long been fixed, and the total amount would not increase or decrease as time passed. However, Lod was an exception. His soul vessel would grow with his strength. Chi La. The complete soul was instantly torn apart into fragments of a fingernail. Although it was only a small portion, the pain from tearing apart the soul caused even Lod to clench his teeth, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Lod took a few breaths and slowly raised his hand to touch Brunhild's wound. A soul fragment the size of a fingernail emitted a sparkling and translucent divine light. It slowly fused into Brunhild's body and then transformed into the purest soul power, repairing her near-death body at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the black underworld power met the blue soul power, it instantly evaporated like ice and snow melting in spring, turning into wisps of black smoke. As for the remaining sword wounds, they were naturally nothing. Very quickly, Brunhild recovered to her original state. The broken battle armor on her chest barely concealed her exposed skin. Her fair skin was as smooth as new, and it was impossible to see that she had been injured. In fact, her skin was even more tender than that of a baby. Woo! Brunhild let out an unconscious moan. Her beautiful face revealed a tender and pale complexion. Her breathing gradually became steady, and her chest also began to fluctuate. Lod picked her up with both hands and carefully placed her on the animal hide bed. When he turned around to deal with the elk, he found that the unconscious Brunhild had grabbed his wrist. "Don't go, don't leave me alone." Brunhild's voice was mixed with a trace of weakness. Her brows were tightly knitted together, as if she was recalling the painful memories buried deep in her heart. It was hard to imagine. Under the command of Odin to conquer the 9 worlds, the illustrious Valkyrie had actually revealed such a feminine attitude. Lod couldn't help but sigh. He didn't choose to not break free. Instead, he quietly sat by the bed and brushed away Brunhild's tightly knitted brows. He softly said, "Don't worry, we won't leave you. We will never leave you. We have made a promise." Brunhild's tightly knitted brows relaxed, and her alluring red lips curled into a faint smile. "Yes, I made a promise." Lod softly replied, "Go to sleep. Everything will be fine when you wake up." Tonight. One person had no sleep, and the other had fallen asleep. During the thousands of years, Brunhild finally had a good night's sleep, as if she was at home. A stone door that was 100 meters tall stood at the end of the river. The gates of hell is the gate of Helheim. The giant dog Garmr of Scarlet crouches under the gate, guarding and screening souls that can enter the underworld. Anyone who dares to break into the underworld will be torn apart and devoured by it. Behind the gate of hell, there was even more bone-piercing cold and violent snow, as well as an incomparably deep darkness. That place was the real Helheim. The soul that has passed the gates of hell and Garmr's trials will have to travel through this darkness and cold, then cross the river slid with its sharp knives, and finally arrive at Ljainir Palace, where there lives the god of death who rules this land of the dead. Ljainir was a magnificent grayish-white palace built on the back of a gigantic, spider-like creature. Any soul that could successfully reach this palace would be judged by the god of death. If they had not committed any sins before their death, they would be able to choose a room in the palace and live a happy life without worrying about food and clothing. On the other hand, they would be sent to the prison to be tortured to atone for their sins. On the top floor of the palace of Ljainir, in the grand hall filled with the aura of the dead, the goddess of death, Hela, sat on the throne that was cast by the wandering souls. Her dark gray eyes slowly opened, revealing an endless and terrifying pressure. It was as if she had penetrated through layers of hollow space and was thrown in a distant direction. "Who expelled my power?" Chapter 369. In that instant just now, she suddenly felt a violent throbbing in her heart, like a fishbone stuck in her throat. She immediately discovered that the power of hell that she had left in Brunhild's body had been expelled by a mysterious power that she had never seen before. Moreover, it had completely severed Brunhild's soul and had a connection with Helheim. Logically, this was impossible. The entire Helheim was under her control. No outsider could escape her eyes, let alone an expert who could expel the power of hell and break the shackles of hell and soul rules. What a familiar feeling. The goddess of death frowned slightly, and her dark green eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance. She seemed to be quite afraid of her and said to herself, "Who saved Brunhild's soul? If it was only to expel the remaining power, it wouldn't make her feel so fearful." What truly made her wary was that the mysterious and familiar unknown power not only expelled the remaining power of hell, but also completely cut off Helheim and bound Brunhild's soul. This was not a small matter. In theory, it was impossible for a soul bound by the rules of hell to escape. Breaking the restraints of the power of rules was something that was almost impossible. Even Odin, the god king at his peak, couldn't do it. Could it be? Hela's pupils shrank as she thought of a possibility. Has an existence surpassing the god king suddenly arrived in Helheim? This was not good news. The thought that there might be an existence surpassing the divine king level caused the death goddess to feel a little uneasy. It was as if an ominous shadow had been cast over her heart. After a moment of silence, Hela's dark green eyes flickered a few times in the darkness. She said in a deep voice, "Go and call the Valkyrie over." Her thoughts were actually very simple, which was to let the Valkyrie who had already died in battle come and go to probe. She wanted to see who had saved Brunhild's soul, so that they could avoid direct conflict and also see the true body of the unknown descender from the side. If the other party was truly a terrifying existence that surpassed a god king, she naturally wouldn't say anything. But if not, since she dared to steal her own soul under her nose, she would definitely let the other party know how death was written. Inside the cave, a burning firewood emitted a warm and bright light. Brunhild was still asleep, and it was estimated that she would wake up early. Regardless of whether it was her appearance or her internal organs, all of her injuries had been healed by the soul separation, connection treatment. Only by transforming into a half-god level Valkyrie and replacing the blood of Asgarda that flowed through her body would it take a very long time. Lod sat at the edge of the stone bed. He was guarding the sleeping Brunhild. It wasn't that he had any improper thoughts about this Valkyrie, but that Brunhild had been holding his hand tightly and refused to let go. During this period, Lod had tried to quietly leave several times, but the latter had no intention of letting him go. Helpless, he could only give up. With nothing to do, Lod planned to summon Swafonnt, sure? Hitsugaya. In fact, according to the original plan, he planned to wait until he returned to Soul Society and then summon the two captains. But the situation at the moment was not optimistic. It was hard to recover part of spiritual power. In order to save Brunhild, he was squandered and expelled the power of hell. Hela could come to him at any time, so he could only summon in this situation. System, summon Swafonnt, sure? Hitsugaya. Reconstruction character, Swafon. Reconstruction character, T, sure? Hitsugaya. Memory construction. Spirit body reconstruction. Under the power of the system, the two human bodies gradually took shape. When the condensed spiritual energy fluctuations calmed down, two blurry figures were reflected in the rising white mist. A boy slowly walked out of the white mist and was exposed in Lod's eyes. The boy had a head of short silver hair that was like a lion's mane, dark green eyes that were like jade seals, and his young and handsome face was shrouded in an expression that was as cold as 10,000 years of ice. His small body that was like a child in his teens was emitting a terrifying fluctuation of spiritual power, and the fluttering white feather was undoubtedly revealing his identity. Goti 13, 10th Division Captain, T, sure? Hitsugaya. The youngest captain in Soul Society's history, only 200 years old, has mastered Bankai, has the strongest ice and snow system Zanpakuto, Hyaran Meru, talent and qualification can be said to be in the future. The second figure followed out of the white fog. It was a smaller woman, with neat bangs short hair, with two rings of snake braids behind her head, eyes calm and calm, also wearing long-sleeved clothes and white Captain Haori, with a yellow ribbon around her waist. Go Di-13, 2nd Division Captain SWAT-FON. Lod's eyes lit up slightly. Compared with T. Sure? Hitsugaya, he actually cares more about SWAT-FON. It is not that he values women more than men, or lustful, but the 2nd Division represented by SWAT-FON, which is obviously more useful to him than the 10th Division of T. Sure. Hitsugaya. Go Di-13 has their own duties. Like the 10th Division where T. Sure? Hitsugaya is, the duty is to patrol and alert the safety of Siritii, which is equivalent to the role of the police in human world, and currently cannot play the real role. But the 2nd Division where SWAT-FON is, it is completely different. 2nd Division is the Onmitsukid troops, specialized in assassination, gathering intelligence, monitoring, transmission, and other important positions. And SWAT-FON is the commander-in-chief of Onmitsukid. Onmitsukid is independent of 13th Division, originally belonging to the 4th Maple Division, one of the 4 great nobles. Later, because of the escape of Shihao Yuruaki, SWAT-FON took over the Onmitsukid to 2nd Division, and personally governed the 1st Squad of Criminal Army. The Criminal Army is a force mainly for battle execution and assassination. Compared with other Death God who pays attention to swordsmanship, they are better at using white fighting and hidden weapons. It can be said that they are specially dealing with some shady things for Seoul society. As long as SWAT-FON is here, he can rebuild it on Mitsukid troops. And with the passage of time, this army in the deep water world of Marvel can bring more benefits than other teams. Greetings, Soul King. T. Sure? Hitsugaya and SWAT-FON slightly bowed their heads and respectfully said, "Thank you, Soul King, for re-granting me life. No need to be so polite." Lod nodded slightly and raised his hand to indicate that the two could relax a little. There was no need to be so reserved. He chuckled and said, "There is something I want to ask you. Lord Soul King, please speak." Although T. Sure? Hitsugaya looked cold, his back was straight, and it could be seen that he was still a little nervous. In contrast, SWAT-FON is much better. At least it can't be seen from the surface. The eyes are still so calm, and it is very mobile. Lod thought about it, then looked at T. Sure? Hitsugaya and asked, "Hitsugaya, can you now completely liberate the power of the Daiguren Hyaran Meru?" T. Sure? Hitsugaya was stunned for a moment, and there was a touch of unnaturalness on his face and said, "It can be, but that form will consume my spiritual power sharply, and I don't like the appearance after growing up." Lod showed a thoughtful look and turned to look at SWAT-FON and asked, "SWAT-FON, how far has your Shunko been developed?" SWAT-FON eyes flashed a trace of amazement and said, "It has been developed to the 2nd stage. I named it Infinite Shunko." Lod understood in his heart. "Thank you for your hard work. I have a general understanding of it." It seemed that the two captains summoned this time were roughly in the period of the 1,000 Years Blood War not long ago. It could basically be said to be the peak period of the manga. Chapter 370. 1,000 Years Blood War Chapter. It can be said that in the whole series, the most severe division of the two extremes. This is not only referring to the evaluation, but also several captain-level Death God. The strength displayed before and after the Bloody Battle chapter is different from the previous chapter. Although spiritual powers level has not changed, the strength has a heaven and earth change. T. Sure? Hitsugaya and SWAT-FON just belong to this list. During the period of Karakura Town, T. Sure? Hitsugaya has not completely mastered his own Bankai, so his performance is not very good. But after 19 months of practice, T. Sure? Hitsugaya has completely mastered Bankai, and its strength can be said to be different from the period of Karakura Town. Not only did he overcome the time weakness of Hyaran Meru, but he also developed a powerful move that can freeze time and space. Similarly, Swafon developed Infinite Shunko after Karakura Town, and its destructive power is comparable or even beyond. The Shihaoran Yoryuki's Raijin Senkei is only second to the form of Shunk, Rei. Senkei, Shunri. Kokubi. Senki, Flash War Cry, Thunder Beast Battle Form, Flash God Black Cat Warrior Princess. If compared horizontally, the current strength of Hitsugaya and Swafon is roughly equivalent to Big Boss in Marvel. But of course no way near the power of Odin and Ancient One. One of the Big Boss, Sorcerer Supreme, was able to suppress Dormammu, who was the overlord of the universe level for thousands of years, while the other Big Boss Alphathor, who was invincible in the 9 worlds and crushed Mephisto's clone that surpassed Big Boss in one shot. If these two people were only ordinary Big Boss, he would eat the shield of the Steve Rogers on the spot. Swafon, Little Shiro. After his thoughts drifted back to reality, Lod showed a humble and gentle smile and said, "At present, my spiritual power has not yet recovered. Before this, I will have to trouble the two captains to worry about safety. Please rest assured, Soul King." Swafon looked dignified, kneeling on one knee, and said in a low voice, "I swear on the honor of the criminal army, before I die, no one can step in here and hurt a hair of yours. Soul King, rest assured, as long as I am still here, no one can hurt you." Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes were cold, and the childish face of the teenager showed a touch of determination. "Very good." Lod smiled and nodded, which was good news for him. Before his own spiritual power had fully recovered, there were two captains at the peak. Unless the goddess of death Hela personally came, he could trust the abilities of Hitsugaya and Swafon, so he did not have to worry too much about safety. "Little Shiro, what do you want to say?" Lod suddenly noticed that sure? Hitsugaya's expression was a little strange, and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Sure? Hitsugaya hesitated for half a second, and then under Lod's gentle eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Soul King, can you not call me Little White? I am already an adult." "Okay. Shiro-chan." "Lord Soul King." "Not that. It is sure? Hitsugaya." "No problem, Shiro. Lord Soul King, it is sure? Hitsugaya." "You can call me sure. I know, Hikken." Sure? Hitsugaya was speechless. Until he saw the playful look thrown by Lod, he finally understood that this was the evil taste of Lord Soul King. It was impossible for him to take off the title of Little Shiro. Swafon was expressionless, quietly sticking to the side. But the curve of the corner of her mouth undoubtedly betrayed her inner thoughts. The next day, Lod continued to stay in the cave, accumulating and recovering spiritual power, and looking at Brunhild at the same time. Swafon, who came from the criminal army, was responsible for patrolling around, so the rough work like hunting could only be handed over to poor Hitsugaya. Brunhild, who had been sleeping for an entire day, suddenly let out an unconscious moan and slowly opened her eyes. She didn't know if it was because the light was a bit dazzling, but she couldn't help but close her eyes to adjust for a while. When she was completely awake, she opened her eyes and looked at Lod, who was waiting by the bedside. She felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. "Yes, you saved me." Brunhild appeared somewhat shocked. Although she didn't know exactly what had happened, the fatal sword wound on her chest had completely recovered. Her skin was even smoother and whiter than other places. Moreover, she couldn't even sense the power of death left behind by Hela at this moment. Instead, it was a feeling that she hadn't felt for a long time and was filled with power. It was as if there was a special soul power quietly flowing through her bloodline. Moreover, it was constantly absorbing the special power from the surrounding atmosphere to replenish itself. Yes, it is me. Lod directly admitted. Facing Brunhild's astonished and doubtful gaze, he slowly said, "The method to save you is to share my bloodline with you. So from now on, we are the family with the same bloodline." Your bloodline? Family. Brunhild was at a loss for a moment, unable to understand the meaning behind Lod's words. She foolishly asked, "You mean I am now your family?" "That's right, because we share the same bloodline." Lod raised his hand to stroke Brunhild's head, and a gentle smile blossomed on his face. "Quincy. This is a common name engraved in our blood. Quincy." The two hands seemed to contain some special magic, which made Brunhild feel a sense of dependence. She raised her head and looked at Lod with bright eyes. "Are we really family?" "Yes, Brunhild." Lod indifferently smiled and said, "From now on, we are family." Boom. Just as Brunhild was about to say something, a sudden roar came from outside the cave. The blizzard that was nearly 100 meters away was torn apart by the airflow, and the violent gale was like the cry of millions of swords blade, carrying with it a biting cold wind. "There are guests." Lod raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Although he has not fully recovered, he can still feel that SWAFON spiritual power is rising rapidly. However, this is already in his expectation. An unknown existence that can expel the power of hell. Think about it and know that the goddess of death, hell, is absolutely impossible to sit and watch. I just don't know who is sent by hell. Spiritual power released from SWAFON has reached the level of Shikai. Lod estimated that the other party is not an ordinary person, should be a god in Helheim's hell. It's them. They are coming. Brunhild showed a sad expression, and tears accumulated in her eyes, as if she recognized the incoming enemy. "Brunhild, do you know who they are?" Lod slightly tilted his head to the side and asked. "They are Valkyrie Legion." Brunhild's eyes were dim, and her low voice was mixed with a strong sorrow that couldn't be spoken. The Valkyrie. Hearing this, Lod felt a ripple in his heart. He did not expect that Hela would actually send them over. This was really great. If he had the heart to plant flowers, flowers would not bloom. If he did not have the heart to plant willow trees, there would be shade. He originally wanted to pack up the Valkyrie and take it away. He did not expect Hela to be so considerate. She personally sent the entire legion over, saving him the effort to go back to himself. Chapter 371. Follow me out. Lod held Brunhild's ice-cold hand and gently said, "Don't you want to see them again?" "I want to, every day, every moment, I want to see them again." Brunhild lowered her head, her sorrowful emotions accumulating in her heart, and she said with a hoarse voice, "But they are no longer their former self." So what if she saw them? Wouldn't it only add to her sadness? The Valkyrie who had sworn an oath on the glory of the gods and brandished her sword had now turned into the deadly sickle in Death God's hand. Being the only one who survived, she no longer had the face to face her past comrades. "Let's go and meet them. What if a miracle happens?" Lod clenched Brunhild's ice-cold hand, as if doing this would give the young girl courage. A familiar and comforting smile hung on his face. Upon hearing this, Brunhild was startled, and then a light filled with hope suddenly appeared in her dim eyes. She said in a trembling voice, "You? Do you mean? Let's go. Don't just stand there." Lod smiled and walked out of the cave with Brunhild. In the white blizzard that filled the sky, a black figure flashed like a ghost. Sometimes, it was mixed with a touch of golden light. It beat the 7 people who were filled with dense death energy and their bodies were gray. They were forced to retreat and could not resist. However, those 7 warriors were not to be trifled with. Although their individual strength was not considered strong, they relied on their skillful coordination in battle formations to barely be able to deal with the black ghost. They could even occasionally counterattack. Swish! The black figure flashed out of the battle and instantly appeared next to Lod. Only then did Brunhild clearly see that it was a woman with short black hair and 2 long braids. She had a heroic and valiant aura, and she wore a golden needle-like weapon that looked like a sleeve sword on her arm. "Lord Soul King, why are you out?" Swafon's face was not very good, and she said with shame, "I am sorry to disturb your rest. Please give me another minute, and I can solve them." This is not Swafon bragging. All over the body of those Valkyrie, there are special shaped black butterfly patterns. And this is Swafon's Zanpakuto, Suzumibaki. After Shikai, the ability is to kill anyone who had been struck on the same spot twice. Any part that is stabbed will leave a B pattern, which is the butterfly spreading its wings. The only drawback is that the ability of Suzumibaki double hit kill is ineffective for anyone with spiritual power far beyond her own target. But these Valkyrie are obviously not in this list. If Lod didn't stop in time, with Swafon's speed of the attack, those Valkyrie would have all died. This is not urgent. Lod waved his hand and then turned to Brunhild. "Let me introduce you. Her name is Swafon, and she is one of my subordinates." Hello, my name is Brunhild." Brunhild was seeing Swafon for the first time, and she was immediately deeply shocked by the strength she showed. This woman named Swafon can actually suppress 7 Valkyrie with the strength of one person. Although there is a relationship of weakened strength after death, even if Valkyrie is in her peak state, I am afraid that there would be no difference. "Well, hello." Swafon is not very good at dealing with outsiders, so she just nodded slightly. "Is this Valkyrie Legion?" Lod turned his eyes to the Valkyrie over there, and his heart could not help but sigh. He saw that the Valkyrie dead soul was wearing a broken silver armor, holding a broken sword blade full of gaps, surrounded by black thick death aura, and each of their eyes were dull and empty, as if they had no mind and thoughts. Through the cracks of the goddess of war's armor, one could even see the rotten body inside. The bones and rotten flesh were entangled with each other, as if they were emitting some kind of unpleasant smell. Even Lod could not help but frown. Who could have imagined? Once upon a time, wherever the flag went, the enemy would be terrified. The goddess Legion, who had made great contributions to the 9 worlds and dominated the 9 worlds, would one day fall to such a state. Logically speaking, the Valkyrie who should have returned to the Hall of Heroic Spirits after her death and enjoyed eternal glory and worship had now become their greatest enemy, a battle group in the hands of the goddess of death. Their souls would never be able to rest in peace. It was even more impossible for them to obtain the so-called glory and worship. They could only silently endure endless grief and humiliation. Brunhild couldn't hide the sorrow in her eyes. Her gaze swept past dead soul one by one and she read their names. Yalwet, Skuld, Avishek, Herja, Sigrun, Eir. The leading Valkyrie seemed to have heard her call, and her empty and dull eyes flashed a glimmer of light, and she said stiffly, "Brunhild." Eir. Brunhild was stunned for a moment, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. You recognize me?" "Kill. Brunhild, kill." The female martial god known as Eir slowly raised the damaged sword blade in her hand and pointed it at the sky. Her left hand clenched into a fist and placed it on her right arm. She made a salute gesture and then stiffly said, "Both. Kill. Us." "Brunhild." At this moment, Brunhild burst into tears and sobbed. That was the loyal oath all the Valkyrie had made to the Asgardian gods in the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Now that Eir had made this etiquette, it was clear that she wasn't swearing to the Asgardian gods, but to his comrade, Brunhild, who was also a member of the Valkyrie, begging to end their pain and torture. Although countless of dead soul had died under her hands, when she faced her former comrades, Brunhild still hesitated. Her heart ached, and the sword in her hand trembled slightly. Quick! Brunhild! When she saw that Brunhild was still hesitating, a crazed struggle flashed through her eyes, and she said with difficulty, "I won't be able to hold on for long. Soon, Hela will control me again, while I can control myself. Kill us. Brunhild, kill us. Let us free ourselves. I beg you, please kill us. We do not want to be controlled by Hela anymore. Swear on the glory of Valkyrie, raise the battle blade in your hand, and send us to rest in peace, Brunhild." One after another, Valkyrie broke free from the control of the death aura for a short period of time, and one by one, they began to plead with Brunhild, begging her to give them eternal freedom and no longer become puppets controlled by Hela. Under the urging of the crowd, Brunhild clenched her teeth, and with tears streaming down her face, she raised her trembling sword. "I swear on the name of Brunhild, in honor of protecting Valkyrie, I grant you death." Duh. A well-defined hand suddenly pressed down on her blade. Brunhild slowly turned her head and saw Lod smiling warmly. He softly said, "Relax, Brunhild. Leave the rest to me." But. Brunhild had a sad expression on her face. "I am the only Valkyrie. I have the responsibility to shoulder this task and send them back to the eternal slumber. Believe me, Brunhild." Lod pressed down the raised sword blade and said with a faint smile, "They will return. The Valkyrie will not die." Chapter 372. Really? Brunhild was startled, and she happily said, "You mean, you can save them, right?" When she thought about how this man had displayed such a marvelous method to expel the power of the death goddess from her body, a glimmer of hope appeared on Brunhild's face that was covered in dark clouds. Perhaps this man could really do it. She also didn't know why she believed his words without a doubt. "So, smile, Brunhild." Lod's eyes were deep like the sea of stars, and he indifferently said, "Such a kind and pure you are, like the sun. If the sun is covered by the dark clouds, I will also feel sad. Therefore, I only need to wait for a moment. Soon, I will grant your wish." These words were like a gentle and warm ray of sunlight that tore through the dark clouds that shrouded Brunhild's heart, illuminating her heart that had been sealed in ice for a long time. It turned into threads of warmth that flowed through her body. It was so warm. "I believe in you." Brunhild's cheeks flushed red, and then she lowered her head and nodded like a chicken. "Swafon, it's up to you." Lod looked at Swafon and said, "I don't want them to die, and I don't want to see you hurt, so this task is very difficult." As the so-called emperor moved his mouth, the eunuch ran and broke his legs. Of course, he is not the emperor, and Swafon is not a eunuch. This is just a metaphor, but it is quite vivid. "I understand, Lord Soul King." Swafon was a little speechless, glanced at Brunhild, mixed with a little helplessness, and said, "But if they were to be captured, it may take a lot of time. Please forgive Lord Soul King." Most of the missions of the Zanpakuto were assassination. It was not that she was not skilled in capturing people alive, but in the face of these Valkyrie, the efficiency was obviously not as fast as directly killing them. If she were replaced by sure, Hitsugaya, it might be easier and faster. Unfortunately, Hero was not here, and this mission could only be done by herself. "I didn't want to use this move." Swafon took off her Captain Haori with a helpless face, while untying the buttons on her chest, she said faintly, "But since Lord Soul King want me to capture them alive, in order to end it as soon as possible, don't blame me for being too ruthless." Under the black death suit, it is a pair of thin shoulder straps with a deep V exposed back. Swafon smooth back and delicate collarbone, all reflected vividly under this special attire, especially with the falling blizzard, there is a different style in it. Why did she take off her clothes? Brunhild was somewhat puzzled. The temperature of Helheim is very low. If you are in this environment for a long time, your limbs will be easily frozen, but why does SwaFon take off her thin clothes? Lod saw Swafon's idea at a glance and replied, if she don't take it off, she will have no clothes to wear after the fight. As soon as the voice fell, thunder sounded. Boom. When Brunhild saw Swafon's shoulders and back, there was a highly compressed white energy that was like thunder, exploding in a violent manner. The rich spiritual power swept out like a storm, clearing the falling blizzard instantly, isolating a vacuum area. Shunko. Swafon cold voice sounded, and the next moment she suddenly disappeared. Bang. The thick white snow on the ground suddenly raised a huge wave that was dozens of meters high. Accompanied by the faint sound of thunder exploding, the endless wind roared under the strong force, like a giant meat grinder rotating with a white lightning, and instantly rushed to the front of Valkyrie Legion. The first. With the help of the centrifugal force brought by the high-speed rotation, Swafon kicked one of the Valkyrie hundreds of meters away. Valkyrie, who flew out, broke through the sound barrier, broke through the snowstorm and the air resistance, and hit a tall cliff. The powerful force passed through Dead Soul's body, leaving a huge deep pit on the cliff. What an absurd speed! Brunhild's pupils shrank, and her heart immediately set off a storm. She had not even seen clearly what had happened just now, and Yalwet had been defeated by Swafon. Yalwet was the Valkyrie who was best at swordsmanship and reaction speed among all the Valkyrie. She could even catch the sword of Dead Soul thrown by Hela with her bare hands. Even she could not dodge the speed. It could be imagined how fast it was. The remaining Valkyrie only reacted at this time. Herja raised the broken sword blade with both hands and slashed at Swafon from top to bottom while stepping forward. At the same time, the other Valkyrie raised the sword blade as if their hearts were in sync and slashed from all directions. With adept cooperation between each other, they blocked all the paths of retreat of Swafon, leaving no room for her to escape. It was not that Valkyrie had never encountered an enemy with a fast speed. So to deal with this kind of enemy, the method had already been engraved in their bones. Even if they became Dead Soul controlled by Hela, they still loved to rely on the strong warrior instinct to make the best response. Not good, Swafon is in danger. Brunhild was shocked and recognized that it was the battle formation of Valkyrie, the enemy who specialized in dealing with fast speed. However, can Valkyrie's idea really be fulfilled? As the commander-in-chief of the assassination unit, Swafon have encountered this kind of battle hundreds of times. The coping method has already been memorized in her chest. She saw the moment the sword fell, she suddenly hit the ground with a palm. Rumble. The highly compressed energy of Keto erupted like volcanic magma. The ground that provided a foothold within dozens of meters collapsed under this violent force. As the huge crack that was several meters wide spread, Valkyrie who besieged her instantly lost her balance, and the originally dense and impenetrable blockade revealed the gap. The second. Swafon coldly spat out a burning airflow, and her fist arm was like a great spear, piercing through the air and then falling on the chest of another Valkyrie. Bang! The second Valkyrie was sent flying 100 meters by a punch. Hado number 30, Jisei had. Swafon did not give the other Valkyrie a chance to react. Her fingers drew inverted triangular fangs in the air, and once again nailed a Valkyrie to the ground. The rest of the Valkyrie reacted, but before they could reorganize the battle formation, Swafon rushed in at an astonishing speed, fists, palms, legs, elbows, and knees like a crazy storm, attacking the flustered Valkyrie. Almost in an instant. Under the dazzling and violent attacks, 2 more Valkyrie were either sent flying or their legs were broken, all of them lost their ability to move. The last one, who was also the strongest, Sigrun, finally saw a flaw. She leaned forward and rushed forward. Her sword flashed across the sky like lightning, with a sharp sound of wind, slashing at Swafon's neck. Ah! Brunhild covered her mouth and cried out in alarm, as if she didn't want to see the bloody scene. Swish! The sharp blade swept past the neck of Swafon, but it didn't feel like it had hit its target. In Sigrun's stiff and empty eyes, there was a touch of confusion. It seemed that she did not understand why she clearly hit the opposite side, but there was no feeling of the sword cutting through the flesh. Then, a huge force suddenly hit the back of Sigrun. Sigrun's eyes were black, and when she was about to fall into a blackout, she saw Swafon, who was cut by her, slowly dissipated like foam. It is a shadow that will only appear in the atmosphere when the speed is too fast. 53 seconds. Swafon's delicate brow slightly wrinkled, dissatisfied. It has been too long without exercise, it seems that my skills have regressed a lot. Chapter 373. Valkyrie, lost. Hela personally saw the 6 powerful Valkyrie defeated by Swafon in just a few seconds. This scene made Brunhild's mood suddenly become somewhat complicated. On one hand, she secretly sighed at Swafon's strength, but on the other hand, she was faintly unwilling. If not for Dead Soul's body restricting them, how could she lose so quickly? Lord Soul King, the task is completed. Swafon walked back slowly, picked up the clothes in the snow and put them on. She said respectfully, "Sorry for making you wait for a long time. I should have been able to finish them faster." The standard Versailles speech. Although he knew that Swafon was not bragging, just calmly describing a fact, Lod still couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and sigh. Sure enough, the act of always pursuing their ideal strength is engraved in the bones of every captain. Aizen is like this, Ichimaru-jin is like this, Byakuya is like this, even the lovely and cute Swafon is obviously inevitable. This unintentional remark made Brunhild's eyes twitch slightly, and she felt as if she had been stabbed by sword. She saw her pink lips move, and her eyes flashed as if she wanted to say something, but after glancing at those defeated Valkyrie, she decided not to speak, so as not to get up and lose face. Swafon asked, "Lord Soul King, what do you plan to do with these people?" Lod thought for a moment and said, "Seal them first and then bring them back to the cave." He did not intend to use soul separation, healing touch to help the 6 Valkyries out of Hela's control. Because the drawbacks of soul separation, healing touch were too great, too many soul fragments in a short period of time would cause his own strength to drop. In a dangerous place like Helheim, such an action was no different from courting death. This was not the only way to save the Valkyries. When spiritual power fully recovered, he could directly expel the death energy left behind by Hela. He could also save these Valkyries. It was just that his speed was a little slow. Anyway, Lod was not in a hurry. Brunhild saved his life, which was why he was given special treatment. As for the 6 Valkyrie, they wouldn't receive such good treatment. After returning to Soul Society, let Hashwalth slowly transform his bloodline and then turn them into Quincy. Yes, Lord Soul King. The 6 defeated Valkyrie were imprisoned by Swafon and placed in the cave. From the injuries of these Valkyrie, it could be seen that Swafon was obviously very careful and did not hurt their vital parts. The most serious injury was just a few broken ribs. This kind of injury could be said to have no effect on the Valkyrie, who had already become dead soul. If it is true to the enemy, with the power of Swafon, it is enough to break their bodies in an instant. However, what Lod needs is not dead soul, but the real Valkyrie, so it is necessary to have a complete spirit body. Although Brunhild was anxious now and wished to let Lod revive the sisters quickly, she was very sensible and did not open her mouth to urge. Since she did not expel the death aura for Valkyrie now. Presumably, she had her own reasons. She believed the things that Lod had promised would never go back on her promise. Brunhild melted the snow outside the cave and used her clothes as a towel to help the sisters tidy up their dirty appearances, revealing their originally beautiful faces. Lord Soul King, if there is nothing else, I will continue to patrol around. Swafon said faintly, and then after getting the nod of Lod, she turned and walked back into the wind and snow. Not good. Brunhild suddenly remembered something and said nervously, if the Valkyrie had not returned, Hela would have already known what had happened here. She might have rushed over. We have to move quickly. No need. Lod sat cross-legged, his eyes calm and calm. We will stay here and wait for Hela to come personally. Waiting for Hela to come over? Hearing this, Brunhild's heart suddenly shook. She asked in surprise, do you want to defeat Hela? Is it not possible? Lod looked at Brunhild with a smile that wasn't a smile and said half jokingly and half seriously, or are you saying that you don't have confidence in me? No. Brunhild shook her head, a hint of worry in her eyes. Helheim is in the domain of Hela. She can exert the strength of Big Boss here. If he really wants to fight with her. Brunhild did not say the following words, but Lod understood. In the battle between him and Hela in Helheim, the possibility of victory was slim. After all, the latter had a natural advantage here, which was equivalent to infinite energy supply, or even the blessing of the will of Hel. Even Swafon and T, sure? Hitsugaya, the two captains joined hands to fight Hela in Helheim. Unless they were in the space that isolated the rules of Hel in the modern world, there was no chance of winning. Lod knew this very well, but he still had to do it. It wasn't because he had to fight Hela head-on, but because he had an idea and a guess that he needed to confirm with Helheim and Hela. If it was as he had thought, then... Don't worry, Brunhild. Lod let out a breath of turbid air, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He said indifferently, even if Hela doesn't come, I will personally come and see the abilities of this death goddess. Hela was testing him out, and he was also stalling for time. Now, all he needed to do was wait for spiritual power to fully recover, and then he would personally go and ask Hela how powerful she was. All right. Seeing that Lod had made up his mind, Brunhild could only suppress her thoughts and silently pray that Hela would not come over so quickly. In the decaying palace filled with the aura of death, on a throne made of countless wandering souls, Hela, the god of death in charge of Helheim, who was wearing a black cloak, had a terrifying light in his dark green eyes. How dare you? As Hela's anger surged, she crushed the armrest of the wandering soul and said through gritted teeth, you actually dared to steal Valkyrie's soul in front of me. I want to see who you are. At first, when Brunhild's soul was stolen, she could still endure a little. But now, her favorite plaything, Valkyrie Legion, had all lost contact. This action made Hela furious. Garm, go and kill Brunhild. Along with the low and hoarse voice of Hela, the giant dog guarding the gate of the underworld slowly opened its scarlet eyes. It raised its ferocious head and let out a cold roar towards the sky. The wind and snow in the sky paused, and it seemed as if time and space had stopped. Roar. Garm, who was guarding the gate to the underworld, ran through the blizzard like a gust of wind. Chapter 374. Phew. The biting cold wind whistled, mixed with the heavy snow falling from the sky. Sure? Hitsugaya walked alone in this eternal frozen world. Helheim's underworld was covered in ice and snow all year round, so the temperature was extremely cold. Even the white air from his mouth would be frozen in an instant, which was simply the ice hell of all creatures. If ordinary souls were exposed to the ice and snow, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture in a few breaths, which showed how low the temperature was. But for sure? Hitsugaya, the cold temperature of Helheim made him feel a little comfortable, even the Hyaran Maru hanging on his waist seemed to be cheering. Although the Hyaran Maru was the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow system, it was different from the Ryujin Jaka. Whether it could fully exert its power was very high for the environment and temperature. If the temperature of the surroundings rose sharply after Ryujinjaka was liberated, the power of the Hyorin Maru would be greatly weakened. In contrast, in the cold weather, the power of Hyorin Maru would increase several times. Therefore, for example, in the Helheim, Sure, Hitsugaya, a place that was covered with ice and snow all year round and was extremely cold, expressed that he liked it very much, because it could double the power of the Hyorin Maru. Sure, Hitsugaya pressed sword's handle with one hand and dragged his prey with the other, slowly moving toward the cave. At this moment, the howling wind and snow in the sky suddenly rolled over like a huge wave, with a pair of scarlet ruthless eyes mixed with a material violent killing intent. Roar dash. A world-shaking beast roar swept up a billowing wave of air, sweeping away the wind and snow within 1,000 meters. The true body of the scarlet and violent eyes was impressively presented in front of Sure, Hitsugaya. It was a huge wolfhound, its grey fur stained with blood that had long solidified, a pair of scarlet beast eyes full of ruthlessness and killing intent, separated by the obstruction of the wind and snow hundreds of meters, staring at Sure, Hitsugaya. In the mouth of Galmua, there was a ferocious and sharp beast tooth, and a green viscous liquid was dripping. It was the guardian of the underworld, Galmua. Where did this wolf come from? Sure? Hitsugaya frowned slightly, feeling a trace of danger. Sniff sniff. Karim's forehoof stepped in the wind and snow, the tip of his nose stirring slightly. He smelled a trace of Brunhilde's scent, and his ruthless scarlet beast eyes suddenly erupted with a hint of cold killing intent. You. Suddenly, a low, dangerous roar came from the throat of Gyurmua. Then, its two hind legs bent slightly, and its front legs stretched out, showing a posture of ready to attack at any time. The thick spine on its back was raised high like a rising dragon. It's coming. Sure? Hitsugaya narrowed his eyes and recognized the movement at a glance, the posture of the animal before the attack. Roar dash. A loud roar shattered the wind and snow. As expected of Sure? Hitsugaya. Karim stomped on the wind and snow in the air with all his might, and a ring of enormous sound waves spread out along with the rumbling of an explosion. The speed of that beast was so fast that it left behind after images on the spot, and like a bolt of grey lightning, it instantly swept across hundreds of meters of the sky. In the next instant, Karim appeared in front of Sure? Hitsugaya with a storm of heavy snow, raising his sharp beast claws and slamming them down. Hulala! The power of the sharp claws could be said to be extremely terrifying. It actually pulled hollow up like a flag in the fierce wind, shaking violently like a broken silk. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyorin Maru. The Sure? Hitsugaya, who had been prepared, pulled out sword in an instant. He held sword from the bottom up, drawing a cold crescent moon light, and threw out the crescent moon blade that was connected to the end of sword's handle with chains, taking the opportunity to wrap around the beast foot of Karim. Bang! Under the illumination of the ice and snow that filled the sky, the cold sword's blade collided head-on with Karim's beast claw. Immediately, a string of dazzling sparks burst out. The sound of metal striking metal was like the sound of 1,000 bells ringing together. The surging waves of air surged and dispersed into ripples. However, the strength of this beast was a bit strange and terrifying. Sure? Hitsugaya held sword horizontally in front of him. He felt that the grey and white beast claw seemed to have a strength of 10,000 tons. It pressed down like a landslide or tsunami. As sword was pressed lower and lower, the beast claw was only a few centimeters away from his face. He could even feel the sharp edge piercing through his skin. Roar! Seeing that the attack was blocked, the ruthlessness in Karim's eyes became even stronger, and he raised his other beast leg with a low roar. On the 6 sharp grey claws of the beast, there was a terrifying black death aura that corroded everything that came into contact with it. Even the surrounding hollow could not withstand this power, and it appeared to be a strange twisting and collapsing phenomenon. On one hand, Kareem continued to suppress Sure Hitsugaya with his absolute strength, and on the other hand, he accumulated death aura. Taking advantage of the gap that the latter could not dodge, the beast claw suddenly slashed a dark cold light in the air of hollow. There was no need to say anything, but anyone with a discerning eye knew that this move could not be taken head-on. Sure Hitsugaya, relying on his excellent mind, made a decision in an instant. He took a step into Kareem's abdomen, and the veins on the two arms holding the sword burst out. Then he turned around and dragged the Hyaran Meru and the crescent blade chain at the end, and suddenly slashed forward. Hulala! The chain connected to the end of the Hyaran Meru was pulled straight like an iron ruler by the sudden two forces, making a violent sound of metal vibration. The beast claws of Kareem, which had been entangled by the chain, became the key to Sure Hitsugaya's strength. Following the direction in which Galmu exerted his strength, it was actually flung away by itself. Moreover, due to the uncontrollable flying, the soft abdomen of Galmu was exposed. Naturally, Sure Hitsugaya was also very blunt. Sword, who was holding the Hyaran Meru, slanted upwards and directly cut open a huge bloody wound on the abdomen of Galmu. Thick blood mixed with internal organs, intestines, and other organs suddenly spewed out from Garm's abdomen. Woo! Kareem could not help but let out a cry as he was suddenly severely injured. His huge body rolled dozens of meters away in the ice and snow, leaving a long trail of blood and internal organs. It was extremely conspicuous in this pure white world of ice and snow. Swish! Sure Hitsugaya lightly shook sword and shook off the blood stained on the ice will pill. Glancing at the dying wolf, Sure Hitsugaya said to himself, unfortunately, the meat is a little small. If there is more, it can save me a few days of time and I don't have to go out hunting. From the beginning to the end, he did not know that the wolf he killed was the so-called guardian of the underworld. However, according to his character, even if he knew, he would not care. In the end, it would become a plate of Chinese food. The difference was nothing more than the amount of meat, and whether the taste after cooking was delicious. Underworld guardian? If they met in another place, it might cause some trouble for him. But in a place like Helheim, frozen all year round, it could only be said that it was unlucky to meet Sure Hitsugaya. Chapter 375. After dragging it out for so long, I have to go back quickly. Sure Hitsugaya shook his head helplessly, ready to take the two prey back. It had been almost 10 hours since he came out. It took him a lot of effort to get two prey, which made him a little unhappy. But he was not a professional hunter. It was good enough to find prey in this ghost place. He was not qualified to pick and pick. He could only eat whatever he wanted. Just as Sure Hitsugaya walked to Galmu and planned to completely kill its life, the hair on his back stood up and felt an indescribable horror coming. Almost in an instant, Sure Hitsugaya turned back and slashed sword. Sword's blade hit a huge black object, and instantly there were countless dazzling sparks, accompanied by the piercing sound of metal clashing. A strong and terrible force that could not be resisted, spread along the sword blade like a landslide and tsunami. Bang! In just one blow, Sure Hitsugaya was pushed back 100 meters. Sword's blade plowed out a huge crack about 100 meters in diameter on the land covered in ice and snow, as well as the two charred black marks left by the violent friction of his legs on the ice and snow ground. What a terrible power! Sure Hitsugaya shook his numb arm, a trace of surprise in his heart. He had only experienced this kind of pure physical strength in the face of 11th Division Captain, the abnormal fighting maniac. Roar. It was a terrifying creature that was almost half the size of a mountain. It was like a giant wild wolf. Its entire body was covered in black fur that stood tall like needles. Its bright yellow eyes were as large as copper bells, and they were suffused with traces of cold and deathly cold light. A terrifying aura of death that was thick to the point of almost tangible wrapped around it. However, what made people feel uneasy was the ferocious and terrifying mouth of this giant black beast seemed to be connected to a bottomless abyss of darkness. Even the space around it appeared to be distorted by the naked eye, and it emitted a terrifying aura that was like a black hole that could devour everything. On both sides of the ferocious beast's mouth, sharp wolf teeth grew, flowing with sticky dark green corrosive saliva. The ice and snow that came into contact with it were instantly corroded by that mouthful of water, creating holes one after another. Another one? Moreover, its size was obviously larger and more threatening. It was probably a relative of that wolf. Sure? Hitsugaya frowned, suspecting that his luck might be bad today, otherwise how could he meet a big and a small wolf in such a ghostly place? The huge black wolf raised its head, and its bright yellow eyes showed a touch of disdain. It actually exuded a violent aura like a king who dominated the world. It strode with the beast foot that was like a giant pillar and calmly walked to the dying Galmua. Boom! The giant wolf simply stepped, but the whole world was shaking violently. Huge cracks spread out, and as the terrifying shock waves gradually faded away, several towering mountains in the distance actually collapsed and tilted, causing a terrifying scene that seemed as if it could destroy the heavens and destroy the earth. The giant wolf passed by Sure? Hitsugaya. It went straight to the dying Galim. During this time, the giant wolf did not stop at all, not even looking at him, as if it did not care about this small creature at all. In fact, with the size of this giant beast, there was really no need to care about the little Sure? Hitsugaya, who was as small as an ant. Just when Sure? Hitsugaya thought that the black giant wolf that suddenly appeared was going to save the dying wolf dog, he saw that the latter actually opened its bloody mouth, the sharp wolf teeth pierced the flesh of the wolf dog, and the terrifying bite force instantly crushed the half body of the wolf dog. Creak, 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 creak. The several meters tall wolfdog was as small and pitiful as a cub in front of the giant beast. The flesh and bones were grinded by the sharp teeth of the beast. Then, along with the strange sound of chewing, the wolfdog struggled to cry out in pain. Finally, it was ground to pieces. This scene made Sure? Hitsugaya frown. He felt a chill in his heart. It turned out this giant black wolf was not here to save Kareem. The giant black wolf ground the wolf dog to pieces and chewed it for a moment before spitting out the blood mixed with flesh and blood on the ground. Then, a human-like ridicule flashed through the giant wolf's eyes. He stared at Sure? Hitsugaya and said in human language, "The flesh of a mixed blood bastard is really horrible to eat. I wonder how your flesh tastes." It turned out to be a talking beast. Sure? Hitsugaya's eyebrows slightly raised, but he was not too surprised. After all, it was not strange that wolves could talk. He had seen several in Soul Society, and the strange thing was that one of them was a human wolf, who was the captain of 7th Division. Beast? Human, you may misunderstand a little. The giant black wolf's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent. He said coldly, "Don't compare me with those mixed blood bastards. There is no difference to me." Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes were cold. Sword hung low on the ground. White feathers fluttered under spiritual power's agitation and said lightly, "I don't like talking nonsense too much, so let's do it directly." "Very good, I don't like talking nonsense either. Anyway, Hela has already said that you are all my prey." The giant black wolf growled, lowered its body center of gravity, and its 4 limbs staggered, putting on an offensive posture. Bankai, Daiguran Hyaran Meru. Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes flashed, and sword's blade was covered with endless frost, and the huge ice wings condensed behind him. The head of the dragon covered sword's right arm, and the violent spiritual power spread out like mercury. Roar dash. The giant black wolf looked up at the sky and roared, stirring up a rolling wind and raging snow, like a tsunami, surging in all directions. When the 4 feet stepped on the ground, the terrifying vibrations spread to thousands of miles, and the ice continued to collapse. Then, the giant wolf turned into a jet-black stream of light, and with a terrifying speed that didn't match its huge body size, it suddenly crossed hundreds of meters in the sky, and a tyrannical aura filled the air. Dragon canister. Sure? Hitsugaya held the sword with both hands, and the ice wings behind him flapped, facing the black light, and collided. In a split second, 2 streams of light, one black and one white, occupied the color of the whole world, dragging a long tail flame like a huge comet, and slammed into each other. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion was heard, accompanied by a visible wave of air. The snow that was flying in the sky was swept away by the violent wind. A huge black wolf was stepping on endless dark green clouds. It carried a terrifying and violent aura as it rushed over from afar. Brunhild, who was in the cave, instantly paled when she saw the huge black wolf. Her lips trembled as she said, "That is, the devourer of gods." Chapter 376. Devourer of Gods. Fenrir. Hearing Brunhild's evaluation, Lod couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water. He then cast a surprised gaze, and his lips trembled slightly. He had heard things in an instant. He had thought that Brunhild was talking about Nidhogg, who had devoured the gods. He had almost been scared to death. But when he listened carefully, it turned out to be Fenrir. Regardless of whether or not he understood Nordic legends, he believed that many people had heard of a phrase, Ragnarok. The word Ragnarok originated from Norse mythology. It was a series of huge calamities in the prophecy that caused the death of countless gods. In the end, most gods died, and the world sank into the boundless ocean. Then, humans rose up. In the Orthodox Norse mythology, the cause of the War of the Ragnarok was that Nidhogg, the giant dragon, broke the roots of the world tree and caused a series of disasters. Including the flame giant Surtr, who held a sword of light that was comparable to the sun, and split the Asgardian god domain apart. And the 3 gods of the goddess of death, Hela, Fenrir, and Jormungandr joined hands and slaughtered the Asgardian gods. The one described in it was Fenrir. It was a giant wolf with a savage nature. It was rumored that when it opened its mouth, the fangs of the upper and lower jaw could even resist the heavens and earth. The most famous legend about Fenrir is that at Ragnarok, it will break free from the Gleipnir chains that bind it, and then use its huge greedy mouth to devour and kill the great king of the gods. Ding! That's right. In Nordic legends, Fenrir was a terrifying beast that devoured Odin, and even the god of war, Tyr, had his arm bitten off by it. However, it was worth mentioning. In Marvel World, Fenrir was no longer Loki's child. Instead, it had become Hela's mount and pet. Moreover, it was also in the movie where it fought against the Hulk. It could only be said that Fenrir's status and strength had declined greatly. According to the descriptions in the legends, even if Thanos came over, it would not be enough. Fenrir. Lod muttered, then he got up and went outside the cave, and a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. He really wanted to see how big the difference between this giant beast in Norse mythology and what it looked like in the movie. Then, he saw that at the end of the horizon, in the blizzard that filled the sky, there was a black wolf that was as large as a mountain rushing over on dark green clouds. This is, a wolf. Lod couldn't help but open his mouth. No matter from what angle, apart from its appearance being a bit similar, it seemed to have nothing to do with creatures like the wolf, right? The 100-meter-tall Fenrir let out a roar and shattered the surrounding mountains. This was much more domineering than in the movies. It's actually it. Hela is crazy. She actually let it out. Brunhild's face was pale, and her voice was trembling. From the reaction of the Valkyrie beside her and the exaggerated size of the giant wolf, Lod could not help but frown. It seemed that this part of the plot had also changed. The Fenrir in front of him was definitely not the Mount of Hela in the movie, but a real, giant beast that devoured gods. Is that too hero? With his excellent eyesight, Lod saw that around the huge Fenrir, there was a flash of light that was made of ice. The cold ray of light launched attacks from time to time. The ice and snow rolled up the 100-meter-long ice dragon and let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. It collided with the black fur that was like a needle and directly shattered into countless pieces of ice. To the huge Fenrir, this level of attack was not painful or itchy at all, and it was completely unable to stop its advance. Strange. Lod looked at the giant wolf and gently rubbed his chin with one hand. He turned to look at Valkyrie beside him and asked doubtfully, "Brunhild, wasn't the legendary Fenrir bound by the chains of Gleipnir?" There was no chain in the world that could bind the giant wolf, Fenrir. Even the divine artifact forged by the dwarves with the best materials couldn't resist the terrifying power of the giant wolf, Fenrir. The chains of Gleipnir were the only tools that could bind Fenrir. It was a curse chain forged by the gods using 6 rare items: the footsteps of a cat, the beard of a woman, the roots of a stone, the breath of a fish, the tendons of a bear, and the saliva of a bird. The texture of this chain was as soft and smooth as the most expensive ribbons in the world. Its appearance couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It was like the materials used to forge it. It was a chain that didn't exist in reality. As long as there was Gleipnir's chain, Fenrir should still be bound. How could it escape? Gleipnir is still. Brunhild bit his lip tightly, letting blood flow in her mouth, pointing to the location of the giant wolf with a bitter expression on her face, and said, "Look carefully at the position of its neck. There is a very small and transparent circle. That's the Glenir chain, and it's still on Fenrir." Lod gathered his spirit energy in his eyes and carefully observed for a moment. As Brunhild had said, near the thick black fur on Fenrir's neck, he could vaguely see a circle of tiny marks. Since Glenir is still there, how did Fenrir escape? Lod was somewhat puzzled and confused. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. It's Hela. Brunhild faintly sighed. Back then, the gods had handed over the duty of guarding Fenrir to the goddess of death, Hela, so she was the only one who could control the chains. Hearing this, Lod slightly frowned and said, "According to what you said, it was Hela who released Fenrir." "No, she didn't release Fenrir." Brunhild shook her head. "Hela can only control Gleipnir, but she doesn't have the ability to completely release Fenrir. She only loosened a little bit of the chain." "I see." Lod nodded, understanding Brunhild's meaning. In fact, Fenrir wasn't released, but the chain around its neck was being controlled by Hela, making it sound like she was walking a dog. Fenrir just listens to her like that. Lod had another question in his heart. Since Fenrir was not a mount, why would he listen to Hela? This I also don't know. Fenrir has always been very obedient. Brunhild was stunned. She had never thought about this question. Interesting. A ripple appeared in the depths of Lod's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. It seems that it is necessary to find out why Fenrir would listen to Hela's orders. Intuition told him. The reason for hiding was very important. Perhaps it would bring him an unexpected harvest. Chapter 377. Swafon. Lod stared at Fenrir for a moment and said lightly, "Help to hero get rid of this wolf." "With tea, sure. Hitsugaya's strength alone, it is a little too difficult for him to defeat Fenrir by force in Helheim. After all, it is a terrible giant beast that swallowed the great king of Pantheon in the legends of Northern Europe. Leaving aside the weak impression in the movie, this Fenrir was obviously an existence of big boss. Not only was it born with extraordinary strength, but it was also immortal. With the enhancement of Helheim and the will of Hel, Fenrir was almost touching the limit of Father. Therefore, it was almost impossible to defeat Fenrir with just the strength of sure, Hitsugaya alone. If it continued to delay, even if 12 ice flowers withered and fought with the final form of the Daiguren Hyauran Meru, the odds of winning would not exceed 50. Swafon appeared on the side like a ghost and asked, "Lord Soul King, do you need to keep it alive?" "No need." Lod shook his head and said with a smile, "Compared to the value of this wolf, I care more about your safety, so you don't need to hold back." The safety of Swafon and Tuhiro is not fake, but this sentence still hides a deep meaning. If this Fenrir in front of me is really a beast in the orthodox myth that brings the gods of Northern Europe to dusk and swallow the king, how can it die in their hands before the time of prophecy comes? If it really died, that can only prove that the legend of Fenrir is false. Since it is a false legend, what is the use of Lod to have it? It is better to skin it as soon as possible. Understood. Swafon's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and there was a faint blush at the root of her ear, and then quickly bowed her head and said, "Lord Soul King, please wait for a moment. We will soon be able to defeat the beast." Swish. Not waiting for Lod to answer, Swafon had disappeared with Ho-Ho. What a beautiful Ho-Ho! Lod's eyes lit up slightly. Seeing Swafon appear 1,000 meters away, his heart could not help but sigh, as expected of the disciple taught by Yuryuki, her Ho-Ho can move such a distance at one time. It is estimated that there is level 8 Ho-Ho. His heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and his subordinate Ho-Ho level was higher than him. It seems that after going back, I have to find a way to quickly upgrade Ho-Ho level. How can I be lower than Swafon? For Lod, who was determined to become like Aizen, who was a standard 6-sided bucket warrior, no matter what the situation was, he could not allow any shortcomings to appear on his own, especially the shortcomings that were worse than his subordinates. "You stay here, I will help them." Brunhild's eyes shone with divine light, and her chest seemed to be burning. The war drum seemed to appear in her ears, urging her to join the battle. How can the giant beast that will fight against the god devourer, Fenrir, without Valkyrie? Bang! Without waiting for Lod to speak, Brunhild had already rushed out. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed several hundred meters, and like a flying flood dragon in the snow, she pulled out a long and huge wave and rushed straight towards the huge Fenrir. Lod. So now he is standing in the same place to watch the play? 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. Sting all enemies to death. Suzumibaki. Swafon, with super high-speed movement, took the lead to arrive at the battlefield and directly Shikai without saying a word. Accompanied by a cold female voice with a strong killing intent, Zanpakuto's form changed under the surge of spiritual power, like a wasp tail thorn attached to the middle finger of her right hand. One hit. Swafon stepped on Ho-Ho, and the figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the petite figure flashed like a ghost, avoiding the giant jaw and claws of Fenrir, the right hand of sword, like the sting of a yellow bee tail, wrapped with a sharp cold light, and ruthlessly stabbed into the lower eyelids of Fenrir. Choosing to attack the eyelids is actually the conclusion that Swafon got after carefully observing the battle. The places covered by the black fur, the defense is obviously high. Even sure, Hitsugaya's Daiguren Hyauran Meru cannot break the defense of those black fur, let alone her Suzumibaki. It is almost impossible to break the defense. So the place that Swafon can choose is not covered by the black fur. And the eyes, as one of the weaknesses of all creatures, were obviously the best choice. In the past, the biggest obstacle to using the ability of the bees was how to leave a mark on the enemy. But now there was no need to worry about this problem, because the size of Fenrir was too huge. It could attack any part of the body. Even the smallest target, its eyes were not difficult for her. After all, it was too big. As the bee pierced into the lower eyelids of Fenrir, the black 8-sided bee pattern bloomed. Roar dash. In the face of Swafon, who suddenly appeared, Fenrir was not very concerned at first. After all, with its huge body, it was nothing more than a little bug, until its eyes were stabbed, and the sharp pain like a needle made it roar in anger. Sure? Hitsugaya, who saw the scene not far away, had to admire it in his heart. It is really worthy of being the 2nd Division captain who is in charge of the Onmitsukid troops and is also a member of the criminal army. If it were for him, he would not dare to approach Fenrir in such a close distance. After all, his body movement and speed are far less powerful than Swafon. Second strike. Swafon slightly paused for half a breath of time, adjusted spiritual power and stabbed the bee into the blooming bee pattern. Second strike kill. In a split second, the bee pattern turned bright red like blood, blossoming into a demonic flower. Bang! A huge eyeball exploded, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar! Fenrir, who had lost an eye, roared and shook the beast head crazily, and the earth shook as if it was the end of the world. TCH. Is the gap between spiritual power too big? Swafon frowned. Although the bee pattern was blooming, it was only the damage caused by spiritual power after 2 overlaps. It was not as kill with 2 hits as she thought. Damn human, go to hell. Fenrir roared and raised a huge front palm to Swafon. Hula. The sky was covered by a huge shadow, and then a ferocious beast palm came, the sharp claws crossed the air, tearing out a visible crack, making a terrible sound like countless bombs roaring. Swafon instantly released a lot of spiritual power. Buzz. Buzz. With the rise of the huge spiritual power, he saw that around Swafon's petite body, there were endless white whirlwinds, and the sound of tens of millions of swords colliding with each other was like a storm eye. Endless shunko. The moment the cold voice fell, Swafon raised her foot and slammed it down. Bang! Fenrir, who was as large as a mountain, was forced to stagger and was forcibly interrupted by the attack. With the help of the huge recoil, Swafon was like a flash of light that tore through the sky and rushed up, punching Fenrir in the nose. The nose is the softest part of a canine creature, and the sudden heavy injury made Fenrir scream in pain, unable to control the center of the body, and fell to the ground, and the earth was shocked by the sudden weight. Good chance. Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved sword to condense the water in the atmosphere, transforming into a huge frost dragon with a diameter of 100 meters. He flapped his wings and rushed to Fenrir. At the same time, Brunhild finally arrived at the battlefield. Valkyrie. Brunhild used her instinct to gather the spirit particles in the atmosphere and condensed them into a huge sword of light that was 100 meters long, crushing the clouds in the sky and crashing down. Chapter 378. Rumble. An extremely tyrannical pressure surged through the entire world like a violent storm. In an instant, the surging spiritual power poured down like an endless ocean. The vast sound waves shook the sky like thunder. Countless huge dragons formed by the air waves rolled and roared, smashing straight into the clouds in the sky, stirring up the air currents in all directions. Under the sky, above the earth, all tangible and intangible substances were shaken by the 3 of them. As the rolling thunder roared and exploded, the fierce and violent force swept across thousands of miles, creating a huge gully on the collapsed ice surface. The 3 of them used all their strength to attack, and even Fenrir was a little overwhelmed. The black fur became skin and flesh split open, and streams of blood flowed out like a stream, dyeing the pure white land within 1,000 meters red. The rich stench filled the world, and even the strong wind could not blow it away. Roar! Fenrir roared, raised the huge hoof, the sharp claws tore the sky and grabbed one of them. Ah, too slow. Swafon used Ho-Ho to disappear and appeared in another place. The tip of the foot was light, hollow, empty, and there was a sneer in her eyes. Do you think you can hit me with such slow speed? But in the next moment, Fenrir spat out a pitch-black death light. Buzz! The pitch-black light contained a strong death aura. Wherever it passed, Hollow would collapse, and in the middle, it would split into countless tiny rays of light that enveloped the two of them like an inescapable net. Multi-layered ice wall. Sure? Hitsugaya whispered, the sword in his hand drew a circle in front of him, instantly creating more than 100 layers of solid ice to resist the destructive light. Onmitsukid. 100 shadows. Swafon relied on her excellent Ho-Ho technique. The speed was so fast that it left countless shadows in the air. Rumble. Pitch-black death light scattered down like a storm, like a meteor shower that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Continuous explosions rose up in succession. The howling wind seemed to be the lament of the earth, and a huge wave of air swept over like a tsunami, melting all the wind and snow within 1,000 miles, carrying countless dust and gravel into the sky. After waiting for the dust and smoke to disperse, Swafon and Sure? Hitsugaya were slightly stunned and found that the injury of Fenrir has been recovered. In Fenrir's yellow eyes, there was hatred and anger. You have successfully provoked me. Damn human, are you ready to meet my anger? Super speed, regeneration. Sure? Hitsugaya frowned and felt a little tricky. He said in a low voice, it seems that if you want to kill it, you can only use an attack that exceeds its recovery speed. Let me do it. Swafon's eyes slightly narrowed and said, but I need you to delay for me for a while. You mean, Sure? Hitsugaya was startled. Then he seemed to think of something, looked at Swafon with a strange look, and said, didn't you always dislike it for being too conspicuous and flashy with the style of Onmitsukid, so you don't want to use it? Swafon's eyes were full of killing intent, and she said coldly, compared with the dignity of defying Onmitsukid, the safety of Soul King is more important. Besides, there is only you here, and no one else will see my Bankai. Very well, I will help you stall for time. Sure? Hitsugaya took a step forward, sword pointed his blade at Fenrir and said, I hope you can be faster. After all, this beast has gone completely crazy. Everyone knew that the beast that went crazy after being injured was the most terrible. In particular, the one who went crazy was Fenrir, a Northern Europe Terminator who claimed to swallow the gods. I will help you too. Brunhild volunteered and joined the ranks of delaying Fenrir. Swafon was not long-winded and directly disappeared Ho-Ho. She still needed some time to prepare to kill him in one blow. Be careful, don't get caught by it. Sure? Hitsugaya took a deep breath and reminded Brunhild, then flapped his ice wings and rushed to Fenrir. The fierce battle between the two began again. Sure? Hitsugaya relied on his flexible body technique and the characteristics of the Daiguren Hyaran Maru to crazily attack, desperately delaying and attracting Fenrir's attention. Brunhild, on the other hand, was wandering around, occasionally sending out spirit arrows to harass Fenrir and help Sure? Hitsugaya. The two of them used all their strength, but they could only barely delay. In his furious state, whether it was his desire to attack or his attack speed, it was more than a level higher than before. Moreover, he was constantly spitting out black death light, almost causing the two of them to be hit. Roar dash. Fenrir was annoyed by the harassment and let out a deafening roar. Damn human, running around like an insect. Although the mountain-like body gave Fenrir an absolute advantage, there was also a big drawback, which was that it was not flexible enough. In the face of continuous attacks like mosquito bites, although it did not suffer any substantial damage, it could not hit at all. Sure. Hitsugaya, who was agile and small, could only be beaten in vain. It would be fine if it happened once or twice, but if it happened too many times, the evil fire that had been suppressed in his heart would become even more violent and violent. Damn bug! In the bright yellow eyes of the beast, the almost tangible flames of anger burned, and it opened its mouth. Be good and come into my stomach. A terrifying suction force suddenly burst out from the pitch-black mouth that was like an abyss. In an instant, the entire space seemed to distort, as if a huge black hole had appeared out of thin air. The visible gravitational ripple slowly rippled out, swallowing and tearing apart everything around it. Even light rays could not escape the fate of being devoured. Rumble. As the coverage of the ripple gradually expanded, it rolled up a hurricane visible to the naked eye that was tearing and roaring. Several huge mountains that reached into the clouds in the surroundings. Even the wind, snow, and air were swallowed into the abyss. Still not done yet. Sure? Hitsugaya resisted with difficulty and roared at somewhere. Boom. The huge metal base slammed into the ice. Brunhild and Sure? Hitsugaya looked sideways, only to see Swafon petite figure, carrying a rather exaggerated shape, like a giant queen bee tail needle, completely shining with golden light. You two, hurry up and get out of the way. Swafon spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and then the blue veins on her arms burst out, raising the heavy weapon, aiming the queen bee tail needle that seemed to be enlarged, through the scope attached to the base to the giant jaw of Fenrir. Go. Sure? Hitsugaya pulled the stunned Brunhild, and escaped using Ho-Ho. Try this. Divine light bloomed in Swafon's eyes, and said, Bankai, Jakuhaurekauban. Chapter 379. Jakuhaurekauban. Jakuhaurekauban, because of its heavy and huge shape, it has damaged the image and dignity of Onmitsukid, so it has been disliked by Swafon and rarely used in front of outsiders. In addition, Swafon is not willing to use Bankai because there are various restrictions and shortcomings. First, it was mentioned in the novel that the shape of Jakuhaurekauban was really too huge and heavy, dragging such a heavy Bankai, so that she could not move quickly, so that she could easily become the enemy's target. Second, the recoil of Jakuhaurekauban was extremely terrible, and it must be used with the steel belt at the bottom of the armor, which was the silver bar counter, to fix itself in place to avoid the backlash damage brought by her own Bankai. Third, it is the consumption of Jakuhaurekauban, only releasing one strike will consume more than half of spiritual power. Her current limit is that she can only use it twice in 3 days. If her Bankai can't twist the universe in one fell swoop and completely destroy the enemy, then after consuming a lot of spiritual power and physical strength, waiting for Swafon's end, there is only a crushing defeat or even death. But even if there are so many restrictions, what is replaced is that the terrible destructive power of Jakuhaurekauban is absolutely true, a killing method. In the Battle of Karakura Town, Swafon used Bankai Jakuhaurekauban to seriously injure number 2 Espada, Skeleton Emperor Baragan. The power can be seen from this. How strong is Baragan? Although Lot is not clear at the moment, at least he knows one thing, that is, from the number 4 to the top, each of the Espadas has the strength that completely exceeds Big Boss. Although Fenrir was a giant beast that devoured the Northern Europe Divine King, it was still slightly inferior in all aspects compared to the Baragan who grasped the power of age. Even the Baragan was heavily injured, presumably, the best ending for it would be to be severely injured and on the verge of death. Boom. Just as Lod was letting his imagination run wild, an ear-piercing, ear-splitting, and deafening sound of air breaking resounded throughout the world. There was no need to aim at all. Because in the mouth of the beast that was as huge as an abyss, under the pull of the astonishing gravity wave, it would automatically adjust the direction of the Jakuhaurekauban. At this moment, everyone held their breath, staring at the golden flowing light that cut through the sky, pulling a long dazzling flame, passing through the sky at an astonishing speed until they were pulled by the gravity wave and completely disappeared in the black hole. In an instant, the world suddenly fell silent, and the noise gradually faded away. It was as if God had pressed the pause button, and everything froze at this moment. However, this strange scene did not last long. It only lasted for an instant, and then a loud bang that seemed to shatter the sky followed. Rumble. An incomparably huge ball of white light appeared out of thin air like a sun. It blossomed with an incomparable blazing brilliance, instantly causing everything in the world to lose their original colors. What appeared in everyone's eyes was only an extremely dazzling white light. For a moment, it was as if thousands of bolts of lightning had exploded at the same time. Large ripples visible to the naked eye were shaking wildly. A crisp sound like a bronze mirror shattering rang out from hollow. Pitch-black cracks that could be seen with the naked eye were like dense spider webs that crisscrossed in an irregular pattern, spreading in the space within 1,000 meters of the center of the explosion. Endless violent winds howled, and the earth within a radius of 10,000 kilometers collapsed inch by inch. Then, an indescribably powerful shockwave swept across a region of more than 1,000 kilometers, drowning all tangible and intangible substances within it. Rumble. The huge shockwave was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it caught up with the two fleeing people in front of it. No, not good. Brunhild's expression changed drastically, and she said in a trembling voice, "We're going to get caught up. Tisk, tisk, tisk. There's nothing we can do. We can only take it head on." Seeing that he couldn't escape the range of the explosion, sure? Hitsugaya's pupils slightly shrank. He didn't care much, and the ice wings on his back suddenly expanded several times, protecting him and Brunhild inside and instantly creating hundreds of thick ice walls. In the next instant, the air wave attacked. Like a world-destroying wave, the hundreds of ice walls were instantly destroyed. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud with a diameter of thousands of meters radiating infinite light and heat rose up in the vast white land, even if it was hundreds of kilometers away from the domain of the dead. Sitting in the palace of Eliud near Hela inside clearly felt the vibration caused by this violent explosion. It was so close. I was almost swept into it. Lod wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. If he had not run in time when he saw the situation was not good, he would have been swept into the explosion by now. After the initial explosion, all the air in the area was forcibly squeezed out and turned into a vacuum area. After the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, the air in a radius of tens of thousands of miles surged in like a river, forming a second huge shock wave. Tens of thousands of tons of dust was swept up high by the roaring hurricane. A pungent and hot smell spread all over the world. The residual heat left by the heat evaporated the snow and water, turning Helheim into a huge furnace. It was unknown how many minutes had passed. The dust that had accumulated in the sky gradually dispersed, and the terrible residual heat gradually declined. The land of ice and snow in a radius of tens of thousands of miles had turned into purgatory scorched earth at this moment. The entire height of the earth had been flattened several meters. The hot red lava slowly flowed along the ravines that tore the ground. There was no bulge in sight, only a huge pit with a diameter of 1,000 meters, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. The legendary giant beast, Fenrir, was lying in the sinkhole, on the verge of death. The skin and flesh of his body were charred black from the high temperature. He could not even tell if it was wolf fur or skin. Cracks spread all over his body, and blood formed scabs over his body. It looked like it could break at any time. Hiss dash. Looking at the huge destruction in front of him, even Lod could not help but take a deep breath. He didn't expect that the power of the Jakuhaurekauban was so terrifying that its destructive power was comparable to a nuclear bomb, right? No. No. From the perspective of direct destruction, a nuclear bomb without radiation would be a bit inferior. On Mitsukid. No, no, no. This is a mothership for galactic war. Sure enough, none of the assassins were honest people. One by one, they said assassination, but the result was that they did it secretly. Kill in one blow. Wait. Lod suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. He murmured, if I had the Jakuhaure and Kansume's ability, wouldn't it be unlimited firepower? Chapter 380. It's decided. He must get the Jakuhaure for him. Kansume and the Jakuhaure. Is there a better combination in this world? Just thinking about the scene in his mind, mushroom clouds exploded one after another. Lod felt excited and even a little impatient, wishing to experience it now. Reality proved. In every man's heart, there was a dream of becoming a big bomber. Of course, it might be hereditary. After all, the phobia of rabbits' lack of firepower had been deeply imprinted for thousands of years. While Lod was fantasizing about the Big Bang, a giant ice dragon suddenly flew out from a shattered crystal-like surface that was flowing with magma. Looking closely, it was Sure? Hitsugaya and Brunhild. However, the image of the two of them seemed to be a bit bad. Little Taoshiro was covered in dirt and looked like a mud brother. One of the wings on his back had been blown off, and the ice armor had become tattered. Even the ice flower floating behind him was only left with the last piece. Moreover, because spiritual power had consumed too much of his breath, he was panting. Brunhild was still slightly better, but the broken silver armor had finally completed its mission. It completely fell off, revealing its hidden proud figure. However, her current fleeing appearance made Lod feel somewhat comical. The two people who had escaped from death had expressions of lingering fear on their faces. In particular, Brunhild's beautiful face was incomparably pale. Her purple pupils trembled slightly, as if she hadn't recovered yet, and she was still shocked by the might of the Jakuhaure. In comparison, Sure? Hitsugaya, who was already mentally prepared, was clearly much better. He only complained in a somewhat sorry state, Swafon, if you use Bankai next time, I will not appear in the vicinity. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Swafon appeared next to him. Spiritual power's violent consumption made her face a little pale, and her breath slipped a lot more than before. She glanced at Sure? Hitsugaya weakly and coldly replied, I just reminded you to run away quickly. You call that a reminder? Sure? Hitsugaya widened his eyes and said with black lines on his face, you haven't finished your words, and you don't give me time to leave at all. We have no time. Swafon took several breaths in succession, which barely smoothed out the chaotic breath, and then said, besides, how do I know that your ho-ho is so bad that you can't even run out of this distance? Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes twitched, and he wanted to ask her what your standard is. Looking at the entire Godi 13th Division, the person with ho-ho stronger than him only 4 or 5 captain, and the rest is almost the same even if not below. But then he thought about it again and decided not to humiliate himself. Needless to ask, I know Swafon's standard of judgment, which is to use God of Flash Yuryuaki as her role model, and Kukaki Byakuya as a threshold. This dumb loss, he is going to eat it. Sure? Hitsugaya closed his mouth and said. Swafon did not pester him, turned straight to Lod, bowed slightly and said, Lord Soul King, Swafon has succeeded in defeating the beast, how do you want to deal with it? It is indeed a problem. Lod frowned slightly and seemed to feel that it was quite tricky. This is the first time I have seen such a tenacious beast. Hearing this, even Sure? Hitsugaya could not help frowning and clicked his tongue, even if it evolved to the final phase, in terms of speed regeneration, it wouldn't be comparable to it. Brunhild looked at the two of them and whispered, when the prophecy of the Ragnarok arrived, Fenrir couldn't be killed. Even God King Odin couldn't do it, so he locked it in Helheim. It had to be said that Fenrir's vitality was truly astonishing. Although it seemed to be a corpse, it was still alive. If given some time, it would soon recover under the blessing of Helheim. So how to deal with it became a problem. It was obviously impossible to kill Fenrir now. Even Odin, who was the Asgardian Alfather, could not kill Fenrir before the Ragnarok, let alone the few of them. How about, use Keto to seal it? Sure? Hitsugaya pondered for a moment and suggested. Swafon sighed helplessly and said, your idea is indeed good, but if you want to seal this beast, you have to at least be a grand Keto master. With the two of us, sealing it is simply a dream. Grand Keto master level. Hearing this, sure? Hitsugaya suddenly fell silent. That level of Keto is not something they can touch. If it is displayed by the intuitive value, then Keto's level is at least LV.9, equivalent to Swafon's achievement in Ho-Ho Field, and they, including Lod, the highest level of Keto is only LV.7, almost 108,000 miles away. Is there no other way? Sure? Hitsugaya seems to be a little unwilling, gritting his teeth. It is hard to defeat this beast. If we let it go, we will be in trouble. Swafon sighed and shook her head. It's a pity that Lord Soul King's spiritual power has yet to recover. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to seal Fenrir. It can be done now too. Lod said with a smile. Under the shocked gazes of the two, he said indifferently, although spiritual power has yet to fully recover, sealing this beast is still not a problem for me. Swafon looked at him with a little worry and said, Lord Soul King, your spiritual power has not recovered yet. If you forcibly seal this beast, I am afraid it will hurt your soul origin. Relax. Lod waved his hand and smiled. It's just a Keto, it can't consume too much spiritual power. You two take a few steps back temporarily, so as not to be affected by the seal. Seeing that Lod's will was very firm, Swafon could only put away the idea of dissuasion and silently bowed her head and retreated to one side. Sure? Hitsugaya shook slightly, took a deep breath, opened his eyes and was ready to see how Lord Soul King would seal the giant beast. Dong. 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 Lod slowly stepped toward Fenrir, the fingertips of spiritual power dancing in the air like a silk thread, the two thin lips opened slightly, and a grand sound burst out from the mouth, like rolling thunder echoing in the whole world, unable to disperse for a long time. 8 inches of the military minister, there is no reason to retreat. Green latch, white latch, black latch, red latch. After biting each other, they sank into the sea. The gates of the dragon tail, the gates of the tiger bite, the gates of the tortoise armor, the gates of the phoenix wings. Bakuto, Shij, no Samon, the gate of 4 beasts. Chapter 381. Azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird. Along with the rumbling sound of thunder, the 4 great divine beasts appeared. As the surging waves of spiritual power surged, the 4 great divine beasts rode the wind and cut through the horizon, transforming into an incomparably huge city gate of spiritual power. They crashed down from the sky above Hollow, suppressing the originally heavily wounded and dying Fenrir within the space formed by the divine beasts. Bakuto, Gate of 4 Beasts. This Bakud, which he had just drawn not long ago, is not in the Bakud. Of the regular serial numbers, it is the original Kid. Core Vice Kid. Chifush, De Hachigen of Soul Society Go Di 13, specifically to seal the actions of the number 2 Espada, Baragan, and develop the strongest space barrier type Kid. Kid. Core is independent from the Go Di 13, specializing in the use of Kid for combat, and its responsibilities are mostly engaged in missions such as opening barriers, opening channels, sealing, etc., and as one of the strongest among them Vice Kid. Chief, de Hachigen is especially good at seals and barriers. Limited by the manga section, Kido Core did not appear many times. Even the only two Kid Chiefs, de Hachigen and Tsukubishi Tessai, took few actions in the original, but this does not mean that these two are better than the so-called captain rank Shinigami. Difference: the four beasts gates may not have the strongest Kido of Ushoda Hachigen, but they also have the double effect of sealing and enchantment. The defensive strength can almost be said to be one of the most performance enchantments in the whole chapter. Not only can it limit the aging ability of the #Espada, Baragan, but it can also completely seal the explosive wind of the Jakuhaure Kauban. This was one of the strongest Bakudo that Lod could currently use. If even Shige, no Samon can't seal Fenrir, then he can only consider taking a break from the edge and letting this guy go. Roar dash. Fenrir suddenly growled, its bright yellow and bloodshot eyes revealed a near solid fury, and it actually carried its broken body and forcefully climbed up from the pit to attack the barrier. Boom! When the huge hoof hit the city gate, it immediately caused huge ripples that were visible to the naked eye. The orange-yellow enchantment surface rippled, and the whole enchantment seemed to shake violently, making Sure? Hitsugaya and Swafon, who were next to them, worry about whether this enchantment can withstand the death counter-attack of Fenrir. However, a moment later, the two found that their worries were obviously unnecessary. The enchantment was under the crazy attack of Fenrir, although it rippled like waves, it was always as solid as a rock, without any sign of collapse. The four gates had been completely closed. The green dragon was in front, the city gate known as the Dragon's Tail, a huge city gate in the shape of a shield. The white tiger was on the left, the city gate known as the Tiger's Bite, a huge gate that was shaped like a gear. The black tortoise was on the right, the city gate known as the Turtle Armor, was made of a large number of hexagonal crystal-shaped armor leaves and a huge hexagonal gate. The vermilion bird was behind, the city gate known as the Phoenix Wings, and the huge sword blade was connected to the spirit energy gate, like a giant flaming gate. In the end, the four great holy beasts gathered together. The spiritual energy above Hollow fluctuated. The umbrella-shaped roof descended, sealing the final exit. At this point, the four-beast gate was finally completed. It's over. Lod let out a soft breath and then looked down at Fenrir, who was sealed inside. Roar. Fenrir tried to attack several times, but the result was that he was exhausted, but the enchantment did not move at all, and the injury became more serious. Feeling pressured, Fenrir accumulated the last bit of power in his body to recover. He spat out a pitch-black death light at the Azure Dragon City gate in front of Lod, and smashed into the barrier with the power of extermination. Boom! Under the impact of the death energy light, the entire barrier shook violently. The orange-yellow barrier stirred up endless ripples, as if it could shatter at any time. However, the power of the four great divine beasts in the inner world circulated, and in an instant, it increased the defense of the Azure Dragon City gate. Not only did it forcibly take down this attack, it even rebounded it back. Was there anything worse than being hit by one's own moves in the world? There was something that was being pierced through by one's own moves. The pitch-black dead light returned along the same path and went straight into Fenrir's mouth, penetrating all the way to the tail. Ow! Fenrir let out a miserable scream. This time, its injuries were even more severe. If this place is not Helheim, there is the boost buff of the dual will of Nordic and Hell. I am afraid that this giant beast, which will swallow Alfthor in the future, will be killed by his own moves. It really was sealed. Brunhild looked at Lod in shock. I didn't expect that. I just said it casually, and Fenrir was really sealed. This is something even the Alfthor can't do. What a terrible enchantment. Swafon eyes moved slightly, and her heart was shocked, revealing a trace of admiration. As expected of Lord Soul King. Even if spiritual power has not recovered, he can easily display a barrier comparable to Ushoda Hachigen. The strength of this barrier is a little absurd. Sure? Hitsugaya looked at it and said, there's no way that beast could escape this seal. At present, it seems unlikely. Swafon followed and said, there should be no problem. Lod took this scene into his eyes, and then nodded slightly and said, as long as the four beasts gate is here, there is no need to worry about Fenrir. I should think about how to deal with Hela next. Facing the successive setbacks, he predicted that the death goddess would not be able to sit still. The martial goddess army that was originally used to test Hela was not very important to Hela. At most, she would feel a little angry if she lost it. The later underworld guardian Galmu probably made Hela feel a little pained, but it was only a pain. The two sides had not truly fallen out yet, and they were still in the stage of testing each other. However, this time, it was impossible for Hela to bear it no matter what. Fenrir was the legendary giant beast that brought destruction to Northern Europe and swallowed the god King Odin. It was the key tool for her revenge on Asgard. If not for Fenrir, wanting to take revenge on the priest who ruled the nine worlds was no different from dreaming. There was no chance of success at all. If one had to describe it, Fenrir was like a treasure used to deal with godly monarchs. It could perfectly restrain Odin, who had the divine soul king. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Hela to let something happen to Fenrir. If it was as what Lod had expected, Hela would not appear yet. Instead, she would only appear in front of them after she thought that she was fully prepared. This was not Lod's imagination, but a speculation based on the current situation. This was because in Hela's eyes, the opponent she was going to face was an existence with unknown strength and the ability to compete with her for the authority of Hel. Chapter 382. In the Palace of Eljanir. In charge of the entire Helheim underworld, the noble goddess of death was angry. The Black Death aura surged like a tide, and with a terrifying pressure that was almost tangible, enveloped the entire palace and the domain of the dead. Countless creatures of dead soul knelt and begged for mercy under this pressure. The throne made of evil souls had been shattered by the furious Hela at this moment. In the huge and dark palace, the breath of the dead overflowed from the original silence, and suddenly turned into a violent and turbulent flood, as if to indicate that the goddess of death, at this moment, was like this flood. Violent. Very good, you forced me to do this. The goddess of death, Hela, had a sinister look in her eyes. The pressure around Hollow shattered inch by inch. The other party repeatedly provoked her, even openly plundering her authority. If she did not counterattack, she was afraid that even the position of Lord of Hell would not be stable. The position of the goddess of death was the foundation of her standing. If it was taken away by that mysterious outsider, not to mention taking revenge on Asgard in the future, even she would become their slave. Since ancient times, the battles between dimensions were far crueler than what they were seeing now. It was said that when Hell was first broken, countless terrifying demons had fought against each other for tens of thousands of years before forming a stable situation and the well-known Demon King. Although Hela did not want to admit it, she knew it very well in her heart. When she was still weak a few years ago, if not for the protection of God Odin, how could the Helheim underworld be safe in the face of the greedy infernal king, especially the covetous eyes of Mephisto? Therefore, when it came to dimension battles, one could only win and not lose. Damn bastard, I will let you do as you like. Hela's eyes narrowed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, when I take back the Necro's word and death cloak, I will pull out your soul for me to ravage. The Necro's word and death cloak were the sources of power for the death goddess. However, these two things were usually placed in the core of Helheim's underworld and used the power of the entire hell to temper themselves. Now that they had decided to start a war, they had to retrieve these two weapons. 5 days passed in a row, and nothing happened. Ever since Fenrir was sealed, the goddess of death, Hela, seemed to have forgotten about them. She no longer sent anyone or creature to harass them. In fact, even if she came, it would be useless. After all, even Fenrir was no match for them. It was just as Lod had expected. Hela was not in a hurry to seek revenge. Instead, she was silently preparing. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He would use this time to recover his spiritual power. Everyone knew very well that this was only temporary peace. Just like the pressure before the storm came, the calmer it was, the more terrifying it became. While recovering spiritual power, Lod discovered something interesting. The concentration of the Helheim spirit particles in the underworld was thin. In fact, it was because of Hela's deliberate control that she had gathered all the energy in the entire Hell into her palace. She did not know what it was used for. The result of this was that the origin of Hell was damaged. Thus, an interesting place came. In the process of meditating, Lod had accidentally sensed the will of Hell. Just like when he was in Mammon Hell, Helheim's will of Hell took the initiative to find him, just like 996 employees who had been oppressed by the black-hearted boss, revealing the idea of them hopping to him. Of course, the so-called hop was actually just a description, and the real situation was not like this. But Helheim's will of Hell did show a real sense of closeness, and even offered him a little convenience, which was a huge improvement in the concentration of Rishi. Previously, the concentration of spiritual droplets in the Helheim underworld was only 1/10 of that of the weak spiritual land, and it was even less than that of the modern world of most parts. However, the will of Hell opened the back door and specially increased the concentration of spiritual droplets in the vicinity of Lod. It was almost close to the heavy spiritual land. What was the concept of the heavy spiritual land? The Karakara town that created the Kinki, the origin of death god Manga, was almost a heavy spiritual land. From this, one could imagine. How big of a backdoor did the will of Hell in Helheim's underworld open for him? According to the current concentration of Rishi, he only needed 3 more days to fully recover spiritual power and his injuries, and then there would be no need to worry about Hela. No wonder everyone likes to use the back door. At the same time, Lod was secretly delighted, thinking that if Hela knew about this, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood again. It was clearly her hell, but someone or something was secretly helping the enemy. This matter made everyone angry. However, this matter really could not be blamed on anyone else. Who asked Hela to not do proper business and not hesitate to damage the entire origin of Hell, forcibly using the power of Hell to gather in the castle? If this continued, Hell would be completely destroyed. No wonder the will of Hell would secretly help Lod defeat Hela. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On the stone bed in the cave, Lod, who had been sitting cross-legged for several days, finally opened his eyes. An invisible pressure spread out like mercury. When he saw that the space around him made a crisp sound like a bronze mirror, and then cracked a gap, like a spider web. Noticing spiritual power's abnormality, Swafon rushed back to the cave. She looked up and hit the pair of deep blue eyes. She suddenly felt that her soul seemed to be hit by an invisible force, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. Thump thump thump. Swafon stepped several footprints in the snow, and she retreated out of the cave and was blown by the cold wind. Only then did she react as if she woke up from a dream, and her face had become pale. It was just a look. But it made her feel like she was in the sea, like a boat rolling in the waves, and she was in danger of capsizing at any time. Sure? Hitsugaya, seeing Swafon pale, stepped forward and asked, Swafon, what's wrong with you? Swafon took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. She said, Lord Soul King, has recovered. Really? Sure? Hitsugaya was slightly shocked and turned to look at the cave. In the depths of the dark cave, a figure slowly walked out. His spiritual power was like an unfathomable abyss. He just stood there menacingly, as if he swallowed all the light. His blue and deep eyes were as bright as stars, so dazzling that it was almost impossible to look straight at. The enemy is coming soon. Lod had a calm and indifferent smile on his face. Then he said astonishingly, "Brunhild, go brew a cup of tea for me." Brunhild. Chapter 383. Brunhild was speechless. Not to mention the fact that the enemy was coming soon, not only did he not warn her in advance, but he also asked her to make tea. The key was that this was Helheim. Looking around, there was no green plants except the blizzard. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Where could she find tea leaves? Moreover, this kind of high-end tea leaves. She vaguely remembered that thousands of years ago, when the God King invited the gods to a banquet after his victory, she had the honor of tasting it once. Brunhild wanted to cry but had no tears. She could only pitifully look at Lod. "Brunhild, you seem to have misunderstood." "Tea, sure?" Hitsugaya shook his head and laughed. "The reason why Lord Soul King said this is actually to tell us that we don't have to be too nervous. He doesn't really want you to make tea." I thought it was literal. Hearing this, Brunhild heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lod with a reproachful look. "However, it was really as tea, sure?" Hitsugaya said. Originally, when she heard that the enemy was about to arrive, she felt a little nervous and dignified. After Lod suddenly interrupted, she was not so nervous. "Lord Soul King, do you mean that the enemy is approaching us?" Swafon is very calm and does not care about these trivial things. She only cares about who the enemy is and when will they come. "Yes." Lod looked into the distance and said calmly, "It is estimated that Hela will appear in 5 minutes. 5 minutes? The three of them looked at each other. Although I don't know how powerful the death goddess is, in 5 minutes, it was enough to cross tens of thousands of meters of distance. Could it be that Lord Soul King perceived the movement of the god from tens of thousands of meters away? His Swafon and T, sure? Hitsugaya looked at each other and took a breath of cold air, seeing horror in the other side's eyes. Even if they knew that Lord Soul King was very strong, it was too exaggerated to cover the perception range of tens of thousands of meters. Everyone was filled with doubt and anticipation as they silently waited. Hoo. The cold wind was chilly, and snow was falling. It had only been 5 minutes, but Brunhild felt that it had never been so long. It was as if many years had passed, and she couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Her purple eyes were flickering restlessly. Suddenly, Lod's deep eyes focused, and he said lightly, "There she is. Goddess of death, Hela." Hearing this, Brunhild suddenly became spirited and looked in the direction of Lod's eyes. Swafon and T, sure? Hitsugaya finally noticed the huge energy fluctuation. Their eyes shrank slightly, and they raised their heads at the same time to look at the white sky covered by the blizzard. In the sky, the endless blizzard suddenly split open a path in the middle. Dark green clouds swept over. Like a kingdom of the dead, it eroded the white world. Then, stairs made of countless bones slowly extended out from the dark green clouds. Accompanied by the screams of countless wandering souls, a figure walked out with thin boots. Da da. Da da. Da da. The crisp sound of shoes stepping on the ground came, and the figure gradually showed up. It was a tall and slender woman. She wore a black leather armor with silver threads. The black cloak fluttered invisibly. A head of long black hair fell down casually, covering half of her face. Although only half of her face was revealed, it was enough to perceive her beauty. Especially her ice-cold face, which emitted an arrogant expression. It could be said that she had the aura of a queen. Hela Odinstotir. Brunhild's eyes were filled with anger, and her words revealed her identity as a woman. Brunhild. Hela walked with graceful steps, her proud expression showing on her face. She coldly said, "Since she is the Valkyrie, shouldn't she kneel down to welcome me when she sees the Queen of Asgard?" "Don't flatter yourself, Hela." Brunhild angrily said, "You have already been expelled from Asgard." "Brunhild, you are still so stupid." The mocking smile on Hela's face became even wider. "If I was really expelled from Asgard, why didn't that old bastard Odin strip me of my position?" Brunhild had an ugly expression on her face, and her chest heaved with anger, unable to speak for a long time. In fact, they had always ignored a problem. No matter how Hela tried to court death, she was always the eldest daughter of the god king named Odin, the first in-line successor of Asgard. Although she was sealed and expelled by Odin due to various reasons later on, she was still the first to inherit Helheim. But Odin did not deprive her of her divine seed. Do you understand now? Seeing that Brunhild was speechless, Hela had a mocking smile on her face. "I am the first in-line successor of Asgard. It's just that I am sealed here. You are just a small Valkyrie. Otherwise, why would Odin abandon you all to me?" Brunhild's heart was filled with endless sorrow. Tears seemed to flicker in her eyes, and her white teeth tightly bit down on her lips, allowing the sweet blood to flow into her mouth. Only pain could make her feel better. The first successor. At this time, Lod suddenly spoke up. "Unless Odin's brain is old and muddled, even if you aren't trapped here, it is impossible for you to become the Queen of Asgard." The first in-line successor of the throne was obviously Hela boasting. Not to mention whether Odin would really pass the throne to Hela, just her means of handling things were not suitable to become a divine king. She pulled out her sword at the slightest disagreement, about to destroy human races at any time. She was even more terrifying than that idiot prince. If Asgard really let her become a ruler, she would probably die in less than a year. There was no need to wait for the Ragnarok. "Who are you?" Hela's dark green eyes narrowed, and a cold killing intent surged. "So the one who sealed Fenrir, killed Gram, and came to steal my Hel. Should be you. Congratulations, you guessed right." Lod clapped and smiled. "Unfortunately, there is no reward. As for who I am, you can call me uncle." He and Odin were of the same generation, and Hela was also the daughter of Odin. Therefore, in terms of seniority, it was not too much to call him uncle, and it was definitely not intentional to take advantage of her. "You are courting death." Apparently, Hela did not think so. She waved her hand, and dark green energy surged out. The entire dark cloud rose and fell like a tide. She said coldly, "Wake up, my army. Kill this person and use their blood to please me." Boom. 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 The sound of orderly formation footsteps came from the endless dark green clouds. There were hundreds of thousands of soldiers in strong armor. They formed a neat formation with killing intent. Every movement they made was powerful enough to tear everything apart. They looked like a large black ocean. They silently aimed their weapons at Lod's side. Good heavens, even Dead Soul's natural disaster was here. Chapter 384. Hundreds of thousands of Dead Soul Core. If one looked carefully, one would discover that these soldiers had died, and the armor they wore was shockingly similar to that of Brunhild and the other Valkyrie. The evidence of the scene was like a mountain. There was almost no need to carefully ponder over it. One could come to a cruel conclusion that the so-called Valhalla that Odin had promised was actually the Helheim. The dead Asgardians would not go to the Valhalla at all. Instead, after they fell into Helheim's underworld, they all became Hela's subordinates. When they were alive, they fought for Asgard. They should have enjoyed endless glory, but after they died, they ended up in such a miserable state. Lod could not help but sigh. The kind and amiable like a fat sheep. No, it should be said that the kind Odin was not as simple as he appeared to be. Even in the face of loyal soldiers, they still refused to let them rest after death, but used a cruel and merciless method to let them continue fighting for themselves. This was the young Odin, a tyrant who was known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. Hela had become like this, and it could only be said that she had been influenced by him. Like father, like daughter. Hela. When she saw Dead Soul's army, the rage in Brunhild's chest flared up. She stared at Hela with eyes full of anger and roared, "You dare to dishonor these heroic spirits who died in battle? Dishonor? Ha ha." Hela sneered, and the mockery in her eyes was extremely intense. She retorted, "Before you accuse me of dishonoring the heroic spirit, shouldn't you first accuse the God King who is always great and righteous in the temple of Asgard?" Brunhild didn't say anything. She only lowered her head and tightly clenched her fists, her fingernails digging deep into her flesh and bones. Bright red beads of blood seeped out from the inside of her white jade-like fists, dripping down onto the white snow beneath her feet like blooming plum blossoms. In fact, the truth was already in front of her, but Brunhild couldn't accept it. She still had a sliver of fantasy for Odin. But now, even the last bit of good impression she had in her mind was completely destroyed by a few words from Hela. The disguise and lies that tore away everything were revealed in front of Brunhild. In front of her was a bloody, naked, incomparably cruel, filthy, political, compromised, and selfish God King. There was no Valhalla at all, and there was no so-called glory and faith. All of this was Odin's lie. After their death, they would return to the Helheim underworld, and then be controlled by the goddess of death, becoming the Legion of Dead Soul, continuing to serve Asgarda. This was the real Odin. His actions could not be determined by good and evil, and everything was based on Asgarda's prosperity. Ha ha. So, we have always been dreaming. Brunhild's gaze was dull, and it was as if her soul had been taken away. Ha ha ha, how does it feel to be abandoned? The corners of Hela's lips reached her ears. Although she was laughing wildly, her voice was mixed with a trace of sadness that was not easily detected. They were both laughing at Brunhild and laughing at themselves, because they had once held hope and trust in the God King, and then they were ruthlessly betrayed. In the end, they fell into the boundless abyss, suffering forever. Enough. Hela. Brunhild raised her head, her eyes revealing a trace of stubbornness. The current me is no longer a Valkyrie, but a subordinate of Lord Soul King, the stern Ritter. Heh, a stray dog, so impatient to go and acknowledge a new master. Hela's dark green eyes turned to Lod. Her killing intent surged as she said coldly, "The Lord of Hell who descended on Helheim should be you, right?" Every lord in charge of Hell fragments emitted a special soul fluctuation that was difficult for outsiders to detect, but for people who were also lords of Hell, it was like a bright lamp in the darkness. Therefore, when Hela's gaze swept past the four people present, she recognized the leader at a glance. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Lod's eyes were hazy and blurred, as if he had just woken up. He lazily said, "So, can we make a move now?" Regarding the melodramatic plot of Odin's family, he really couldn't bring himself to be interested. If not for Brunhild's face, he would have already thrown a tantrum. "Since you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll grant your wish." Hela snorted coldly, then raised her hand and slashed down like sword. "Asgarda's army, kill them for me." Boom. 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 The pitch-black ocean was moving at a uniform pace, carrying a vast and boundless killing intent as it surged over like a tide that covered the heavens and the earth. For a time, the entire icy plain was shaking violently. Thousands of troops and horses galloped over, emitting a loud sound of armor rubbing against each other. Hundreds of thousands of people were shouting, and it was as if there were thousands of thunderbolts exploding out of thin air. Kill. Those brave warriors who had once fought for the Nine Worlds for the sake of Asgarda still erupted with an astonishing aura after their deaths, even more terrifying than when they were alive. Those ghastly white bones, clad in black metal armor, roared as they raised their spears and threw them out with all their might. Su su su. Numerous spears tore through the sky like a storm, falling towards Lod's side. It's too much. Lod put his hands behind his back and looked at the spear with no expression. He smiled and said, I don't like it. Who can destroy them for me? Lord Soul King, leave it to me. Sure? Hitsugaya's eyes were cold. He pulled out his Zanpakuto at his waist, stepped on Ho-Ho and suddenly disappeared in place. The next moment, with the fall of sure? Hitsugaya's sword, the water vapor in the world condensed into form, turning into 100 meters long giant ice dragon, roaring and rushing to those spears. Boom! The ice dragon flapped its wings and soared into the sky, freezing all the spears in its path. Do you think this is all I can do? Seeing this, Hela had a smug look in her eyes, and she raised her hand to grab the empty space. Crack! The space was like a curtain, torn apart by Hela, revealing a man with a bare upper body, covered in all kinds of strange tattoos, short hair, and a big beard. Kill them, and I will grant you death. Hela said to the man. Ha! The man grinned and said, I hope you can fulfill my wish this time, Hela. I won't lie to you. Hela said coldly, as long as you can kill them, I will grant you the death of your soul. I swear in the name of God that I will fulfill your wish, God of Light. Baldur. Chapter 385. The God of Light, Baldur. Hearing this man's name, Lod couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't remember it no matter what. The European mythology system was rather complicated and not as well known as Greek mythology. Therefore, he had basically only heard of those very famous gods, such as Thor, Odin, Frigga, and the likes. As for the god of light, he wasn't very famous in Norse mythology, and he had never seen him before. Brunhild, do you know him? Lod slightly shifted his gaze, wanting to ask if Valkyrie knew this so-called god of light. I do. Brunhild's voice was very soft, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her eyes were fixed on the man. Lod raised his eyebrows slightly. You seem to be very afraid of him. I am not afraid, it is just that this guy is very troublesome. Brunhild took a deep breath and then said with a bitter smile, the god of light, Baldur, has been blessed by the Queen of Heaven, Frigga. There is nothing in the world that can truly kill him. The blessing of Frigga? After hearing this, Lod finally remembered. There were not many stories about the god of light, Baldur in Norse mythology. The most widespread and most important thing was the death of this god, heralding the coming winter of Fenrir and the final Ragnarok. As for why he knew about this story? In his last life, when he was playing God of War 4, it just so happened that the last boss was this Baldur. Out of curiosity, he checked the story about Baldur, and the most interesting thing was about his death. It was rumored that in a summer afternoon, Baldur had a nightmare about death. After knowing about this matter, Empress Frigga ran all over the 9 worlds and asked everything in the world to swear to her that they would never hurt Baldur. Therefore, all things in the world made an oath. Bows, long sword, giant hammers, daggers, flowers, diseases, stones, and so on. They made an oath to Empress Frigga to ensure that they would never hurt the god of light, Baldur. Except for a plant named mistletoe, they did not swear an oath because it was too weak. Then, an interesting story came. Even Thor's thunder god hammer, Mjolnir, was unable to kill the god of light, but he was actually pierced through the chest by a small mistletoe and died. It could be said to be the most anticlimactic way of death in the world. This way of death couldn't help but remind people of Achilles. The two of them were also known to have immortal bodies, but their way of death was also full of surprises, except that one was shot to death by mistletoe, and the other was shot to death by arrows. Brunhild didn't notice Lod, who was distracted, and continued to explain, he is the only god among all the gods of Asgard who has received the blessing of Empress Frigga. Not only is his divine power unprecedentedly powerful, but he is also unable to kill him. We are in big trouble. Sigh, it's this boring rhetoric again. When Baldur heard the word blessing, his eyes were filled with ridicule. He slowly walked up the stairs and said coldly, this isn't a blessing, but a curse. Do you understand? Valkyrie. Brunhild gritted her teeth and said, Baldur, why did you appear in the underworld? Is there a need to ask this question? Baldur spread out his hands, grinned, and asked, where else can I find for a place to die? But, even Hela, the goddess of death, can't kill you. Brunhild was very confused. Even she knew this truth. As a god, there was no reason for Baldur not to know. Why did he still believe Hela's lies? Valkyrie, there is no need for me to explain to you. Baldur walked over with a face full of impatience. He clenched his fists and said, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram to the side. The following battle is not something you can participate in. Perhaps in the eyes of mortals, Valkyrie was a valiant goddess. However, the high and mighty god, especially the proud and arrogant god of light, Baldur, wouldn't put a mere Valkyrie in his eyes. Baldur only had one target, and that was Lod. Impossible. Brunhild gripped the silver sword with both hands, and her eyes flashed with determination. She said in a low voice, even if you are the god of light, don't even think about taking a step past me. I won't let you touch him. You overestimate yourself. When he heard this, Baldur sneered and said disdainfully, you think you can stop me? Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Baldur bent his knees slightly, and the ground around him suddenly collapsed. In an instant, Baldur disappeared from sight. Following that, a fierce wind whistled past, causing Brunhild to almost be unable to open her eyes. She felt pain on her face as if sword had brushed past her. With great difficulty, she saw a figure rushing past her. The speed of his breakthrough was so fast that Brunhild didn't even have time to react. When she came back to her senses and wanted to stop him, she found that it was already too late. Baldur was less than a meter away from Lod. The wind from his fist blew up Lod's clothes and her messy long hair danced in the air. However, in the face of this punch, Lod had no intention of dodging. His hands were still behind his back as he calmly watched Baldur's fist. Just as the fist was about to touch Lod, a small black figure suddenly appeared like a ghost and kicked Baldur's fist away. That person was Swafon. The reason why Lod did not move was that he did not need to move at all. Baldur's speed is very fast, but in front of the commander-in-chief of Onmitsukut, who is known for his speed, it is still not enough. You are dead. Swafon coldly raised her right hand, and Sword, who was like a bee tail, said, look at your chest, the bee pattern has bloomed. What is it? Baldur frowned slightly and lowered his head. He found that on his chest, he did not know when a butterfly bloomed, revealing bright red and strange patterns. It turned out that at the moment when the two just fought, Swafon stabbed twice on Bader's chest at an imperceptible speed. The bee pattern that symbolized death had changed from black to bright red. It's over. Swafon's eyes were cold and said, bloom, homunxa. The blooming bee pattern suddenly became bigger, with bright red and strange patterns, covering the upper body of Baldur, like a living creature slowly pulsing, madly seizing the life force of the god of light. Thump. 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 A pulse similar to a heart became clearer and clearer, and then Baldur's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that his body seemed to have been installed with a bomb, and it exploded in the violent explosion. Thick blood mixed with broken pieces of flesh, scattered on the surrounding white ground like a storm. But before Swafon declared victory, The next second, the flesh and blood instantly gathered. The bones, meridians, and internal organs of the human body slowly took shape. In less than 10 seconds, Baldur reappeared in front of them. Not bad, it hurts a little. Baldur twisted his neck as if nothing had happened. But unfortunately, it is impossible to kill me at this level. Chapter 386. Ultra-rapid regeneration. Swafon eyebrows twitched slightly, feeling a little speechless. She really didn't know if God was deliberately targeting her. The Suzumibaki's damage type was clearly Keto, which could kill its target in 2 strikes. Its killing ability was ranked high among all Zanpakuto, but it could never kill an enemy who was equally matched. This time, she encountered another monster that could not be killed. Swafon, who has never seen this kind of blessing, naturally regarded it as the ability of super speed regeneration, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. For the first time, she saw that someone could resurrect after being blown into minced meat. Sure enough. Lod took the scene into his eyes, but his reaction was very calm, because he had expected it. It must be known that this god of light, Baldur, even Mjolnir could not do anything to him, let alone the 2-hit kill of Suzumibaki. Although he knew how to kill Baldur, it was a pity that a clever woman could not cook without rice. A weak plant like mistletoe could only be found near the Valhalla. In other words, it only grew in Asgard. How could a frozen dead soul world like Helheim, which was in the underworld, grow life? Swafon, don't try to kill him. This guy is immortal. Think of a way to seal him with Keto. Lod reminded him from the side. Yes, I understand, Soul King. Swafon expression was slightly unwilling and seemed to be still entangled, and the problem of Suzumibaki failing again. Sealing me is a good way. Baldur grinned and mocked, but can you do it? There are many ways to seal. Swafon's eyes were cold, and traces of killing intent slowly spread out. But the question I am more curious about is, if I cut off your head, which part will you start to regenerate from, whether the body grows another head, or the head grows another body? This question, the angle is a little strange, and Lod is also a little curious. Interesting. Baldur was surprisingly not angry, but stared at Swafon with a hint of expectation and smiled. If you try it yourself, you will know. If there are 2 Baldur, maybe. For people who have a chance to kill him, Baldur is looking forward to it. Although Swafon's strength is not strong, he vaguely felt a glimmer of hope in this petite woman. Maybe he can really get what he wants this time. Come with me. Swafon glanced coldly, and then pointed to a place and said, let's go to another place to fight, don't disturb Lord Soul King. Up to you. Baldur shrugged and said indifferently, it's good to fight wherever you want. As long as you don't disappoint me. The 2 of them flew off into the distance as if they had made an agreement. Sure? Hitsugaya was in trouble. Although the Dead Soul army summoned by Hela were not his match, they were still able to revive infinitely. No matter how many times they were killed, these Dead Soul would stand up again, and then rush over with weapons in their hands. Even the 100-meter-long dragon condensed from ice seemed to be insignificant in front of the hundreds of thousands of Dead Souls' army. In fact, according to common sense, Death God's Zanpakuto, as a weapon against the soul level, should be able to deal with these Dead Soul creatures, but the key was that Hela had already been prepared and bound the souls of these warriors to Helheim underworld, refining them into a part of the whole underworld. Zanpakuto could only kill the souls, not the hell. Therefore, no matter how strong Hitsugaya was, as long as Hela still had the authority of Hell, Dead Soul could not be killed by. And this was exactly what Hela expected. From the beginning, she had never planned to use these inferior Dead Soul troops to win this war between the dimensional demon gods. The reason why she summoned the dead Asgardian dead soul warrior was only to delay the man's subordinates, so as not to suddenly intervene in the unexpected change. However, Valier was actually held back by another person. This was slightly beyond her expectations. However, it did not affect the general situation. The plan was still going in the direction that she had expected. All she needed to do now was kill that man and everything would be over. Now, it's your turn. Hela was like a proud queen, stepping on the stairs made of dark green clouds. Step by step, she walked towards Lod. Her hands slowly pulled apart, and pitch-black weapons appeared in the sky. I'll let you have a taste of the move I specially prepared for Odin. Clang 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 clang. Along with the dense sound of metal clashing, countless pitch-black weapons soared into the sky, like soldiers who were ready to set out, waiting for their master's orders. She had everything. The shape of all the weapons in the world could be seen here. Countless weapons piled up like dark clouds, covering the whole sky of Helheim, and even the end could not be seen at a glance, spilling the sharp cold light that made people's hair stand on end. If all these weapons fell, it was not difficult to imagine what a horrible scene it would be. The cruelest punishment in the world, sword, must be nothing more than this, right? The king's treasure. Lod looked at the dense mass of weapons and could not help but complain in his heart. No wonder he always felt familiar. It turned out that he had seen it before. It was just that the person who used it changed from gold to a certain glittering black. Brunhild, stay away from me. Lod calmly said, in the next battle, I cannot take care of you. Run as far away as possible and don't get dragged into it. Yes. Brunhild bit her lips, knowing that she would only be a burden if she stayed here. The battle between gods was not something she could interfere with. Even if she insisted on staying here, the result would only be the concern of others, so she might as well listen and not add any burden. Only when Brunhild was far away did Lod turn his gaze back to Hela. The civilian have been evacuated. You can begin your performance. Humph, pay the price for your arrogance. Hela's eyes flashed, and she waved her hands. Boom 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 boom. For a moment, a loud noise resounded through the world. Countless black weapons were pouring down like a storm. From afar, it looked like a surging black torrent raining down. It revealed an incomparably deep and oppressive aura. Just looking at it made one feel like they were unable to breathe. As far as the eye could see, it was pitch black like a vast ocean. When the endless black weapons fell, they saw that Lod was calm and indifferent. He slowly pulled out his Zanpakuto from his waist. Spiritual power which covered the sword's blade, turned into wisps of flames. As it burned, it released an indescribable terrifying heat. Reduce all creation to ash, Ryajanjaka. Chapter 387. Boom. Vast and blazing flames rose up, burning the earth like a scorching sun in the sky. Spiritual power contained destructive and terrifying heat. In just a second, the entire Helheim was covered. Everyone could feel the temperature in the air rising sharply. Moreover, as time went on, the temperature in the atmosphere was still rising. With every breath they took, they would feel a burning pain in their lungs and throats. Even their exposed skin became like cooked shrimp, showing the color of fire after being burned. The sky, the earth, the air, space, light. Everything that the naked eye could see seemed to be melting in the burning flames. Then, everyone saw a scene that made them even more horrified. The snow turned into water in an instant, and then it was evaporated by the high temperature. The water in the air was disappearing bit by bit, and even the lips were dry and cracked. The throat was dry as if it were going to burn up. The world covered by pure white ice and snow seemed to be gradually melting. Whether it was the enemy or their own people. At this moment, all of them stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction of the rising flames in a daze. Such a powerful and terrifying spiritual power, even if he was thousands of meters away, could still make people feel their hearts tremble. At last, Brunhild, who was far away from Lod, was at this moment affected. She was the closest to raging flame. Therefore, at the moment when Ryajanjaka was released, she was hit by the terrifying heat wave. The high temperature caused the armor on the surface of the body to crack open inch by inch, and the originally white skin showed a black color. Swafon, who was the furthest away from the battlefield, felt the monstrous heat wave. Even the hair in front of her forehead curled up under the high temperature, giving out a similar burnt smell, and her lips split open. What a terrifying flame! Baldur widened his eyes and said in shock, "This is the first time I've seen a flame stronger than Surtr. Is this guy a sun god? It's actually Ryajanjaka." Swafon licked her cracked lips and swallowed the almost non-existent saliva. She endured the feeling of dryness and said incredulously, "You. It seems that you are very confident in him." Baldur noticed the change in Swafon's look. From the original slight worry, after seeing the flame, it became full of confidence. "Yes, as you think." Swafon's eyes flashed with pride and proudly said, "When Ryajanjaka appeared, Lord Soul King has already announced that victory will belong to us." Baldur licked his cracked lips and asked curiously, "You believe so that he can defeat the goddess of death, Hela?" "Yes, I firmly believe this." Swafon took a deep breath, endured the feeling of her lungs being burned by the hot air, and said, "Ryajanjaka is the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto in Soul Society's history, the sword of fire that burns everything in the world." Compared to Brunhild and Swafon, one person's experience was not very good. Sure? Hitsugaya, who was confronting hundreds of thousands of troops, saw the huge flames coming over, and suddenly felt as if there were 10,000 horses galloping in his heart, with an unspeakable feeling. He had mentioned before that his Hyaran Meru relied on the environment very much. In a world of ice and snow like Helheim, the Hyaran Meru could exert 120 of its power. But he never expected that Lord Soul King actually began to liberate the Ryajanjaka. If he was too close, his Hyaran Meru would be greatly restricted. At this moment, even a mere Shikai could no longer be maintained. "When this is over, I must go into seclusion for 3 months. Sure?" Hitsugaya's sword swung away the weapons of Dead Soul's Legion and said in a slightly sorry state, "If I don't cultivate my god-slaying fist to the extreme, I won't go out." As the youngest captain of Soul Society, his skills were all relied on his Zanpakuto. Now that he could not use Zanpakuto to fight, it could be said that he had weakened his strength to the extreme. He could only rely on his god-slaying fist to deal with these immortal Dead Soul Legion. He felt extremely aggrieved. The reaction that everyone made seemed to have been a long time, but in fact, it was only a moment. The boundless black weapons turned into a surging torrent. It seemed that they were powerful and invincible, but in fact, before they even touched Lod, who was standing in the flames, they were already melted by the flames. Boom! The overwhelming flames swept over and forced Hela to retreat 1,000 meters. Hela's expression was extremely ugly. If she had not reacted quickly, her black cloak would have been burned by the flames. However, in contrast, Lod had never changed his position from the beginning to the end. He only stood in his original position and waved sword in the air. Then, he melted her confident move and forced her back 1,000 meters. The gap between them seemed too obvious. This made the proud and arrogant Hela somewhat unable to accept it for a moment. "Let's finish this quickly, Hela." Monstrous flames raged on the ground, and light distorted and blurred under the burning of the flames. On the path that Lod passed through, large patches of the ground withered and cracked. Lava could be seen everywhere that was burned by the flames. "After all, if I drag this out for too long, I'm afraid the whole environment of Helheim will be permanently changed by me." This sentence was absolutely not exaggerated or bragging. The Ryajanjaka was such a terrible Zanpakuto. If a Zanpakuto, which had appeared in Death God's manga, was pulled out, the only one who had the ability to destroy the whole world was it. One must know. The flame temperature of the Ryujinjaka had reached 6,000 degrees Celsius, which was comparable to the temperature of the sun. There was no material on earth that could withstand a flame with a height of 6,000 degrees. If it was released for too long, it would completely destroy the atmosphere, which would indirectly cause a chain reaction. The serious situation would even lead to the destruction of the entire world. As one of the dimensional fragments, Helheim had a range equal to the size of Seoul society. Although it was not destroyed by Ryujinjaka, if it continued for a long time, the overall environment would be forcibly changed, which would be a great damage to the will of Hel. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly. On one hand, it was to not change the environment of Helheim underworld, and on the other hand, his spiritual power could not hold on for long. Do your best to please me. Lod lowered his eyes, his right hand holding the burning sword, drawing a perfect half circle in front of him. Don't be too arrogant. Seeing Lod's seemingly contemptuous eyes, Hela suddenly became angry. Don't think that a mere flame can defeat me. Do you really think that this is all I can do? Chapter 388. Step, 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 step. Step by step, step by step. Every step was accompanied by the rising spiritual power, as well as the burning flames. Lod was covered in flames. He was like an evil spirit that had walked out of purgatory. He stepped on the stairs formed by Rishi and walked into the air. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes, and they collided with Hela's eyes. When? At this moment, the entire world seemed to have been pressed to a standstill. Two formless auras collided in the air, causing a gale visible to the naked eye to howl. The scorching air was accompanied by a heavy pressure. It spread out in a radius of 10,000 meters like mercury, suffocating everyone. At the moment when the momentum of both sides reached its peak, Hela's dark green eyes shone with a shocking light. She raised her palm hidden under the black cloak, and her 5 fingers pressed down on Lod in the shape of a tiger's claw. She coldly spat out a series of words: plague, disease, pain, wailing, despair, aging, sluggishness. Every time a word came out from Hela, there would be a corresponding negative state that directly fell on Lod. As the goddess of death who was in charge of the Asgard underworld, although she usually liked to throw weapons like a gold flash and looked like a berserker, in fact, she was a mage and was proficient in many times more magic than Loki. Under the suppression of the negative state magic, Lod was inevitably affected, but it was only a little. Bang! A hot wave of air exploded in the air. As the circular flame spread out, a figure shrouded in flames suddenly tore through the sky and stepped in front of Hela. Itt, re, Teimatsu, torch. A cold voice suddenly sounded in Hela's ears. Before she could react, a flame appeared in her eyes. Then, she saw sword blade, which was wrapped in flames, sweep across the sky like a stream of light, leaving behind a gorgeous sword light. Boom! The enormous flame that could not be described with words suddenly turned into a huge wave that could destroy the sky and the earth. It swallowed the unprepared Hela. Then, the endless flames surged in a fan shape, and wave after wave, they spread out to a further place. The explosive flames that contained within Sword's blade, which were extremely fierce and could melt everything, poured out in an instant. They surged wildly in the sky. Looking up, the entire sky turned into a fiery red color, as if it had been swallowed by flames. But when Lod looked over, he found that Hela, who had been swallowed by the flames, was actually just a phantom. Go to hell! Hela roared angrily from behind, and countless pitch-black weapons tore through the air. Originally, when Hela felt that something was wrong, she used the astral projection magic to forcefully move her soul out. Only then did she avoid Lod's Teimatsu, and then used it to launch a sneak attack on her back. Those pitch-black weapons were not ordinary weapons, but one of Hela's divine weapons, the Necros words. They were forged from absorbing the power of Helheim, and could be divided into countless parts that could be thrown out. Anyone that was touched by it would inevitably suffer the power of death. If it was a weaker target, they would die instantly. Teimatsu. Lod did not even turn his head as he casually slashed out at sword. Boom. The roaring flames detonated all objects in the surroundings. The unparalleled and terrifying temperature melted the pitch-black weapon. Try this again. I want to see how many flames you have left. However, Hela had already expected that black magic power would be released from her body like a tidal wave. The entire Helheim seemed to be shaking. Mountains rose from the ground and turned into huge mountain weapons, falling toward the sky like meteors. You will see how many flames I have. Lod's eyes seemed to be shining with stars as he said indifferently, Enetsu Jigoku, flames of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames that were dozens of times larger than before occupied almost half of the sky and earth, completely turning the area within a radius of 10,000 meters into a hot hell. Boom! Boundless flames rose into the sky, turning into dozens of pillars of fire that connected the heavens and the earth. Then dozens of flame pillars gathered at the center, and finally merged together to form a giant flame pillar with a diameter of about 100 meters. Then, there was a world-shaking rumble. The boiling flames soared into the sky. In the midst of the raging flames, Hela's sorry figure stumbled out. Half of her cloak had already been burned by the flames, revealing half of her body that looked like it had been corroded. The burning pain from all over her body made her face extremely ugly. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. Hela, who had revealed her true body, let out a sharp and piercing roar. This was the attitude that she was most unwilling to be seen by others. Even Odin had only seen it once or twice, but now it was actually seen by an enemy. This made Hela feel like she could not endure it at all. It was like a giant dragon that had its reverse scale touched. It was instantly filled with rage, and her rationality seemed to have broken. Being distracted on the battlefield is a great taboo, Hela. As Lod spoke, he took a step forward, and sword, who was filled with flames, directly slashed down. Hela's pupils trembled slightly, and she hesitated for a moment. Then, she raised the Necros word in front of her chest to block this attack. The flames that came into contact with her at such a close distance not only ignited her black cloak, but even her divine weapon, the Necros word, seemed to be melting. Seeing this, Hela wanted to retreat and open up a distance to regroup. However, it was this action that caused her to fall into a disadvantageous position. The real battle only depended on an instant. Therefore, at the moment when Hela lost her mind due to anger, it had almost determined Lod's victory. Who dash? Lod exhaled a scorching white breath from his mouth, and golden flames rose in his eyes. The boundless raging flames arrived along with the words that were filled with killing intent, causing Hela, who was in a rage, to instantly wake up. For a moment, it was as if she had fallen into a cremation chamber. All the hair on her body stood on end, and her soul felt as if it was about to melt. 8000 Sword Style, Kyokujitsujin, Rising Sun Etch. The endless flames that covered the sky and the earth suddenly disappeared at this moment. All the flames were concentrated on the scorching red sword's blade. It neither burned nor released explosive flames. The heat that had been highly compressed was enough to completely erase everything in its path in this world with just a light touch. There would not be a single trace left behind. This move could only be released in the state of Zanka no Tachi, but after a slight improvement from Lod, it could be released in the state of Shikai, but the power of the original weakened was not just a little. But it was enough to deal with Hela. Chi. There was no explosion like he had imagined, nor was there any flames that he had imagined. After the scorching red sword cut through Hela's body, there was only a slight pain. A moment later, Hela, the goddess of death, lowered her head in shock and found that half of her body had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 389. Chiang. Lod spat out a mouthful of turbid air and waved his arm to extend sword. The terrifying heat and flames on sword's crimson blade gradually dispersed, returning to its previous appearance. The remnants of sword's attack left a golden afterglow like the setting sun in hollow space, and the scorching hot spiritual power within it did not disperse for a long time. But what was most shocking was that scarlet scorching hot sword's blade clearly did not touch anything else, but the grand sword energy it released was like a waning moon. After passing through 10,000 li of land, it burned several mountains in the distance into ashes, and the ground along the way was melted into magma by the flames. The army of hundreds of thousands of dead souls was very unfortunate, and they were instantly annihilated by the flames. Looking at this scene, Brunhild was somewhat astonished. What kind of terrifying temperature was this? It was comparable to the raging flames on the surface of the sun, and even an Asgardian god king would find it difficult to resist. After burning through the high temperature, Hollow became distorted and blurry. When she looked at the death goddess, waves of shock appeared in Brunhild's heart, and her complexion couldn't stop changing. The goddess of death, who was originally as arrogant as a queen, looked extremely miserable at this moment. The blade of the rising sun that sealed all the flames into sword's blade destroyed the defensive magic she had constructed in an instant. After burning away the death cloak with an unstoppable force, half of her body was reduced to ashes under the high temperature. Bang! With the sound of a heavy object falling, the already broken ground collapsed again. Hela lay in the broken and collapsed pit. Her black skin-tight leather armor had long been burned out by the flames, and there was no trace of her body below her waist. Only her charred upper body was left, and her breath was so weak that it could disappear at any time. The reason why she was still alive was all thanks to Helheim. If not for the fact that she was the one who controlled this domain, she would not have been able to get steady supply of energy from this environment and would have died under the Ryujinjaka. Hela, who originally had the support of Helheim, was slightly weaker than Lod in terms of strength, but it was impossible for her to lose so quickly, let alone be so miserable. Even if she could not defeat him, she could still delay. But the problem was, in order to take revenge on Asgard, Hela did not hesitate to use the source of death in Helheim's underworld to nourish her two great divine weapons, the Necros Word and the Death Cloak, causing the entire Hell to be in a state of deficit all year round. This kind of behavior naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of Helheim's will of Hell. So, combining the above two conditions, this resulted in the current situation. If his brain had not been filled with 10 pounds of water, he would definitely not have done such a thing. One had to know that the overall strength of the Infernal Lord was linked to the entire infernal source. The stronger the infernal source was, the stronger the infernal source would be. On the other hand, the stronger the infernal source was, the stronger the infernal source would be. The two could be said to be complementary. However, Hela had done such a drastic thing. It could only be said that it was not wrong for her to swallow this bitter fruit of defeat. How should I put it? Maybe this was what she deserved. Lod slowly landed on the ground and looked at Hela with contempt. You lost, Hela. Damn it. Hela held the broken Necros Word in both hands and forced herself to stand up on the ground. Her eyes were spitting fire as she said, "Don't think that it's over. I can still fight. Come again." Here, he had to praise the tradition of Asgarda. He did not know how this old man, Odin, had raised her. He was clearly a very outstanding politician, a kind-hearted old fox, but how did he raise his sons and daughters? They all developed in the direction of recklessness. There was no need to mention thunder god Thor. Even Loki, a mage, was affected. When there was magic, he liked to use a dagger to stab people. Now, even Hela was like this. Could it be that Asgarda had a training class? Your courage is commendable. Lod nodded slightly, barely acknowledging Hela's fighting spirit. However, his eyes were filled with ridicule as he said, "But with only half of your body left, you can't even condense your magic. How do you plan to fight me? For the glory of Asgarda." Hela was full of fighting spirit, and her eyes were burning with fighting spirit. She held the ground with one hand and aimed the broken sword at Lod with the other. She said word by word, "I, Hela Odinsdottir, challenge you in the name of the death goddess." Her calm words were filled with a sense of determination. Despite knowing that they were no match for her, Hela still raised her sword, like a fearless berserker. Like the heroic spirits that yearned for battle and death, they resolutely chose to continue fighting. Looking at Hela like this, Brunhild suddenly felt complicated. Even though the two sides were on opposing sides, they could not help but feel a trace of respect for the warriors who were calmly going to die. Soul King. Sir. Brunhild used spiritual power to send her voice over. Hela is issuing an ancient challenge to you. If you are willing to respond, you need to announce your name. Under the witness of great god Odin and Gungnir, we will have a sacred duel. Duel, so that's how it is. Since this is your choice, I respect your will. Lod's eyes narrowed and he solemnly said, "Lord Karl, Soul King from Midgard, accept your challenge." Midgard. Soul King. Hela was slightly stunned at first, but then she said in disbelief, "Among those lowly and insignificant humans, is there actually someone as strong as you? Who gave you the illusion that there are no experts among the humans?" Lod closed his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, "Do you know that the race that controls the world is exactly the group of humble and insignificant humans in your eyes? Humans are insignificant? Then you may have never seen the army of Transmigrator from the starting point. Among the big shots that spread across the world, the ones who easily destroy hundreds of worlds are all pure humans." "What do you mean?" Hela frowned slightly, not quite understanding what Lod was saying. "It's nothing. Let's begin." Lod shook his head and pulled out sword's blade from his waist. "Since it's a so-called duel, there must be a place for a duel. I will use this move to give you the greatest respect, the goddess of death, Hela." He. That's great. Hela's eyes lit up. To be able to make the enemy go all out, this was the greatest respect she had for her. "Lord Karl, in order to respond to your respect, I will use my last strength." Ben. Kai. Lod's thin lips slightly opened, and Zanpakuto slowly loosened his hand, and the aura from his soul rippled out. "Senbonzakura. Kage. He actually loosened his weapon on his own initiative. Hela frowned slightly and felt a little unhappy. She felt that Lod seemed to be looking down on her. However, what happened next completely changed her opinion. Her heart trembled inexplicably and she had a bad feeling. As the sword slowly descended, the moment it touched the ground suddenly rippled like water, and then the sword went straight into it and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 390. When the huge sword blades continued to rise from the two sides of Lod's back. The endless sword blades were arranged in neat rows, as if they were welcoming the arrival of a king. The huge divine path that was cast stretched to the end of the line of sight. There were simply countless sword blades. The next moment, the huge spiritual power gushed out like a boiling volcano, and the endless sword blades standing on both sides of the divine path shattered and scattered in an instant, turning into cherry blossoms all over the sky, like a pink ocean, circling and dancing wantonly. Even Hela, who had a tough personality, could not help but have a blurred look in her eyes when she saw the pink petals flying all over the sky, as if she was attracted by this beautiful scene and was deeply intoxicated in it. There were no flowers in the Helheim. Since being sealed in Helheim for 1,000 years, Hela had never seen flowers, especially such beautiful flowers. In the blizzard that was falling again, the pink petals and the white snowflakes intertwined together, drawing a beautiful scene together. Ah! Hela raised her hand to catch a petal, and a hint of sadness flashed in her eyes. I didn't expect to see such beautiful petals. I want to thank you, the Soul King of Midgard. No need to thank me. Lod's eyes were calm and peaceful. Then, he slowly raised his right hand and said indifferently, because this is used to bury your sea of flowers. Chi La. The petals that fell on Hela's palm were as sharp as swords, leaving a bloody mark. Sure enough, the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it is. Hela frowned slightly, then suddenly realized. When she looked at the pink sea that filled the sky again, her heart gradually sank. She looked at Lod and said, "Are you reminding me not to underestimate these petals? Are they your sword blades? Have you rested well?" Lod said, "You should have plenty of energy recharged after resting for a while in Helheim." "Well, about half." Hela smiled and slowly floated up. She held the broken Necros word in both hands and said, "I want to thank you for not making this duel so boring. Then, let's begin." The moment she finished speaking, the endless pink ocean petals suddenly surged and turned into dozens of long dragons, crazily rushing toward Hela. "In terms of numbers, I won't lose." Hela's face was twisted with blue veins, and as if she was pushing a heavy object, she pushed the broken Necros word sky with both hands toward the pink ocean. Buzz. Buzz. The dark Necros word sky flashed past the empty space like lightning. Under the endless support of magic power, the Necros word sky split at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into countless pitch-black weapons. The vast expanse of black was like a vast ocean, crashing into the pink ocean. Boom. 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 The fluttering cherry blossoms. A pitch-black weapon. A sea of black and pink surged with waves, colliding with each other on this broken ground. In almost an instant, the ground thousands of miles wide cracked under the impact of the two. The sharp blade of sword, mixed with the blade of the sword, moved horizontally and vertically, leaving traces on the ground. It roared like a storm that could destroy the heavens and the earth, wantonly destroying all tangible things. Ah! Hela looked up at the sky and let out a roar, pouring out her magic power at all costs. The splitting speed of the Necros word increased by dozens of times again. For a moment, the black torrent that almost covered the sky and covered the earth showed signs of suppression in a short period of time, and it forcibly broke through the defense built by the Senbonzakura. But in the next second, facing the black blade coming at him, Lod stood still like Mount Tai. He just raised his right hand and suddenly clenched it. Boom! The sea of blades formed by the cherry blossoms actually increased by dozens of times. Even though the black blades formed by the Necros word were unstoppable, they were still unable to withstand the impact of the countless petals, and the black sea gradually disappeared into the torrent of cherry blossoms. The situation was reversed in an instant. The cherry blossoms that filled the sky were like an unstoppable torrent. After crazily smashing the countless black blades of sword, they turned into huge waves that almost dyed the entire world pink. They slammed towards Hela. Seeing that she could not resist, Hela had no choice but to retreat. She controlled the Necros word to protect herself while using the black blades to circle around the pink sea, trying to attack Lod from other directions. Boom! 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 The black weapons danced wildly, and the cherry blossoms filled the sky. It was as if there were two armies attacking each other on this land. However, the black army was already showing signs of decline. Under the impact of the pink ocean, it was like a boat in a storm, as if it would capsize at any time. So beautiful. Yet so terrifying. Even though she was standing a few thousand meters away, Brunhild could feel it. In the pink sea formed by swords' blades, the terrifying sharpness and killing intent contained within seemed to tear the entire world apart. No one could interfere in this battle unless they wanted to be minced into minced meat. In a competition of sheer numbers, even though Lod had the upper hand, his body was still inevitably cut with blood. On the other hand, Hela's situation was even worse. There was almost no part of her flesh that was fine. It was cut into pieces by Sword's pink blade, and her entire body was covered in blood. However, she did not panic at all. All she had was an endless stream of battle intent and an extremely crazy attack. The boring battle should end now. Lod frowned slightly. If he continued to fight with Hela, he was afraid that his spiritual power would be the first to lose. The location of the duel is ready. Let's see my battle scene, Hela. When the cherry blossom sword blades that filled the sky seemed to have been summoned and returned to Lod's side. Then, they condensed into thousands of slender cherry-colored sword blades that hung down like a huge curtain. So that's how it is. Is this my grave? Hela looked around while panting. She suddenly laughed and said, to be able to die here, not bad at all. Then, let's end this. Lod summoned a slender sword's blade, and with both hands holding the blade, he said in a deep voice, this is the last strike, Hela. Come on. Hela summoned thousands of pitch-black blades, forming a huge blade. She poured all of her magic power into it, and a crazy battle intent flashed in the air. Let's end this with this final attack, Lod Carl. Feeling Hela's determination, Lod gripped the sword with both hands. All of spiritual power focused on sword's blade, gathering an indomitable momentum. The huge white wings of light slowly spread out behind him, like a legendary angel, exuding endless majesty and coldness. Shikiai, Hakuti Icon. Chapter 391. An extremely strong spiritual power surged like a surging tide. The blazing and dazzling wings spread out, and boundless light sprinkled down like sharp blades, covering the earth that had long been broken and collapsed. The slender, cherry-colored sword blades flowed like rivers, and finally formed an extremely dazzling pure white blade. Lod stood with his sword in both hands. The divine light hidden in his eyes was as bright as the stars and could not be looked straight at. His silver hair fluttered slowly. Under the pure white wings, he was like a sacred angel that lived above the heavens, exuding an indescribable grand and majestic aura. Shiken, Hakuti Icon. Unlike the Senkei that could kill enemies in a large area and the Gokei that was used to trap and kill, this move would only be used when Kukaki Byakuya met someone who swore that he had to kill with his own hands. Or, only when he met an enemy he admired would Kukaki Byakuya use this move, using the most gorgeous and respectful way to bury the life of the other party. Originally, Lod had no intention of using this move, but in the end, he was moved by Hela, who knew that she was not her opponent, and still had to raise her backbone to fight. Then he decided to use this move. So gorgeous. Hela looked at him in a daze, and a touch of infatuation appeared in her eyes, as if she was deeply attracted by that sacred posture. It was really, very beautiful. It was different from the past. This was the only beautiful scenery she had seen in thousands of years, whether it was the cherry blossoms that filled the sky or the dazzling divine light. At this moment, it touched the softness in the depths of Hela's heart. She even wanted to thank this man for letting her see a different beautiful scene before her death. Although they were enemies, they were worthy of respect. At the last moment, Hela took a deep look, as if she wanted to imprint that scene in her heart forever. The two sides of the duel looked at each other. Then, as if their hearts were connected, they rushed at each other at the same time. Sleep in the eternal underworld. The veins on Hela's face bulged. Her hands pushed forward like a heavy object, gathering countless swords of the night sky. The huge black sword, which was almost 100 meters long, was pushed out fiercely. Rumble. The huge black sword rushed forward like a meteor. The whole underworld of Helheim seemed to be shaking violently. The boundless and terrifying storm roared. The sword blade, as huge as a mountain, seemed to overturn the world. Everywhere it passed, the sky and the earth cracked apart. For thousands of years, All resentment, unwillingness, pride, anger, expectations, and resentment were poured into this sword. Even Brunhild, who was watching the battle from the side, could clearly feel the belief in this sword. It contained the pride and glory of the Asgardian god as a warrior. She was the goddess of the underworld, the god who controlled the death of all things. The weight of this sword strike was the soul of the entire Helheim underworld. Brunhild cast her gaze on the sacred figure. Her eyes revealed a deep worry, and her hands unconsciously made a prayer in front of her chest, sending praise and blessings for her victory. Hakudi Icon. Lod gently exhaled, and then a shocking brilliance rose in his eyes. He held the white and gorgeous sword in both hands, facing the black sword. He didn't retreat, but took a step forward. Hulala. The bright and blazing divine wings rose up high, trembling in the soul's staggered echoes. In the endless light blades falling from the sky, Lod suddenly turned into a pure white stream of light, revealing a sacred posture, like a supreme angel who sent down an order to read the apocalypse, splitting open a crack in the underworld shrouded by the power of darkness, dragging along white light and rushing straight towards the huge black sword blade. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Even Swafonnnt, sure? Hitsugaya have a trace of worry on their faces. Compared with the black sword blade that cut across the sky like a mountain, the white sword blade is too slender. Although everyone is very clear in their hearts, the shape and size cannot decide the direction of victory. But the size of the two, the gap is too big. It was a feeling that was close to the difference between heaven and earth. It was as if the white sword blade would completely shatter with just a light collision. Everyone held their breaths, as if they were afraid of affecting the two people. Their gazes followed the black and white, and two world-shaking lights moved. In the end, under everyone's gaze, the black and white colors collided in the sky. Buzz. The world suddenly fell silent, and all things in the world lost their color. At the moment when the sword tip collided, there seemed to be an incomparably grand sound, and then burst out two colors of light, black and white, suddenly occupying everyone's line of sight. Along with the endless pressure transmitted over, waves of ripples visible to the naked eye rippled. The continuous mountain ranges collapsed under the ripples. Large patches of earth were lifted up like paper, and then the terrifying power that was described by no one was forcibly shattered into countless pieces and scattered on the ice and snow land that was tens of thousands of miles away. Bang 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 bang. A series of sounds like bronze mirrors breaking rang out. Then, in everyone's horrified eyes, the huge black sword blade was actually no match for the white sword blade. The metal made into indestructible weapons were shattered inch by inch under the impact of the white sword blade. This is impossible. Hela's pupils suddenly shrank, and her heart was filled with shock. Even a sword that contains the weight of the entire underworld can't suppress your strength. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Hela had placed all the weight of the Helheim underworld on this attack, but she could not resist the man's sword. It was easy to imagine how terrifying his strength was. Only Lod knew it clearly. The pure white, gorgeous sword's blade looked slim and fragile. However, in the slender sword blade, after thousands of cherry blossoms scattered, billions of swords blades gathered into one power, and poured all of spiritual power into this sword. If it was just the power of one sword, the power of this sword was far greater than the inferior version of the Zanka no Tachi. Bang! The huge black sword could not bear the burden and shattered with a loud bang in the midst of the wailing. The blazing and dazzling divine light bloomed into the horizon. Like the dawn of dawn, the dark light of dawn illuminated the sky above the underworld. Under the wings of the flapping soul, a slender and gorgeous pure white blade tore through the sky and stabbed towards the death goddess. It's over. A hint of relief appeared in Hela's eyes. She closed her eyes calmly and indifferently. Even before she died, she did not lower her proud head. She held the noble and glorious feeling of a warrior, just like those heroic spirits who were going to die, waiting for the moment of death. March on, forward. Even if you die, you have to sing in the Valhalla. March on, forward. Drink this cup of victory wine, raise the sword in your hand, and fight again. Stepping on the ice-cold wind and facing countless blades, we are the great Asgardian. Victory! 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 Warrior, please taste the wine of blood. Under Odin's blessing, fall into a deep sleep. Brunhild couldn't control her emotions and couldn't help but softly hum a song. The ancient Viking song had sent blessings to this proud goddess, hoping that she would fall into eternal slumber in Odin's arms. Chapter 392. Viking song echoed in the underworld. The aurora shining in the night sky, accompanied by the soft hum of the goddess of death, was sent to the grave of the great goddess of death. A blazing, dazzling white light, riding on the echoing ancient song, riding the brilliant aurora, like a meteor blessed by God, tore through the horizon of Helheim, and crashed directly into Hela, who was waiting for death with her eyes closed. However, at this moment, in the horizon far away, an unparalleled light suddenly rose, and with a speed several times faster than a white meteor, it swept across the sky and arrived in front of Hela in the nick of time. The blazing white light directly collided with the light. Rumble. The sea of clouds rolled like a waterfall, as if there were thousands of thunder. A huge heavenly abyss spread for thousands of miles. It spread from the sky of the underworld to the depths of the horizon. The shattered space stirred up boundless waves of air and rolled over. The aftermath of the huge collision of spiritual power seemed to have thousands of heavenly rivers flowing down in unison. The momentum was so great that it was like thunder. It spread for thousands of miles. The continuous mountains and flat earth seemed to be overturned by an indescribable force. At this moment, Brunhild, Swa-Fon, and T, sure? Hitsugaya looked up. It felt as if the heavens and earth trembled and space collapsed. It was a drastic change that had never happened before, and the range that it spread out was simply unimaginable. A moment later, the dazzling light dimmed, and the great momentum gradually subsided. The imagined death did not come, and Hela opened her eyes with doubt. However, what entered her eyes was Baldur's calm eyes and the pure white blade that pierced through her chest. Crash! The divine blood spilled down like lava, curling up the smoke of the cold earth. Baldur! Why? Hela's mind instantly went blank. She had never expected that it would actually be Baldur who had saved her. In fact, in Odin's big family, as the eldest sister who had been born the earliest, Hela and Baldur had a bad relationship. It could even be described as bad. After all, one was a goddess who brought death to all things, and the other was a god that symbolized light and life. Because of this, she was shocked and puzzled. Heh, don't think too highly of yourself. Baldur raised his hand to wipe away the blood from his lips, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable look. Don't forget, I'm only here to seek death, not to save you. Hearing this, Hela revealed a hint of relief. Baldur's lifelong dream was to ask someone to grant him death in order to get rid of Empress Frigga's curse. Now, he had taken the initiative to block this blow for her, just to fulfill his dream. But the result might be destined to disappoint him. Empress Frigga's blessing magic was not something ordinary people could crack. Perhaps in this world, only God King Odin had a way, but how could he kill his own son with his own hands? It's useless. Baldur. A bitter look appeared on Hela's face. She bit her lips and said, even if it was this man's sword, it would not be able to kill you. No. Hela. Baldur looked calm as he looked down at the pure white blade. A hint of relief flashed across his eyes. I can feel that my soul is dissipating. Your sword contains a very strange power. It can kill me. The last sentence was clearly directed at Lod. Ah, you guessed it right. Lod slowly pulled out the pure white blade, shook sword off the hot blood that was stained, and the back was expressionless, and the tone was calm, even the blessing of Empress Frigga cannot stop the power of the quincy. The power of the quincy is the natural enemy of all souls. Compared to the gentleness shown by Death God's strength, the strength of the quincy showed destruction and extinction. Sure enough, no wonder I can feel pain. Baldur nodded and felt his life passing away little by little. His lips curved into a satisfied smile. Finally. I can finally be free. I sincerely thank you, Lord Karl. Baldur. You. Hela's eyes trembled slightly. Her heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand. Intense pain spread throughout her body. You. You are lying to me, aren't you? You are the god of light, and you have the blessing of Frigga. How could you die under this sword? Hela, who had thought that even if she watched Baldur die, she would not be able to feel any waves in her heart, suddenly had a ridiculous feeling. It was an unbearable feeling that could not be described with words. She could not accept this fact. I almost forgot. Baldur suddenly grinned. He looked at Lot and said, since you took my life, I hope you can let Hela go. Anyway, she can't get out of this prison. What do you think? Lot frowned slightly and said, is this your final wish? I guess so. After all, no matter what, she is still my big sister. Baldur laughed. Forgive me for unable to fulfill your wish. Under Baldur's expectant gaze, Lot shook his head and said, although I have no enmity with Hela, she and my subordinate Brunhild are mortal enemies, so I cannot spare her. Valkyrie, Baldur knew about this matter and turned his gaze to Brunhild. That Valkyrie, I will use my own life to release the soul of all the Valkyrie to exchange for her life. Is that okay? Brunhild was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at Lod. This is your choice. Lod faintly smiled and indifferently said, as my subordinate, I respect your wishes. There is no need to worry too much. No matter what choice Brunhild made, it didn't have any effect on the overall situation. Valkyrie Legion, Helheim's will of hell, and Fenrir who devoured gods. Whether Hela was alive or dead was not important. What was important was that he had already obtained what he wanted. Seeing Brunhild still hesitating, Baldur said in a deep voice, I, the god of light, grant the Valkyries supreme glory. All of you are my children. You may hold the oath of light. The oath of light was a unique oath. The person who held this oath was equivalent to the kin of the god of light, possessing his power of light. This was a promise and also the prayer of Baldur. The last request of the person who died. Brunhild slowly let out a breath and said in a low voice, I, forgive Hela. Baldur retracted his gaze in satisfaction and then fixed his gaze on Lod, waiting for him to make a decision. Since that's the case. Lod narrowed his eyes and put down the sword in his hand. The blazing white wings of light behind him slowly disappeared. Then as you wish, I will spare Hela's life. Ha ha ha. Baldur was satisfied. He closed his eyes and laughed heartily. His laughter was filled with an indescribable heroic and free feeling. An immortal body was not a blessing, but a curse. His tongue could not taste any delicacy. His skin could not feel the warmth and coldness of the climate. In his heart, he could not feel the joy and sadness of love. He was like a living dead, looking forward to the moment of release. Now, it was finally here. Ah! Is this death? Finally. I'm free. Baldur felt relaxed like he had never felt before. His entire body was as light as a feather that was about to fly into the clouds. An extremely satisfied smile hung on his face. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes. The aura of life gradually disappeared. Ding. Acquired, Special Hollow, Soulless *1. Chapter 393. Baldur got what he wanted. He finally did not have to be imprisoned in this puppet-like body. He completely broke away from the heavy motherly love and turned into countless twinkling stars, drifting away with the breeze. Baldur. Hela's eyes gradually became moist. She could not help but recall the past. The warm scenes flashed through her mind like a lantern. When she was a child, he was like a bum beetle, following behind her. Whenever the battlefield was in danger, he would step forward and use his undying body to block the sword for her. Even when she was imprisoned in the underworld and no one remembered her for thousands of years, it was also Baldur who deliberately came to see her. So, their relationship was not that bad. It was only at this moment that Hela saw her younger brother clearly. He was actually very smart and had long known that his promise of death was just a lie. He had come not because of her promise. It was only because in the depths of his heart, Baldur still recognized her as his sister. If there were people in this world who still remembered her, loved her, and were willing to protect her, perhaps it would only be Baldur. Hela knew very well. An undying body was a curse to Baldur, but she still sincerely hoped that Baldur could survive, even if the price was to live as long as he was alive. Now, Baldur was really dead. Hela suddenly felt a huge emptiness in her heart. It was as if she had lost something important. She subconsciously reached out her hand, wanting to keep him. However, the specks of light that drifted in the wind only left a lingering warmth in her palm. "You can leave." Lod sighed slightly. He seemed to feel sorry for this sad man. After sheathing Zanpakuto, he said indifferently, "If you feel resentment and anger, then come to Midgard to take revenge after you get out of here." But the light in the depths of Lod's eyes faded as he coldly said, "If you come to challenge me next time, then I suggest that you make preparations in advance and prepare to die under me, sword." He was not worried about Hela's revenge, because as long as he lost once, there would never be a chance to surpass him. He could only look at his retreating back with despair. Since he was determined to become strong, the first thing he had to do was to have a strong and fearless heart. If he had to worry about the threat of an enemy that he had already surpassed, it would be equivalent to denying his own future. Letting a tiger return to the mountains and raising a tiger was a problem. The premise of this sentence was that what he released was a real tiger. Was Hela a tiger? In Lod's eyes, Hela was a tiger cub. By the time she had grown into a tiger, she would have already jumped into the dragon gate and turned into a dragon. How could a true dragon fear a tiger from the mortal world? "No. I won't resent you, nor will I seek revenge on you." After a moment of silence, Hela said bitterly, "This is Baldur's lifelong wish, so I have to thank you on his behalf." The person who had really killed Baldur was not the man in front of him, but the god king and queen who were high and mighty in the temple of Asgard. Therefore, Hela did not hate Lod. She just silently counted this hatred on Asgarda. The pitiful old master Odin, the so-called airborne pot, was probably nothing more than this. "I should have died after losing to you." Hela slowly raised her head, and her eyes were filled with sadness that could not be wiped away. She said faintly, "The glory of the warrior and the king will not allow me to do such a thing. But, my life was exchanged for by Baldur with his own life. I cannot disappoint him, so I can only endure this humiliation and temporarily abandon my glory to live." Glory again. Lod suddenly felt his teeth ache. He repeated these two words over and over again dozens of times, and his ears were almost calluses from listening to them. "So, I decide." Hela did not care about him. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision. Then she said, "Take half of my Helheim domain as a collateral to my life." Half of Helheim. This shocked Lod. First, he did not expect that there would be unexpected gains. Second, he did not expect Hela to value the glory of the warriors so much that she even paid half of the control of the underworld as the price. "That's right, half of Helheim." Hela nodded slightly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. She said word by word, "And I want to challenge you. The next time we meet, We will continue this unfinished duel. At that time, the victorious side will have the complete Helheim. So it was a challenge. Lod understood. It seemed that Hela was still not convinced, so she came up with this idea. As the loser side, it was already a great blessing that Hela was still alive. How could she have the face to challenge the winner, Lod? Therefore, Hela thought of this idea. By paying half of the control of the underworld as a reward for the winner, she would be able to use the remaining half of the control. It would not damage her pride, but it would also allow her to issue a second duel challenge. If she won, the control of the underworld that she lost would naturally belong to her in the end, and she would also win back the glory that she had lost. However, if she lost, it would just be a life. Compared to her, who valued glory more than death, it was just a matter of time. Lod had actually seen through her thoughts with a single glance. All of Hela's logic and actions were based on her rebellious pride. That was why she had made such an outrageous request. Although he understood this type of thought, he was not stupid enough to give up on the meat he was about to say. Lod smiled and nodded. He agreed to Hela's invitation. Since you insist, I will do as you wish. However, I will not wait for you here. Don't worry, I won't let you stay for too long. Hela's eyes flashed with light, and she said proudly, I will be able to escape soon. When the time comes, I will show you the true power of Hela Odinsdottir. Oh! Lod narrowed his eyes and smiled. Since you said so, then I will wait and see. Hela no longer spoke. She extended her rotten right hand and stabbed it into her chest. She took out a crystal fragment and threw it to Lod. Hollow said weakly, this is half of Helheim, and now it belongs to you. Lod raised his hand to take the crystal fragment, and then the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Received, Helheim, 1/2. Chapter 394. This was simply a huge profit. There was no need to say how rare the Hel fragment was. Especially this Helheim fragment, it belonged to one of the 9 worlds under the command of Asgard, and it was inextricably linked to the Yggdrasil, so even in many broken Hel, it was a high-quality item. Even Mephisto had been coveting it, trying everything he could to obtain the fragment. If not for Odin, he would have already snatched it. Now that Hela had volunteered to give it to him, even if Odin woke up and found out about this matter, he would probably not be able to pull down his old face and run over to ask for it back. Lod suppressed the excitement in his heart and bluntly put the fragment into his pocket. The fragments could be fused with each other, but they could be independent. However, he still had to think carefully about how to maximize the benefits of this fragment. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make a detailed plan after this matter was over. Seeing that Lod had accepted the fragment, Hela, who had been frowning, finally relaxed and said, the next time we meet, I will take it back with my own hands. It will be stored here. Before Lod could reply, Hela turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon of the underworld. Next time. Lod looked in the direction that Hela had left in and shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid that you will never have this chance. If he was not wrong, the next time they would meet would be the Ragnarok. Hela, who stood above the Asgardian divine realm, had endless energy support. Moreover, she was an existence that was almost immortal and indestructible. She could also control Soul King. At that time, her strength would be infinitely close to Odin's peak, so she was so confident that she could defeat him. But unfortunately, Hela had neglected the most important point, and that was his speed of improvement. In just a few years since his transmigration, Lod had become an expert that was comparable to Big Boss. Moreover, the time he could truly improve was only a few months. Time was the cruelest and most unfair. Lord Soul King. Lord Soul King, this subordinate deserves death. Lord. Lord Soul King. 3 completely different voices suddenly sounded in Lod's ears, pulling him from his thinking into reality. Please forgive me, Lord Soul King. Swafon half knelt in front of him, depressed and annoyed. It is all my fault. I let go of Baldur and let him intervene in the battle of Lord Soul King. It can be seen that Swafon feels very guilty about this matter. As the commander-in-chief of Onmitsukid, she let the enemy run away in the battle and let them suddenly intervene in the battle of others. Although it did not cause a bad situation, this matter is her serious dereliction of duty no matter how you look at it. Get up, Swafon. However, although this is the case, Laud did not blame her, but smiled and comforted her. Baldur was looking for death. You can't stop it. This matter can't be blamed on you. You don't have to blame yourself for this matter. Yes. Swafon bit her lips, and her eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. She slowly got up and made up her mind to never let this happen a second time. Little Shiro. What are you doing? Laud looked to the side, and a touch of surprise appeared in his eyes. He saw sure? Hitsugaya's clothes were ragged, and many parts of his clothes were injured by sword. Even his young and white face was stained with dust, as if he had just escaped from Africa. This should not be. No matter what, he was a captain-level death god, and he was a genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. To deal with a group of undead soldiers, he was in such a sorry state. Did he get a fake? Seeing Laud's face full of suspicion, sure? Hitsugaya's mouth twitched, thinking that the reason why he was so embarrassed, wasn't it all because of you? Fortunately, Swafon still has a little conscience and spoke for him. Lord Soul King, hero Hitsugaya is too close to Ryujinjaka, causing his Zanpakuto to be suppressed, which led him to this outcome. Laud's face was slightly stiff, and he remembered that he was only focused on pleasure, and he forgot that the Hyaran Meru and Ryujinjaka were extremely bad, so this pot was at least half of his. Sure? Hitsugaya breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful look at Swafon. But he didn't expect Swafon to ignore him at all, and then he said, but as a captain, it is simply a mess. It is hard to imagine that there is no Zanpakuto, and the combat power of captain will decline so much. Sure? Hitsugaya. He now regrets that he was grateful too early. Sure enough, with Swafon's character, how can he expected her to say good things for him? Makes sense. Laud rubbed his chin and said with a serious look, Little Shiro, your boxing is really bad. Go back and find Swafon and practice more. Yes, I know, Soul King. Sure? Hitsugaya's face was stiff, thinking that he fell into the hands of Swafon. He could not help but sigh for the future days. After a casual conversation, Laud finally turned his gaze to Brunhild. He saw that the latter had a nervous expression and was pitifully looking at him with a trace of hope in her eyes. Her cherry lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something. There is no need to be so reserved. I know what you mean. Laud smiled and said, when I control the other half of Helheim, I will fulfill the promise between us and save your sisters. Thank you, Lord Soul King. When she thought that her sisters would soon be freed, Brunhild couldn't bear the excitement in her heart. Her eyes were moist with thick moisture, making her look very lovable. After experiencing a great battle, although she was completely suppressed, she was inevitably a little tired. Laud rubbed her temples and said, let's go back to the original place and rest for a few days. He could take this opportunity to carefully calculate his harvest and also see what the soulless that dropped after his death was. Special hollow that has no soul. Evaluation, S-. Description, born in an empty man. He does not have anything he loves, nor does he have any attachments. All he pursued in his life is the path of death. Usage, pay a superior soul as a price, and use it as a basic material to create a perfect body. Good fellow, a superior soul. Lod was shocked by the price. His eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly became curious. I wonder what kind of Arankar I can create if I use the soul of the god of light as material? Well, then let me see what kind of Arankar I can create after paying so much. Lod thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. Ding! Do you want to pay the superior grade soul 1, soulless, to create one body? Yes. Constructing. Constructing. Construction successful. Arankar, Ulquira Schiffer. Chapter 395. It was actually him. After hearing the name read out by the system, Lod's heart beat violently, and his breathing couldn't help but quicken. I didn't expect that the soul of the god of light, Baldur, would actually create a Arankar with the image of a demon as one. It's really a bit unexpected. Ulquira Schiffer, ranked in the top of the Espada, as the number 4 and the only one with a second resurrection among all the Espada. Because of his calm and cold personality, as well as his handsome appearance that was quite recognizable, he had been entrenched in Bleach series combat ability to tear the top of the list all year round, and his popularity was even close to Aizen. Especially his death, it could be said to be the most difficult scene in the heart of almost all of the series. With Hollow's symbol of nothingness, the Arankar finally found his own heart. At the last moment, he reached out to touch Orium, but turned into ashes. Lod was still deeply impressed and could not forget it for a long time. As the surging spiritual power around gradually approached a calm state. In Lod's expectant eyes, Ulquira Schiffer reappeared in the world. Lod opened his eyes wide and carefully looked at the super high popularity that made many fans feel difficult to calm down. On the left side of his head, there were still characteristics of Hollow, the bone-like white horn armor shell, black short hair scattered down, and the skin was pale white like bone ashes. In a pair of dark green pupils, there was silence like stagnant water, and there were two special lines that were more eye-catching, dark green like tears. Different from the birth of other Arankar. Ulquira as the Arankar created by the system, at the beginning, he wore the special clothes of Las Noches. His upper body was white and black, with a high collar and long-sleeved coat with black edges, and his lower body was white Haori skirt pants, with a wide black seal tied around his waist. His Zanpakuto was inserted into the waist seal, and a pair of grass shoes with black soles and white socks on his feet. Among all the Espada at present, Ulquira's figure was the thinnest and smallest, only second to Gwen as a woman. However, Lod knew very well what kind of terrifying energy was hidden under this seemingly thin body. Once he released all of it, it would definitely be enough to shock everyone. Even though Ulquira was deliberately suppressing his spiritual energy, the surrounding hollow still showed a kind of ripple like the water surface, and even a glance would make ordinary people feel a terrifying pressure like the deep sea. This was Vasto Lord. The most powerful hollow, the existence above all the great hollow in the world. Lord Lod. Ulquira was at first confused for a moment, but soon became familiar with the environment. Then he knelt down on one knee and said in a low voice, I, Ulquira Schiffer, thank you for the life you gave me. I am willing to swear allegiance to you with all my life. If it was for someone else, Lod might not care about swearing allegiance, but Ulquira was different. Because even without the system's adjustment, he would not question Ulquira's loyalty. Of course, this premise is that you are stronger than him. Whether in that race, the law of the jungle is a universal law. Get up. Ulquira. Many years of wish were fulfilled, which made Lod very happy. He raised his hand to signal the latter to stand up and said, Welcome to the new world, a world that belongs to us. Yes, Lord Lod. Ulquira was expressionless. He slowly stood up and stood at the side. From beginning to end, there was no extra movement. He was as calm as a stone. At this moment, sensing the powerful spiritual power coming from inside the cave, sure. Hitsugaya, and Brunhild, 3 people, quickly came in to check the situation. This is Arankar. Sure? Hitsugaya was shocked, but he did not overreact. He just frowned slightly and seemed to be somewhat disgusted with Hollow. Although Swafon did not say much, the disgust on her face was very obvious. Her hand was already pressed on the handle of sword on her waist, and she looked at Lod with a look of asking for advice. It seemed that as long as the Soul King nodded and agreed, she would suddenly explode in the next second and cut off the head of the Arankar. In comparison, Brunhild's reaction was obviously much more normal than the two of them, and she just stared at him curiously. Ulquiorra looked calm and his eyes never moved away from Lod, as if he didn't put the hostility of the two captains in his eyes. Swafon, little Shiro, put away your sword. Seeing this scene, Lod could not help but feel a headache. He waved his hand and said, Ulquiorra is not an enemy. He is my people like you. Yes. Lord Soul King. Swafon took a deep look at Ulquiorra, and then slowly loosened the handle of sword. The killing intent in his eyes gradually dissipated, but the disgust from the heart could never be erased. Although sure? Hitsugaya is not so extreme, he still can't help pursing his lips, showing a trace of disgust. Fortunately, there is the system to adjust the memory, which makes Death God, Hollow, and Quincy, these 3 forces, who are against each other, fight without meeting each other. But even so, Death God will naturally show disgust and hostility to Hollow. This is the intuition imprinted in the soul, even the system cannot change. We can't go on like this. Lod took in everyone's behavior and couldn't help but feel a headache. When he returned, it seemed that he had to gather this group of people together and set a rule and goal for them so that there would be no civil war in the future. Although the probability of civil war happening was very small, it didn't mean that there was no such thing, so it was better to solve it in advance. After dismissing everyone, Lod pinched his aching eyebrows and took out the fragment of Helheim. After getting it from Hela, he had been busy and had no time to look at it. Now he could finally spare time to see this special fragment. Helheim Fragment, 1/2. Evaluation, S+. Description, after the Battle of Heaven, one of the shattered special hells, a special world suspended above the Yggdrasil. Able to grow by devouring other fragments. Limit unknown, because this fragment is connected to the world tree, it cannot be devoured by other fragments. Usage, can be used to create a new world. Yggdrasil. Lod frowned slightly. This was not the first time he had heard of something like this. It was said that the 9 great worlds of Northern Europe were all hanging on this giant tree. It was an existence equivalent to a concept, but he had never seen the original appearance. Even now, he did not know what it was. The only thing he knew now was that there were a few pieces of news about the Yggdrasil. One was that it gave the Asgardian god domain, the god Soul King who had been passed down for several generations, and the other was the culprit who triggered the Ragnarok and destroyed the Asgardian god domain. Moreover, it was a special fragment that even the system had given him. Since it could not be devoured, he could only use it to create a new world. At present, he was still missing the last piece of puzzle. Lod's eyes flashed, and then he said in a low voice, System, use Helheim Fragment. Host has obtained Helheim's Hell Authority, 1/2. New Hell has been created. It is independent of the Helheim and is connected to the Yggdrasil and the 10th world. May the host name the new world. Without hesitation, Lod said directly, let's call it Hueco Mundo. Chapter 396. The Hueco Mundo belonged to one of the 3 realms. However, it was different from the lively scene of Soul Society and the modern realm. This was a barren desert world. Only after dying would one fall into Hollow's body or become Hollow's soul. Only then would one be able to go to the real hell world. The sky here was forever shrouded in darkness. An ominous crescent moon quietly hung above the night sky. Looking at the rolling dunes in the distance, one could vaguely see a few withered and rotten trees. They grew alone in this vast desert. An indescribable feeling of desolation and loneliness surged into their hearts. Rustle, rustle. Lod, dressed in black, came to Hueco Mundo through the Gargantat. Stepping on the loose and soft desert, Lod looked into the distance, feeling the thin concentration of Reishi in the air, and finally understood why Hollow wanted to invade the modern world. Such a thin concentration of Reishi was comparable to the previous Helheim. If Hollow didn't invade the modern world, they would probably starve to death. System, isn't the concentration of spirit particles in Hueco Mundo too low? Lod asked the question in his heart. Ding. Hueco Mundo is divided into 3 levels: inner circle, outer circle, earth. The host is currently on the ground, so the concentration of Reishi is the lowest. This is the space where the lowest level Hollow can survive. So that's the case. Lod suddenly realized that no wonder the concentration of spiritual droplets was so low. It turned out that he had run to the wrong place. But when he teleported to the inner circle, he found that the situation here was not much better than the ground. It could only be said that it had reached the concentration of the weak spiritual land, which was basically the same as the concentration of spiritual droplets in the modern world. The harsh environment here could not help but make Lod frown. It seemed that there was a reason why Hollow killed each other to devour his companions and invaded the modern world to attack humans. The situation is worse than Soul Society. Lod rubbed the space between his brows, thinking of how to maintain and transform the 2 great hells. The price of his soul could absolutely be said to be an astronomical figure. The only good news was that it might be the special function of Hueco Mundo. As one of the 3 worlds Hueco Mundo, its function was roughly similar to Soul Society's, but the difference was that the object of guidance only included those who were about to degenerate into Hollow, or had already degenerated into Hollow's soul, and would automatically breed the lowest level Hollow every once in a while. The distance to becoming a Soul King was still far. Feeling the burden on his body, Lod couldn't help but sigh and say, "System, activate special biding, Forest of Minos." Rumble. Along with the tremors from the ground, there were many withered white trees, like the hands of someone who was about to drown to death struggling out of the water. They broke out from under the vast yellow sand and covered the yellow sand in his vision. Under the dim light of the bent sword crescent moon, it added a strange aura to this barren desert. The importance of the Forest of Minos was self-evident to him. It was equivalent to a military camp that could continuously produce Minos and increase the population of the current few Hueco Mundo. Once the population of Hueco Mundo increased, the will of Hell would become stronger. As for the corresponding Lord of Hell, Lod himself became stronger. The 2 could be said to be a complementary process. As he was lost in his thoughts, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The construction of the Forest of Minos is completed. Every month, the Minos Forest can automatically give birth to 10 Minos. Pay a superior soul to accelerate the creation process. Another superior soul. After seeing the prompt, Lod could not help but hold his forehead and sigh. The appetite of this dog system is getting bigger and bigger. Helheim. After dealing with the matter of Hueco Mundo, Lod returned to the underworld through the Gargantat. Seeing everyone gathered in the cave, the atmosphere was so tense that they were ready to fight. Lod couldn't help but be curious and ask them what had happened. Only after asking did he know. It had been 3 days since he left for the Hueco Mundo without saying goodbye. Was the time flow on both sides different? When Lod heard this news, he could not help but frown deeply. This problem was a little serious. But for now, he did not know whether there was a problem with the flow of time in Hollow's circle, or whether there was a problem with the flow of time in Helheim, or whether there was a problem with the flow of time between the 2. If he could summon the gate through the world, the problem might be simple. Unfortunately, Lod tried several times, but he could not summon the gate here. Helheim is very strange. There is a special rule power restriction that prevents him from summoning Soul Society's portal here, so he can't be sure whether there is a problem with the flow of time over there. On the contrary, summoning the Garganta here is no problem. Lod guessed that Hollow was born from the underworld, so he could ignore this part of the rule. This is strange. Because in essence, the Gargantai was actually a part of Danga. Now it seemed that the black cavity wasn't the same as the Danga. It was a passage exclusive to the Arankar and Hollow. The two were similar but completely different things, which was why there was such a strange difference. Due to the fact that they were currently unable to experiment, Lod could only temporarily suppress his doubts and appease everyone. Then he said, "It just so happens that I have finished dealing with the matters here. Brunhild, bring your sisters over." The matter of agreeing to Brunhild had already been delayed for a very long time. Now that he had finally finished dealing with the trivial matters, he could finally free his hands and resolve the curse in Valkyrie's body. "Thank you, Lord Soul King. I will bring them over right now." Brunhild's eyes lit up, and she revealed a happy expression. She hurriedly ran to another cave and moved the Valkyrie that was trapped by Bakuto one by one. A total of 6 Valkyries were soon brought to the front like mannequins. Controlling half of Helheim's control and removing the curse left in her body was easy for Lod. With a wave of his hand, several streams of black gas rose from the body of the corrupt Valkyrie. The black air current that symbolized the curse dispersed in the air. The rigid and dull eyes of the corrupt Valkyries slowly regained their spirituality. However, this wasn't done yet. Although the curse power that Hela had left behind had been expelled, the souls of these Valkyrie had already become exhausted after years of torment. If they didn't do anything, they would completely disappear in 3 days. Since he had agreed to Brunhild's request, Lod might as well send Buddha to the west and help these Valkyrie again. Whoosh! 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 With a wave of Lod's hand, the wandering spirit particles gathered like a gale. Spirit particles visible to the naked eye gathered in the cave and then formed a vortex full of vitality that enveloped the 6 female martial gods. It sprinkled down like rain, nourishing the female martial gods whose souls were desolate. In just a few seconds of time, those pale-looking and decaying Valkyrie were brimming with vitality from their souls. "Valkyrie, greets the Soul King." The Valkyrie, who had regained their vitality, did not hesitate in the slightest. They directly knelt down on one knee and punched their hearts with one hand. They looked solemn as they swore in unison, "We are willing to use the swords in our hands and swear to protect the Soul King." Chapter 397. The loyalty of the female martial gods was originally within his expectations. However, what Lod didn't expect was that the group of female martial gods who had just regained their consciousness immediately pledged their loyalty to him. "Lord Soul King, there is no need to be surprised." Brunhild raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and explained in a weak and tearful voice, "During this period of time when I was taking care of my sisters, I took advantage of the short period of time when they recovered their consciousness to inform them about you in advance. Although these Valkyries had lost their self-consciousness due to the curse, during this period of time, Hela and Hollow had been extremely weak and could not maintain the curse, causing them to temporarily regain their consciousness. From Brunhild, they had learned the ins and outs of the situation, which was why the above scene had appeared. So that's how it is." Lod chuckled and no longer bothered with this question. He turned his gaze to everyone and said in a deep voice, "Since you have already pledged your allegiance to me, there is something that I need to inform you about. All of you, get up. You are not allowed to kneel in the future, understand?" He did not need or like such etiquette. A true expert did not need to use this fake etiquette to decorate his strength. Something like this that required his subordinates to lower their status to show off their powerful, useless things was meaningless to him. What he wants is his subordinates, not the slave who grovels. This is to say to Valkyrie, and also to all the people present. The so-called strength is not only reflected in strength, but also the mind with it. With Eisen and others as a witness, do you know the path ahead is biased? Lot admitted that he was not a strong person, but at least he was walking on this right road. This, the Valkyrie Yalwet was obviously stunned for a moment and then revealed a panicked expression. She seemed to be at a loss as she said, "Lord Soul King, what did we do wrong? Did we make you angry?" In the traditional customs of Northern Europe, kneeling down to the loyal was a very common etiquette. But if the other party was unwilling to accept allegiance, they would refuse to accept a series of etiquette. Laud did not explain but asked, "The ones kneeling are slaves. Do you think you are slaves?" Yalwet did not understand Laud's intention. She could only answer honestly, "Lord Soul King, we never think of ourselves as slaves. We are the invincible Valkyrie." "Then get up, don't kneel." Laud's gaze carried a trace of pressure as it swept past everyone's faces. He said in a low voice, "I hope you can remember one thing. You are all subordinates that I personally selected. You are soldiers who will help me expand my territory and revive my glory. You are not a group of slaves who only know how to grovel. So you don't have to kneel to anyone, even if the target is me." These words could be said to be deafening. Along with the intense pressure that touched the depths of their souls, a warm feeling emerged in the hearts of everyone. It turned out that in the eyes of the Lord Soul King, he actually thought so highly of them. As the Valkyrie who had heard these words for the first time, their hearts were almost instantly filled with goodwill. One had to know that this kind of generous treatment and supreme glory had never been experienced once in Asta, and they almost wanted to perform a death wish on the spot. That divine king would forever be high and mighty. Sitting in the grand golden palace hall, while accepting their allegiance, he didn't hesitate to abandon them. The disparity between the two was so great that it was almost visible to the naked eye. Under the lead of Yvette, the Valkyrie all stood up from the ground. Their faces were flushed with excitement, and they were slightly inferior to Brunhild's beautiful appearance. They could be called a beautiful landscape line. If she was here, she would have opened a harem, but unfortunately, Laud didn't have the slightest interest. Women and the like could only affect the speed of the sword. After fulfilling Brunhild's wish, Laud felt a burst of happiness in his heart. He didn't like owing others a favor. Now that he had returned this favor, it could be considered as understanding a knot in his heart. "Is Fenrir still here?" After dealing with the matter of Valkyrie, Laud turned his head to look at Tuhiro and asked about another matter. After all, he had spent so much effort to trap her. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to leave her to Hela. Even if she could not kill her, she had to pull her back. Perhaps Kisukura Hera could research it and develop some other black technology. Fenrir, the giant beast that devoured the god king, Odin. In Norse mythology, it was closely connected to the Ragnarok, and it was even possible to hide the truth about the Yggdrasil. Therefore, no matter what, he had to bring this beast back. No one could do it. "Soul King, Fenrir is still in the enchantment." Sure?" Hitsugaya said without thinking, and then added, "But the noise has been very strong in recent days. It should have completely recovered. The enchantment should not be able to trap it for long." Although Gate of Four Beasts was no less than number 90 or above Bakuto, it was unrealistic to trap Fenrir forever. With the blessing of Helheim, it was only a matter of time before Fenrir escaped. "Lord Soul King, how should we deal with it?" Sure?" Hitsugaya's brow was a little helpless, and a faint trace of frustration could be seen. After all, he had never seen an immortal beast like Fenrir before. Hearing that Fenrir was about to rush out of the enchantment, Swafon on the side couldn't help frowning. "For a giant beast that can revive infinitely, I suggest we reinforce the barrier. It's safer this way." Yalwet's eyes lit up. She thought that it was time for them to make a contribution. She said, "Lord Soul King, please give us Fenrir." I participated in the battle where the gods bound Fenrir and I was familiar with how to deal with it. No, you don't have to interfere now. Lod directly rejected Valkyrie's request and said with a smile, I already have a candidate in mind to resolve the matter of Fenrir. As he spoke, his gaze directly passed through the crowd and went straight to the dark corner of the cave, the expressionless Ulquira Schiffer. Ulquira, I'll leave this matter to you. There was a faint smile on Lod's lips as he said, just treat it as a chance to showcase your skill. I think Fenrir will be a good choice. Let me see your strength. As you wish. Ulquira looked calm, nodded slightly, and said coldly, I will make you satisfied. Swafont, sure? Hitsugaya raised their eyebrows and couldn't help revealing a trace of curiosity. They also wanted to see how much ability this Arankar, which could be so heavily relied on by Soul King. Chapter 398. Above the vast icy plains. Endless snow floated in the sky, and the entire world was covered in silver. Ulquira stepped on the soft snow, his hands in his trouser pockets on both sides. His face was expressionless as if he was spreading. He slowly came to the front of the 4 huge gates, and his dark green eyes showed a hint of fluctuation. Through this orange-yellow barrier, you could see the roaring Fenrir inside. There was a fierce look in its eyes, and its whole body emitted a tyrannical aura, filling this completely enclosed space. The injuries left behind by the Jakuhaurakaban had completely recovered at this moment. After several days of testing, it had gradually figured out the weakness of this barrier, which was that it was unable to withstand continuous physical attacks. The giant beast roared towards the sky, raised its ferocious claws that flashed with a cold light, and smashed the barrier with a force of 10,000 tons. Boom! There was an extremely dull sound, accompanied by a shaking that shook the earth. A violent ripple immediately arose on the surface of the translucent orange-yellow barrier. The entire barrier was shaking. The gate of 4 beasts was covered in crisscrossing cracks, as if it were for a piece of porcelain that had been mended after it had shattered. It was a bit shocking to look at, and one was worried that it would completely shatter in the next second. The power of the sacred beast circulated around the 4 walls, and when the ripples reached their peak, it suddenly rebounded the power back and returned it back to Fenrir. Roar dash. After enduring the backlash from the barrier, Fenrir let out a miserable cry. Several cracks appeared on his beast claw, and hot blood poured down like a torrential rain, melting the snow below into water. However, this was not the end. A fierce light flashed in Fenrir's eyes, and he raised his ferocious beast claw again, striking at the barrier. Boom! This time, the enchantment shook even more violently. On the crumbling Azure Dragon City gate, there were many new cracks. It was simply frightening. Boom 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 boom. The next attack of Fenrir fell like rain, not giving the enchantment the slightest chance to breathe, as if they were going to die together. Finally, the enchantment could not bear the burden. Like a storm. Under the continuous and violent attacks, the gate of 4 beasts did not have any spiritual energy to support them. With a loud ringing sound like a copper bell, they turned into fragments that scattered all over the sky. Roar dash. A black giant wolf with an arrogant body rushed out of the cage with boundless brutal energy. It looked up and let out a long roar that sounded like thunder. Rumble. Visible sound waves spread out, setting off an explosive wind that was like countless dragons, pulling clear traces in the air of hollow. In an instant, the snow within 1,000 meters was cleared, forming a destructive storm zone. Fenrir opened its huge mouth, and a thick corrosive liquid flowed out of its tight sharp fangs. Every breath of black gas would cause the surrounding life to wither. Damned human, get the hell out here! Fenrir roared angrily, his eyes as big as copper bells, staring all around, searching for the 2 culprits who locked him in this prison. However, the 2 culprits could not be found. Instead, they saw a man whose skin was as white as frost and snow, his head covered with a half-horned helmet, and his entire body exuded an uneasy aura. This person was Ulquira Schiffer. The difference in size between the two sides was clearly great. One was as large as a mountain, the other was as small as an ant, but in the depths of Fenrir's heart, a chill could not be stopped. What a strong killing intent! Although the man did not say anything, he exuded a cold killing intent. The degree of purity was simply shocking. It suddenly had a ridiculous feeling that in front of this man, it was like a piece of fish on a chopping board, and could only be slaughtered and dealt with. Fenrir growled and lowered his body, a touch of uneasiness and restlessness appeared in his eyes. You are not a human. Tell me your name. Ulquira Schiffer. Ulquira raised his eyelids and looked at the figure of the giant wolf. Then he pursed his lips and said indifferently, according to the order of Lord Lod, I came to tame you. It's him again. The killing intent in Fenrir's eyes surged. The new and old hatred was mixed together, and the anger instantly occupied his mind. How dare you bastards try to tame the great Fenrir? Ulquira was expressionless. He slowly took out his right hand from his trouser pocket, then stretched out a slender white finger and said calmly, since you don't want to submit, then I can only beat you until you submit. The voice just fell. With a light sound, the space rippled and the figure suddenly disappeared. Almost at the same time, all the hair on Fenrir's body suddenly stood up. The pair of orange-yellow beast eyes trembled violently, and it suddenly felt a strong sense of danger, as if the sword of Damocles was hanging above its head. Fenrir subconsciously looked up at the sky and found that Ulquira was right above it. A green energy filled with destructive fluctuations condensed on the pale and slender fingertips, constantly emitting and surging with an extremely violent evil aura. The emerald green Ciro. Unlike the ordinary red Ciro, this was the Ciro used by the Espada level. Not only did it have its own unique spiritual power attributes, but even its power would rise by more than one level. When Ulquira was expressionless, one finger condensed the emerald green Ciro to press down. The emerald green light was getting closer and closer, and Fenrir responded quickly. Its mountain-like body used a flexible movement that was completely out of place to avoid the vital part of the brain, and at the same time spat out a black death light. The black death light collided with the green Ciro. There was a loud noise in the sky, and the 1,000-kilometer blizzard froze for a moment. In an instant, it was swept away by the rising heat wave. In just a single exchange, the black death light that Fenrir hurriedly released was torn apart by the emerald green Ciro. However, the chain shock wave after the explosion of the emerald green Ciro was also deflected by the collision of the black death light. It brushed past Fenrir's lower lip and quickly swept across the sky. Finally, it left a perfect parabola in the air and disappeared at the end of the field of vision. Rumble. After a few seconds of silence, a heaven-shaking, earth-moving roar accompanied by a huge mushroom cloud rose up. Looking ahead, the layers of undulating iceberg-like glaciers in the distance collapsed one after another under the aftermath of the ripples of the emerald green Ciro, setting off 10,000 tons of snow into the sky, turning into a cold white mist. This is impossible. Fenrir's pupils trembled slightly as he stared at the figure standing in the sky. The smell of Asgarda. Who are you? This is not the answer I want. Ulquira half closed his eyes, and the cold killing intent was brewing in them. He said coldly, I have shown mercy just now. If you don't want to submit, I can't guarantee that you can be as complete as you are now. Chapter 399. Don't be too arrogant. Fenrir's mountain-like body was slightly lowered, and a violent color flashed in the orange beast pupils, and he roared, It's just a little Asgard's power, do you really think you can defeat me? His arrogant declaration instantly infuriated Fenrir. In the thousands of years since its birth, Fenrir had never seen any Asgardian gods who dared to be so arrogant in front of it, and even boasted to cut it into pieces. Even Odin, the king of Pantheon, had never said this. It was only because it was a giant beast chosen by the three goddesses of fate that would end the rule of the gods above, sweeping through the Asgardian divine region with cold winter, and the world would announce the arrival and end of the Ragnarok in its roar. I was just careless just now. Fenrir growled again and again, and corrosive saliva flowed down from the gaps of its teeth, staring at Ulquiorra fiercely. I will let you experience the consequences of angering me. The moment he finished speaking, the black death light that had been brewing in Fenrir's mouth for a long time shot out towards the figure. Woo! A black death light that was as thick as a bucket pierced through the layers of hollow in a flash. The shock wave emitted a cold and deathly stillness. Everywhere it passed, everything withered and withered. The snow and ice that covered the ground showed signs of decay and cracking. Even the air was filled with a chilling coldness. Ulquiorra's face was still as calm as a pool of stagnant water. His feet did not move half a step. He slowly raised his right hand, intending to resist it with his physical body. The shock wave filled with the aura of destruction and death. Boom! The pitch-black death light shock wave crashed into the palm with distinct joints. However, something unexpected happened. Not only did the black light not destroy the man, but it was easily grasped by the two hands. It was as if it had crashed into an indestructible city wall. As the 5 slender fingers gradually closed and clenched, the black death light that had been compressed into a ball struggled desperately. It continuously let out ear-piercing sounds that sounded like wailing. Immediately, it stirred up waves that could be seen with the naked eye. In the end, it was unable to withstand the pressure and exploded. Amidst the howling winds that rose around them, the ground beneath Ulquiorra's feet was shattered by the shock wave of the explosion that spread out from the death light. Countless pieces of gravel were swept out like bullets. He actually crushed my death light with one hand. Shock flashed through Fenrir's pupils. His mind went blank, and he didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. This death light was the power of Helheim underworld. Even the gods of Asgard didn't dare to touch it easily, otherwise their souls would be burned by the death energy, resulting in injuries that would never be healed. Even Odin, the king of Pantheon, didn't dare to be arrogant enough to use his bare hands to take its death light ray head on. The man in front of him actually crushed the dead light with his bare hands. However, the injuries he suffered were only the skin on the back of his hand. It was slightly charred and dark. Just as Fenrir was in shock, Ulquiorra put down his hand and said in an indifferent tone, "After the attack just now, I have a general idea of your strength. Like the lower level hollow of the espada, you are barely qualified to see my resurrection." Resurrection, also known as sword liberation. After all the great hollow transformed, he would seal his strength core into the shape of Zanpakuto. Sword liberation would stimulate Hollow's ability and return to the form of Great Hollow from the human form, thus obtaining several times or even dozens of times the strength amplification. To a certain extent, it could be seen as Death God's Shikai. It was worth mentioning. In the original work, among all the espada, only the number 4 and above 4 Arankar was strictly prohibited to use their resurrection near Las Noches by Aizen, because this might cause the soul extinction within tens of thousands of square meters. Ulquiorra's eyes were slightly unpleasant, and she said coldly, "If it wasn't for the anxiety of Lord, you would have been unqualified to see my resurrection with your strength, but now that I was commanded to showcase my power, consider yourself lucky." Fenrir let out an uneasy low roar and subconsciously shrank his body. Although he did not understand the meaning of the resurrection, he could feel the deep and terrifying spiritual power that was surging like a flood from the other party's cold eyes. Imprison, Mercy Lago. Ulquiorra stood on the broken earth, slowly pulling out Zanpakuto from his waist and spitting out a few cold words. Bang! With a crisp sound, his Zanpakuto shattered with a bang, accompanied by the endless black spiritual power, covering the sky like dark clouds. The naked eye could see spiritual power like a dark green heavenly river, recklessly rushing above the dark clouds. Then the incomparably heavy spiritual power turned into a continuous rain, mixed with endless fear and pressure, filling all corners of the space. For a moment, the air in the entire world suddenly became abnormally heavy, as if a heavy object was pressing down from all directions. It made one feel a burst of tightness in their chest, and even breathing became much more difficult. Under the dark clouds, a waning moon appeared. The light of the waning moon and the dark green spirit droplets resonated with each other, triggering fluctuations that could shatter the soul. A black demon figure slowly walked out. Who? The bat-like black wings flapped, and the black rain that fell from the sky instantly dissipated. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone's eyes was the demon-like bat wings. Following that was a slender and long white robe. The bone helmet that originally only covered half of its body had now turned into a fully crowned double-horned helmet. At the end of the slender arm that was as white as bone ashes, the black nails on the slender fingers had turned into sharp claws. Even the hair had changed from a messy short hair to a long black hair that reached the waist, fluttering along with the rippling breeze. The dark green tear-shaped mark on Ulquiorra's face became deeper and thicker after the blade. From a distance, it seemed to be weeping for something. Coupled with the appearance and image of this demon, it made people feel an indescribable strange beauty. At this moment, Fenrir suddenly felt a little fear. It didn't even need to fight. It could be judged by its intuition alone. The gap between himself and that person was even bigger than the gap between him and Odin. It was like a ravine that could not be filled up at all. It was like a heavenly moat that stood in the middle, unable to cross over. Right now, the only thing that could support him from running away was the fact that he was immortal. Chapter 400. But, in the face of such a powerful and terrifying enemy, was an undying body really an advantage? Fenrir shook his head fiercely, forcefully expelling this dejected thought out of his mind. If he continued thinking about it, even his last bit of courage would vanish into thin air. To actually still be able to maintain your consciousness, your courage is commendable. Ulquiorra stepped on empty space flight of stairs, step by step to the sky, looking down at Fenrir who was tense, and said coldly, "Maintain your current posture, tighten every nerve of yours, and do not relax for even a moment." An extremely cold voice echoed between heaven and earth, and an incomparable sense of oppression descended from the sky. The arrogant giant wolf Fenrir let out a series of low growls, as if it felt an unprecedented threat. As the demon said, it tightened every nerve, and all the muscles in its body expanded to the limit. Black hair stood up like a jungle, and a pair of eyes full of ruthlessness and viciousness locked onto the demon under the waning moon. "Very good, that's it." Ulquiorra's eyes were silent like stagnant water. He casually reached out and grasped hollow in the air. The long spear condensed by the dark green reishi was grasped tightly in his hand. "Then, you can die." The next moment, when the cold voice fell, Ulquiorra suddenly appeared in front of Fenrir. There was not even a thousandth of a second difference, as if it happened at the same time. In the horrified eyes of the latter, the dark green reishi long spear was handed forward. The extremely sharp cold light and the violent spiritual power pressed straight to the face. Fenrir relied on his excellent combat awareness and reflexively leaned back, forcibly avoiding the worst situation of brain damage. However, as a result, its throat was exposed. The dark green reishi spear slashed through Fenrir's throat and tore through the black fur as if it were rotten wood. Along with the blood that sprayed like lava, it left a shocking huge wound. Boom! The dark green reishi spear only waved lightly, and it erupted with power that was not inferior to the previous zero. The airflow within 1,000 meters surged and raged like a flood, and the surging dark green spiritual power spread out. In an instant, the entire earth wailed incessantly, and the ice layer collapsed in pieces. The storm, wrapped in ice and gravel, soared into the sky. Ow! Fenrir let out a miserable cry. It tumbled backwards as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. Its huge body crashed into several undulating glaciers, and its sharp claws left dozens of deep ravines on the ground. It only stopped after sliding for hundreds of meters. Did he reflexively avoid the vital? Ulquiorra's eyes flashed and said indifferently, "It is worthy of praise. Your reaction is not bad. Otherwise, if you are hit by my Lanza del Relampago, you may be turned into a pile of minced meat. There is no time to react at all." Fenrir's orange-yellow pupils shrank to the tip of a needle, gasping for breath as he stared at the black demon. A chilling feeling suddenly spread throughout its entire body. Every inch of its muscles and even its cells seemed to be trembling and howling. Every nerve was screaming wildly. Even every breath of air was filled with an indescribable smell of fear. The difference in strength was so great that it could suffocate. That simple strike just now had forced it out of its limit. It had barely managed to avoid it. It could not even be sure if it could still avoid the next attack. Light of death. Fenrir instantly made a decision in its heart. If he doesn't do anything, he would definitely lose, so he had to first make the first move. A huge ball of pitch-black light condensed in the mouth of the huge ferocious beast. Unlike before, this ball of death light was larger than all the previous death light combined, and the terrifying waves of death swept out like ripples, destroying everything that touched it. Go to hell! Following Fenrir's loud roar, the death light that had been accumulating in his mouth for a long time burst out. Boom! The black light that overflowed with the breath of death swept across the sky, spreading into a mighty black torrent, as if God was trying to wash away the flood that descended from evil in the world, and the huge waves that surged up almost covered half of the sky. Under the cover of this terrifying death light, Ulquiorra calmly raised a finger. The dark spiritual power condensed at the fingertip and said indifferently, "Just in time for you to see the power of my black Zero that could only be fire under the state of resurrection." The black Zero soared into the sky and met with the black wave. Rumble. The moment the two collided, heaven and earth fell into a brief silence. Everything seemed to be long but only in an instant, and then there was a loud bang that shook heaven and earth. The terrifying energy shock waves intertwined and dispersed with a bang. A huge black sun appeared out of thin air, setting off an endless storm. It swept across thousands of meters in an unstoppable manner, crushing the few thick dark clouds. In a moment, the entire sky was filled with waves. The air was pushed out by the energy, forming a destructive area that was almost like a vacuum. Whoosh! 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 The ripples created by the collision spread out, causing Hollow to shake like a big flag in the wind, emitting a piercing sound that sounded like tearing silk. It seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse in the next second. The glaciers shattered, and dust billowed. After the explosion dissipated, the air was filled with a scorching and pungent smell. Half of Fenrir's face had been shattered by the black Zero, and there were strips of terrifying and disgusting minced meat hanging on it. The only remaining ferocious beast eyes revealed a rare expression of fear, obscenity, horror, and other complicated emotions. "Just stand there and don't move." Ulquiorra's eyes were suffused with a cold killing intent. He said, "Because this move is difficult to control, I don't want to shoot it at close range." Fenrir was slightly stunned. At first, it didn't understand what this meant. But when it saw Ulquiorra raise the dark green spear in his hand, it felt a shock for no reason. Its pupils suddenly shrank, as if it had sensed a terrible threat. Lanza del Relampago. Ulquiorra clenched the long spear and threw it at Fenrir. Swoosh! The moment the dark green lightning spear left his hand, it accelerated to a terrifying speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. A dazzling light flashed in the sky shrouded by the black mist, like a shooting star, and arrived in front of Fenrir in a flash. Then, boom! A ball of light that was as huge as the sun directly occupied the entire world. In the terrifying sound that was as deafening as 10,000 thunders, the violent spiritual power poured down from the sky like a vast ocean. A huge wave of air that was visible to the naked eye, like the Buzhu Mountain in ancient times, pierced straight into the clouds in the sky. The endless glaciers and earth were on the verge of collapse under this huge explosion.